Today we are watching 1000 Zack D Films videos, ranking every single one and determining the absolute best Zack D Films short. This took me 18 hours to do, so lock in. Let's go to the first video.
They pried the mirror off of the shower wall because they kept hearing a strange ringing sound, and they were shocked to find a hidden camera inside. They followed the cable through the house until they discovered a hard drive hidden in a closet, and suddenly realized their landlord had been watching them. But when police checked the drive, they found no files. Now this could mean it was
Wait, I think I know this story. In Airbnb, a guy had a camera in their bathroom. Or maybe it was a different situation.
in real time, leaving no trace. But since there were no recordings, no one was charged. And the house mysteriously burnt down 2 weeks later, almost killing their teenage son. When the father went back to look through the rubble, he cut his leg, and it got so infected that he had to have it amputated.
Yo, this is a horror story. How does it keep getting worse?
Meaning the family lost a leg, their home, and their privacy, while the landlord got away scot-free.
Yo, we gotta find this guy. Well, hit the plus button. That is one video of 1000. Zack is back in his traumatizing arc. Did Zack D Films go through a traumatizing arc? Once I watch his old videos, are they gonna traumatize me?
If you play a game of chess, every move you make creates a unique path from start to finish. Now, your friend plays a separate game, and even if it looks similar, one different move makes it a completely different game. And if everyone on Earth started playing billions of full games, each one has its own exact sequence of moves. Then, if they all play again and again for their entire lives, you would get trillions of games, and almost none of them would repeat. This is because every move opens new choices, and those choices branch into even more, until the total number of possible games becomes so massive that even if every atom in the observable universe played one unique game per second since the Big Bang, they still wouldn't come close to playing them all.
Oh my, wait, what is the 49 trillion? Bro, that's crazy. If every atom in the entire observable universe decided to play chess, they wouldn't even play every possible game. How is that the second short?
He was pulled over for not wearing a seatbelt, and officers gave him a test to see if he had been drinking, but they had to run the test again. The man refused and walked toward the back of his van, saying that he was going to kill them. He yanked open the van doors, releasing his full hive of honeybees.
What? Imagine you're a cop and this guy's like, I'm gonna kill you with bees.
That he kept in the back. The swarm exploded into the air, stinging officers as they sprinted for cover. Backup finally arrived and arrested the man, but he paid bail and was released just hours later.
Yo, I do not want that man in the streets alive. You're telling me if I just make the wrong move, he's gonna send a swarm of bees at me? Video 3, lock in. Video 4, commence.
Under this carnival ride, you would bolt a 70-foot frying pan and leave a hole in the center so the spinning arm can still turn. Then crack about 2 million eggs into the pan, and when the ride starts, the arms whip the pan in circles. This perfectly mixes the yolks and the whites like a whisk. And
wait, what? Cooking eggs with carnival? This is just like a hypothetical situation? Pfft, this is disgusting, Zack.
Soaks the riders inside. Then hire dozens of men with blowtorches to scorch the bottom of the pan. As the eggs cook, the spinning ride would keep folding them over. The riders might sustain some burns and other injuries, but you'll have hundreds of pounds of scrambled eggs to share.
That might be the most disgusting short so far. That one's going in F tier at the tier list at the end, bro.
He started painting walls as a teen, and his art spread across the city. People recognized it everywhere, making him a legend. imagined. But he got sick with a disease that paralyzed his body. And for 7 years, he could only move his eyes. So a team of programmers built him.
Bro, that's like worst case scenario in life. How is he gonna continue his life like this?
A pair of glasses with a camera. It tracked his eyes and moved a cursor on the screen. He would stare at a color to select it before moving the cursor to draw lines as the device turned them into brush strokes. The team projected the art onto buildings across the world, and from his hospital bed, he could paint again.
I was kind of hoping that like he would not be paralyzed by the end, but I guess not. What's the upload date on this? All of these videos so far have been uploaded today. Dude, I cannot even fathom that grind. How does he supply himself with all of these video ideas?
Tuck your fingers tightly and fold them down. Then press the back edge of your palms together. Next, offset the bottom of your hand so the gaps are sealed tight. And press your thumbs together, leaving a small hole between them. Fold them down, then purse your lips and press your top lip on the knuckles of your thumb. Breathe out like a heavy sigh, directing the air down into your hand before it comes back out.
Oh, wait, I felt like I was hearing something. Zach, I don't think this one works.
If you get buried by an avalanche, the snow will compress you on all sides, making it hard to tell which way is up.
Let me see if I can figure out how to get out of this situation. If you're upside down and you spit and you don't realize it, you're just gonna spit down on your forehead. So if you spit, you'll know what way to go. That's my guess.
So if you try to dig your way out, you could end up going the wrong way and suffocate to death. Instead, some people say to cover your face and make an air pocket. Then start drooling. Whichever way the drool falls is down, so you should dig.
Literally predicted. Thank you, Zach. Now if I'm ever in that situation, I don't know exactly what to do. Thank you.
If you were shrunk down and dropped in as Pac-Man, you would have to sprint
this one's
through the
interesting.
maze at about 12 miles per hour to escape the ghosts. But every time you eat...
Is 12 miles an hour fast to run? Hold on, let me fact check this. 12 to 15. Okay, so that's actually not that bad. You just have to run.
Every time you eat a dot, you would slow down for a split second, letting the ghost creep closer behind you. You would also have to reduce your speed to make turns, while ghosts can turn almost instantly. And as you move through higher boards, you would have to increase your speed to 15 miles per hour, meaning one slow turn and one dot at the wrong time, the gap disappears and the ghosts will catch you.
Somebody should test this. Would that not be a good like Mr. Beast challenge? I'll say it. I think that he should do real life Pac-Man. Maybe Mr. Beast would make a good video for once.
If you took every single block from the Great Pyramid...
Wait, this is the first YouTube short from Zack D Films that is paid promotion. How does bro make a commercial?
And stacked them into one giant tower, that tower would be nearly 2,000 Burj Khalifas tall.
Yo, how is this gonna become a sponsorship? Genuinely, how are we gonna start like this? I don't even know how this becomes a commercial.
Space station straight into space. But if we took all those blocks and flattened them into one giant walkout, it would take the king of boxing, Alexander Usyk, over 20 straight days of walking to make his fight with the king of kickboxing, Rico Verhoeven, at the pyramids of Giza. Two champions of different
Is this for like a
fighting
boxing
styles
match that's like
facing
actually
off at
happening?
the most iconic place on Earth. And you can watch this epic event on Saturday, May 23rd, exclusively on...
That's so funny, bro.
Place a domino on the ground, then make the next one 30% bigger. And if you keep increasing their size, the 20th domino would be taller than a house, and the 45th would be higher than Mount Everest. Now, when you tip over the first one, each domino has just enough energy to knock over the next. But the 74th domino would weigh more than the Earth. And at that scale, the domino would have such strong gravity that they would start pulling the Earth and each other toward a shared center of mass.
Who is asking these questions? Let's go to the next one. Lock in.
If someone tripped and fell off of the building, and you threw out a sticky hand to try and
Yo, once again, it's like, what is this hypothetical situation?
save him, it obviously wouldn't do anything. But if you made the entire
Oh,
arm
that guy just
over
died.
60 feet long, with a palm big enough to wrap around his chest, and around 20 people holding the end, and you had it painted with a special glue that could hold over 2,000 pounds, after the hand slapped onto his body, it would dry in just a few seconds, before stretching another 30 feet to break his fall safely. But if the hand touches his bare skin, it might just tear a chunk off instead.
That's nasty. Video number 20. Big number.
He adopted the baboon as a pet
Aww, monkeys are so cute.
and brought it along with him when he joined the army. He gave him a uniform and made him an official mascot. The monkey marched with the troops and lived in the trenches,
Holy aura, bro. A monkey in World War I.
and even helped keep guard, tugging at the soldier's clothes if he heard an enemy
No way this is real, bro. No way this is real.
approaching. When his owner was shot in the shoulder, the baboon tried to save him by licking the wound. Not long after, they were struck
He's
with
so
a shell,
good.
which blew off most of the animal's leg.
No!
Both of them survived, and they were sent home as heroes.
Oh, they're chilling. They're chilling. No, I like the real photo at the end because you know it's a real story when he adds that. The monkey was literally in war. That's my favorite short so far. I'm liking that one. That is a S tier Zack D Films short.
Take about $800 and stash it out of the other player's sight. And during the game, when it looked about to run out of money and lose, you pull out the hidden cash. Do this a few times throughout the game, and you'll condition the other players to always assume you have a stash somewhere. Then, when no one's paying attention, you grab a mix of large bills from the bank, aiming to steal around $3,200. That's enough for 3 to 4 new stashes that you can work with.
Bro, if my son is doing this while I'm playing Monopoly from him, I am exiling him from the family. What are we talking about?
He dropped his hammer while working in the field, so his friend grabbed a metal detector and they started looking. The device suddenly started beeping and they thought they had found the hammer, so they dug.
Bro, does this guy, hold up, do my eyes deceive me? Does this not look like a certain somebody who shall not be named?
And they started looking. The device suddenly started beeping and they thought they had found the hammer, so they dug into the ground, but ended up uncovering silver spoons, then gold jewelry and ancient coins. He called the police, and the next day, archaeologists rushed in, finding over 14,000 Roman coins, along with pounds of jewelry and tableware that had been buried
Yo, what is that? Is that a dog?
in the field for about 1,600 years. The two ended up sharing the loot that was worth millions.
Wow, you know what? Watching Zack D Films is giving me hope for the world because these are real stories. Like, I did not realize that this many incredible stories has happened in the world. Bro, it's the Big E. That's what I'm saying.
They built a giant metal wheel and stuck an entire room inside before bolting all of the furniture down. Next, they strapped
Wait, I think I know about this. This is like an art exhibit. I've seen images of this room before, no?
the camera onto the room while the dancer climbed inside the room. Motors then spun the wheel, making the room and camera rotate while gravity held the dancer in place. And by timing his movements perfectly, he could jump from the floor to the walls before finally dancing on the ceiling.
Is this what Markiplier did in the Iron Lung? I never watched the movie, but I don't know. Is this about Markiplier and Iron Lung? I swear that this is what they built for the movie. No, let me fact check this. Look, see, this is literally, I think I'm onto something. See, they built this big room in a box. That's cool. That's interesting. Did not know that about Markiplier. Let's go to the next one. Lock in.
While he was studying, a hand reached through the window and dropped a velvet case onto his desk. Inside were
This is the first short with fiction. in the title. What could this be?
2 glowing contact lenses. He slid one onto each eye, and immediately the text on the page moved. Diagrams animated, labels slid in place, and the answers appeared right on the paper. Every problem was solved before he even finished reading it. On the way out of the library, he saw the man who gave him the lenses watching in the distance. During labs, the
Wait, this is a movie. It's a 2-minute short. Oh, lacking.
lines he needed to cut appeared as paths. And when taking a test, every question lit up with answers only he could see. He graduated at the top of his class and saw the mysterious man again in the crowd. Years passed by, and he became a legend in the industry. While operating, overlays hovered over organs, showing him exactly what to do.
Is this what they wanted the Facebook, like, meta glasses to be? Those goofy glasses? W idea, Zach.
And every single one of his patients survived. After years of this, the call came. The president had suffered a stroke live on air. Emergency surgery was needed, and he was their best bet. His hands were shaking as he scrubbed in, but as he stood over the president, the lenses immediately brightened, drawing neat paths across the failing heart.
The suspicious man is behind it all. Hear me out. And he wants the president dead. So what's going to happen is he's going to give him bad information to kill the president. That's going to be the plot twist. Lacking.
He began to push the scalpel into the skin, but then everything disappeared. There was nothing to guide his hands. Shaking, he pushed the scalpel anyway and cut too deep. Blood spurted up over his arms, and it was too late. Monitors were flatlining. The president was dead. The crowd was horrified as they looked down at the body, except for one man. He was completely unfazed, with a faint smile on his
Holy
face
prediction.
as he turned and walked away.
Bro, I knew it, bro. The president is too high stakes. That was interesting. I like the long ones. You get more invested in them. Zack D Films really is the GOAT of this, huh?
You should look for a river.
Oh, so cute. Bro, that's gotta be a chinchilla.
You should look for a river if you get lost in the woods and watch which way it flows, then follow it. You see, humans have always needed water for drinking and farming, so they would typically build towns along rivers, meaning following one might lead you back to civilization.
Oh, I thought it was because rivers go into the ocean. So you want to go to the ocean because towns are coastal.
But some rivers run through empty forests for miles, meaning you could be walking for a while.
Bro, he literally only gave her a little animal pet so that you were like, why does she have a little animal? That little chinchilla boosted retention by 5% on this short. I'm telling you, bro.
The blind man climbs the tree
Oh God, this can't be good. He's old too.
while listening to directions from his armless friend below.
Armless. A blind, yo, bro.
Takes out small shoots to replant before the armless man tucks a shovel between his cheek and shoulder, using his feet to push it into the soil and dig holes. The blind man places the shoot inside the holes, and his friend gathers water from the river with a bucket and his feet. For 13 years, they've been doing it this way every day, in the hopes of restoring their village. And even though their work has been destroyed by drought and then floods, they still haven't stopped planting.
That's so wholesome. Bro, you gotta respect an armless guy grinding and a blind guy.
They made the caterpillars smell the
This one's a banger. Nearly 1 million likes. Nah, let me test my YouTube Shorts knowledge. Nearly 1 million likes has gotta be roughly 30 million views. 20. Either way, this is the highest viewed short so far, so this better be a hit.
Chemical. Then tiny electric shocks shot through its body, which taught it to avoid that smell. And when the caterpillar was ready to transform, it dug into the earth and shed its skin one final time. Next, its own cells began breaking it down from the inside. Its muscles and organs were recycled, turning its tissues into a
The animation is so good on this
one. And when
one.
the transformation was finally complete, they tested it again with that same smell, and immediately it turned away, meaning the moth still remembered its life as a caterpillar.
Oh, that is genius. They still remember their life as a caterpillar because they remember the trauma of the electricity. That is an S tier Zack D Films short. Let's go to the next one. Lock in.
She handed him a 1-pound weight, and he laughed. He had lifted much heavier weights before, so he grabbed it and held it out in front of him with ease.
Oh, that is so hard. Little kid, you are ignorant. You could probably hold a weight out like this. I'm going to say roughly 2 minutes. It's harder than you think.
But then the teacher told him to keep holding it. A few minutes passed, and his arm started to tighten. After half an hour, it
Half an hour? No, I could not do that for half an hour.
began to ache.
That's
Then
insane.
The pain grew sharp. By the end of the period, his arm was shaking. He could barely keep it up. Now, the weight never changed. It was still just 1 pound, but the longer he carried it, the heavier it felt. And that's when the teacher explained. Thinking about a problem for a moment is manageable, but if you carry that stress all day, it'll drain you. Carry it for years, and it can break you. Not because the problem got bigger, but because you got weaker from never setting it down.
Wow, that is W knowledge. You must forgive all, because if you do not, you will be bearing the weight of that hate for longer than you should. And that hate will corrode your heart, and it will ruin your soul. W life lesson. I learned that from Vinland Saga, the anime.
When the trigger was pulled, a wheel would
A gun sword?
spin to create sparks, igniting gunpowder inside and sending a bullet flying out of the barrel and toward the enemy. And if the shooter missed and the other soldier charged, he could just swing the axe at short range, fighting off the enemy soldier. But since the axe head was big and heavy, it was hard to aim the gun, and the gun's body made it hard to hold the axe, meaning it would have been more
This is
useful
cool.
as 2 separate weapons.
Whoa. Was that is that like a failed weapon of the past? They really tried to make an axe that shot bullets. That must have been the prototype before they made the one with like the musket with like the knife here at the end where you would like stab people with it. That must have been the prototype.
He placed hot milk into the freezer next to
Oh, hot milk.
another cup of milk that was at room temperature. And for some reason, the hot milk froze faster than the room temperature milk. And even though he researched it, the boy couldn't figure out why. Some scientists think it's because ice needs something to catch onto as it freezes, meaning in a perfectly smooth container, cold water can get stuck in a liquid state even when the temperature is below freezing. But since the hot water has bubbles to start the freezing process, it freezes like normal. But since no one has ever proven a theory, we still don't have an answer.
We literally don't know. It's gotta be the proteins in the milk. I don't know what it is, but that's what my intuition tells me.
The maggot is pulled out of the body and measured to
Ew.
figure out its age. Then scientists calculate the time it took to grow that big, plus how long it takes
We're carbon dating maggots to know how long people have been dead for. Got it.
for an egg to hatch. Then they add the time it takes a dead body to start attracting flies, working backwards to guess the time of death. But if they find an insect that doesn't belong where the person was found, it could mean they were murdered somewhere else, and the insect entered the corpse before the killer moved the body.
Wow. The forensic police really got the methods. This is like Death Note. How do you even think of that?
Her child accidentally fell right into the storm drain, is what she told the police. So they spent hours sifting through trash, desperately looking for any sign of life.
Is that a Mountain Dew?
But there wasn't anyone inside. You see, the woman couldn't stand the trash clogging up the drain. And even though people already made complaints about it, nothing changed. So she made up this fake emergency to tell the police, and after just a few hours of searching, the drain was left totally clean.
That is so genius. What? That lady was playing Death Note, 4D chess, 100 IQ Among Us. Like, that is so smart, bro.
Pour the gummy bears into a hot pan, along with half a cup of water. Then stir them until the bears melt. Next, pour the liquid into a bowl and use a cake mixer to whisk them for 10 minutes until they get fluffy. Line a pan with baking paper and sprinkle it with powdered sugar. Then pour the mixture on top. After 12 hours, cut out a square and toast it over a fire. Then squish it between chocolate and graham crackers before enjoying your gummy bear s'more.
Wait, that would be so gross. I do not want a gummy bear s'more. Are we for real, bro? That sounds disgusting.
The kitten disappeared.
Oh, so cute.
From the house. And after months of searching, her owners gave up all hope. But 13 years later, a stray cat showed up at a vet clinic over 100 miles away. After scanning her microchip for a phone number, they called her owners. When they arrived, the cat immediately rubbed up against their legs.
No way, a cat can remember their owner for 13 years? That makes me realize that cats are loyal.
And they realized she was the kitten they had lost all those years ago. They finally took her home, but she was soon diagnosed with a deadly cancer. And even though it took her years to find her way back, she spent her final days in the arms of the family that never forgot her.
Oh, wow. That was the most sad one yet, bro. Oh my God, Zack, what are we doing, bro? S tier short, Zack. Let's go.
He hammered the nail into the fence because every time he lost his temper, his father made him add another nail. After getting into too many fights at school, the fence started filling up. But this was super annoying to do, so the boy tried to stay calm. And soon enough, he stopped getting into fights. His father then told him that—
Yo, holy Gen Alpha, bro. That kid's haircut is crazy.
His father then told him that
I just know that kid's name is Jax.
His father then told him that every time he controlled his temper, he was to pull a nail out. And over time, all the nails were gone. But the boy
that's a
noticed
smart
how
method.
the holes were still visible. His father explained that anger leaves marks the same way. You can apologize, but the damage might always be there.
Wow. What a good life lesson. That was just like the last one. The consequences of our actions will always stay around. So you might as well always be a good person. Zack, that's smart. Let's go to the next one. Lock
Fill
in.
the cup with muddy water and put in one end of a paper towel with the other end in an empty cup. The paper is made of tiny fibers with small gaps in between, and as the water molecules stick to the fibers, they're pulled into these gaps. Each new molecule pushes the others upward, but since most of the dirt particles are too big to fit through the gaps in the paper, they get left behind. And after 2 hours, you'll have half a cup of water. Repeat the process until the water runs clear, ready for boiling to remove any bacteria.
Whoa. Okay, yo. Bro, I did not mean to pause at this moment.
They dumped the rocks into the burning furnace and melted them down for over 2 days until they had man-made lava. Then they stuck a piece of steak directly on top, letting the flames climb on top of the meat.
This seems like some 5-star Wagyu meat. Like, this is like the type of way that DJ Khaled wants his food cooked. Wait. Prediction. I think what's gonna happen here, the lava is too hot, it's only gonna cook the outside of the steak. It's not gonna cook through the steak.
The intense heat instantly charred the outside while keeping the inside extra juicy. After a few
No, that's not extra juicy. That is raw.
seconds, they removed it and cut it open to get a perfectly cooked lava steak. They don't.
Really? Wait, I want to try that. That sounds good.
If you wake up at night with a full bladder and empty it too quickly, it can fire up a nerve connected to your heart. And in some people, this nerve sends a signal straight to the heart, slowing it down and widening the blood vessels. This could cause your blood pressure to drop, so less blood flows to your brain, making you feel dizzy until you faint right there in the bathroom.
What? Yo, is this gonna unlock a new fear for me? If this is true, there has to be somebody who has died this way. I mean, I feel like I trust Zack D Films, but still, that is now I'm afraid of that. Now I got 3 big fears in the world: passing out and dying from peeing at night, kidney stones, my appendix bursting. Those are my 3 biggest fears now. Let's go to the next one.
The tiny city was placed on the metal sheet that rested on top of a rolling conveyor belt. When it caught on the belt, it was dragged down, bending further and further as it built up tons of energy. And when the sheet suddenly snapped free, the energy released at once, shaking the tiny city, showing what happens when a tectonic plate slides underneath another one. If it builds up enough friction, the sudden burst can rupture the ground, destroying entire cities in minutes.
That's so interesting. That's how it works. It's like,
Your goal is to walk through this massive wheat field and find the biggest stalk of wheat. But there are 2 rules. You can only walk forward, and you can only make one choice.
Ooh, I like
In the
this one.
first scenario, you see a stalk almost immediately. It looks pretty big, so
yo!
you grab it. But as you keep walking,
Why did he stroke the stalk?
you start seeing bigger and bigger ones, and you realize you chose too early. In the second scenario,
Wait a minute, this is about to be a Zack D Films life lesson. I can pick up on these now. I feel like I noticed the patterns. Lock in. We're about to learn some W wisdom.
you see tall stalks, but you keep walking past them, convinced a bigger one is ahead. But by the time you reach the end of the field, the big stalks are gone, and you have to choose a small one. In the third scenario, you use the first part of the walk to study the stalks and learn what a good one actually looks like. Then later, before the field runs out, you choose a strong one based on what you know. Now, you will walk past some that are bigger, but yours is good enough, because the goal isn't finding the perfect option, it's just knowing when to choose and when to commit.
That is a good life lesson, guys. If you wait too long, the opportunity will pass. If you make a hasty decision, you're not going to be you're going to make a hasty decision. You're going to think too fast. You're not going to make the right decision cuz you're thinking too fast. But if you're calm, you will find a good middle ground.
If enemies raided the town, guards would light a giant bonfire, and watchmen miles away would see it, lighting their own fire and passing the message down the line. Now, each watchtower had a synchronized clock, and the first tower would wait until a specific time to signal a raid. And if a fire started, they would wait until this hour to signal. A different hour meant war had broken out. By using these perfectly timed fires, they could pass along a specific message until it reached the capital over 400 miles away.
I kind of miss the good old days when we didn't have technology, because people had to think of the most ingenious methods, the most clever things to get things done. I just feel like we've lost the cleverness because we have too convenient of technology. I kind of miss back in the day. Not gonna lie, that was pretty cool. Let's go to the next one.
They set off firecrackers in the streets, scaring the sparrows away from landing. You see, the government thought that the sparrows were eating too much grain, so they told the citizens to destroy the nests and make loud noises, keeping the birds flying until they dropped dead from exhaustion and shooting the rest. But the sparrows also ate harmful bugs, and without them,
the circle of life. They always count out the circle of life.
Swarms of locusts started to appear. They destroyed countless crop fields, leaving almost nothing behind. And even though the government flew in sparrows from other countries, millions of people already starved to death.
That's so sad.
When sun hits the termite mound, the heat gets stored in the walls, shielding the inside and keeping it cool. And at night, the hot air rises and escapes through the tall shaft, while small tunnels suck in cool air from underground. Now, an architect saw this and made an office building with thick concrete walls, which absorbed the heat just like...
That's always so cool when we observe nature and use it for our own, like, technology and buildings and whatnot. Like, that is very interesting.
The termite mound. Then it released it at night through a series of chimneys based on the shafts that termites made. At the same time, fans sucked in the cool air from outside before blowing it through vents in the floors, which saved a fortune on air conditioning.
Is this a heat pump? Is this how they invented heat pumps?
The students were given brand new laptops to use at school and at home. But soon...
Bro, what? They got to use it at home too? Nah, there's no way schools operate like that nowadays. Oh, you don't want to know what I would do on that, bro. Let me keep it a buck. Continue.
After, one student was called to the office and accused of using drugs. They showed a photo of him holding what was actually just candy, taken from inside his bedroom.
Yo, what? They were watching the kid through the camera? And it's real?
You see, the laptops all contained a hidden app that took photos and screenshots from the webcams, meaning the school could secretly see their private messages and even take photos of them sleeping. Their families filed a complaint, and after the school
Bro, you gotta do more than that. You gotta sue them.
Paid them around $600,000.
No, that's not enough, bro. They gotta give millions.
The app was finally shut down for good.
That is messed up. No, this is the most messed up Zack D Films short so far.
If you were forced to eat a banana, then another, and another, after around 60, your stomach...
This might be the best hook so far, I'm not gonna lie.
Would rupture. But if you somehow kept them down, some people think your hair would fall out while your skin turned red until you finally died. That's because bananas are actually radioactive. But one banana gives you about the same radiation as living near a nuclear plant for a year. Even Chernobyl workers were exposed to over 1 million bananas worth, and most survived. So to actually die from banana radiation, you would need to eat 35 million bananas at once. But at that point...
Hey, yo! That is absurd. Send this one to Pyrocynical.
You wouldn't actually die from radiation. You would die from being the most committed banana eater in human history.
That was the most out-of-pocket one. I'm starting to see what people mean when they're like, you're gonna get traumatized at some point. There's some traumatizing shorts in here.
In Capture the Flag, one team is facing one direction and the other team is facing the opposite direction. And that's typically the only way to tell the teams apart in an informal game. So all you need to do is turn around, face toward your own side, and start slowly maneuvering backward into enemy territory. Now, if it's at dusk and there are a decent amount of kids playing, from their perspective, you might look like one of them. Because most of the time, they're really just checking which way you're facing. To really sell it, capture one of your own teammates who's in on the plan.
Yo, I can't with this kid, bro. His haircut.
If we took out all of the salt from every ocean on Earth,
Yo, this one's animated so good.
and compacted it into one giant cube, it would stretch over 150 miles, bigger than the state of New Jersey. And if every person on Earth
What in God's name is how? Yo, what am I looking at, bro?
licked as much as they could every day, it would take around 1 billion years to finish. But without salt,
This is foul.
ecosystems would collapse, while entire species would die. And the water wouldn't circulate heat normally, meaning cold places would freeze, while hot places would get hot.
Okay, this is gotta be the most out-of-pocket Zack D Films short so far.
Places would get hotter, causing massive storms that would slam into the coasts. Now click here to see more things.
This was a promotion short too?
If the zombies are approaching, quickly get a treadmill and line up 500 of them around your house.
Yo, that's genius. Why didn't I think of this method when I made my short How I'd Survive the Zombie Apocalypse? This is a cool method.
Then crank them to full speed, and every zombie that steps on gets launched backwards. For days it works, but then one grips the handles and manages a few running steps before flying back. The others notice and copy it. They practice again and again until they're running fast enough to stay upright. And then they finally break through, smashing their way
No. Zombies are not that intelligent.
inside. Now you've just conditioned zombies with elite cardio, officially dooming the entire human race. Click here for more.
That's funny. Let's hope that this one is an easy watch, because I don't want to be on this video for too long. I know the chat is about to be horrendous.
After he died, his bones were taken and wired into a skeleton, and his daughter took it on a road trip. She brought her father's skeleton kayaking and visited the Lincoln Memorial. They posed for pictures in New York. And
Is this not disgusting and insane? You have your dad's skeleton, you're going on a... Bro, this is weird. What? This is very strange.
she even took it on a plane ride, something they never did when her father was alive.
No, don't give it some, like... This is not a wholesome story, Zach. Don't try to spin it like some wholesome story. This is foul.
And at the end of their adventure, she donated his skeleton to his old high school, just like he wanted.
No, bro. I do not want to see the skeleton of my teacher in my school. Lock in.
Are stacked in the tubes, which are loaded into a core with dozens of others. Now the tubes are surrounded by water, and the pellets inside are actually made of uranium. When a flying particle hits a uranium atom in...
Wait, I think I know this one. I think I've researched this on my own. I want to test my knowledge real quick. I think that what happens is the uranium heats these rods. The rods evaporate water, and the steam from the evaporation like spins a wheel, which generates electricity. We'll see if I'm right on that.
Inside the tube, it splits it apart, releasing more tiny particles. These hit other atoms and shoot out even more
we're just gonna move on.
particles. This causes the rods to heat up, which causes the water to boil, and this causes the release of steam, which turns a turbine connected to a generator, which produces
Dang.
electricity for your home.
Wait, these are the same speakers I literally have right now. They're called Kirklands. See, bro? See? Wait, maybe it's just called Kirk. No, that is Charlie Kirk. All right, you know what? Let's not get into that. Let's just continue.
If your house is about to catch fire, your dog could have enough pee to put it out before it grows. But to put out a wildfire, firefighters need thousands of gallons of water.
Can dogs pee out wildfires? Zach, who asked for this?
And dogs only produce about 1/3 of a gallon of pee each day, meaning you would need the pee.
You know what? Not gonna lie though, it is kind of interesting.
Of around 30 million large dogs. But since the fires are so spread out and hot, the dogs couldn't get too close. Instead, you would have to load them onto thousands of planes, and they would have to pee at the exact same time to fully put out the fire.
Wow. Is that a true story or no? We'll never know. Let's go to the next one. That birthday party that turned into a riot.
On Facebook and invited her friends. But since the event was set to public, her friends invited their
Wait, yo, okay, that guy's dabbing, first of all. Holy old. Second of all, yo, Zack, are we for real, bro?
invited their friends, who invited their friends. And soon it went viral, and copycat events popped up on Facebook, with thousands of people on the guest list. Now, police heard about it, so they evacuated the girl and her family and set up barriers on her street.
This is
Despite
real?
Thousands of teenagers filled the quiet town, drinking and yelling at strangers. And when police tried to control them, they threw rocks and bottles.
Bro, how? What is it's not that serious. They just show up and they're like, we're going to go insane here. Like, how does a situation like this even happen?
Before setting cars on fire
Really?
and smashing windows,
Really?
leaving dozens injured and many arrested, all because of a Facebook event.
Bro, that is a fire story. That is absurd.
The band continued to play, even
Titanic.
as the Titanic was sinking. And the reason behind this was actually really important. You
Oh,
see,
this
if
one's about to be a sad story, guys. Lock in. We might be crying to this.
passengers started panicking, they would have trampled each other, which would have blocked the exits, causing more people to die. But the sound of the music helped set a different tone. It told the passengers that it was okay to be calm as the lifeboats were loaded up. Sadly, every member of the band died that night, and one of the only traces left behind was a single violin. It was
Wow.
displayed in a museum decades
That must be a historical artifact.
later, honoring their sacrifice.
Wow. Good story. S tier Zack Films.
The ants climbed onto the plank, which was then loaded into a boat and shipped to a different country, where they started their own colony. And this happened countless times, until these ants were spread all over the world. But even after a century of living thousands of miles apart, their chemical smells are still super similar. And if you put together two of these ants from two different continents, they'll still act like they're from the same colony.
Whoa. That's so sick. Bro, Zack D Films gives me hope for humanity. Like, he just tells you the most wonderful natural phenomenons in life. That's so sick. I think that's a S tier short right there. Video number 80.
You would pause the movie,
Off the bat, immediately, I can tell that this one is like way more higher frame rate. The animation's crazy on this one already.
hit print on the remote, and inside the TV,
Bro, why is this one in 4K?
paused image is copied from the screen into the printer's memory. After converting the signal into color data, the printer feeds in a blank sheet, then runs heated color panels over it in precise patterns, matching the paused frame exactly. Once the colors are in place, the sheet is laminated, and the finished photo slides out of the TV as you resume your movie.
Yo, the animation is so good on this one. Like, it's a very average Zack D Films. Like, it's just a cool thing. But the why was it so good on this one?
Imagine you licked a wet banana. Now you can probably feel it in detail on your tongue, even though you've never done it. Why is this?
Yo, I remember this character, bro. Whenever they add this character into the shorts, he's doing the most preposterous things.
Well, your brain already knows what a banana peel feels like. It also knows what wet and slippery feel like from other things you may have licked. Your brain takes those pieces and assembles a prediction. So you're not remembering the sensation, you're building it in real time. The brain does this to predict the world before you touch it. That way you can decide what to avoid without learning the hard way.
Dude, there's so many more ways you could have, like, visualize that phenomenon.
He found a bowl of honey sitting on the road and decided to eat it as a snack. And the other soldiers found more, and they did the same thing. But soon after...
Yeah, that's gonna be poison, bro. Don't fall for the honey, bro. Imagine you are a soldier in war, walking a road with your battalion, and you see, oh, bowls of honey everywhere. You're just gonna drink it? Are we for real, bro? Like, of course the honey's gonna be poisoned.
They started vomiting and got terrible diarrhea. They even acted drunk, barely able to stand. You see, the bees in that area collected nectar from poisonous flowers, which transferred into the honey. And the enemy knew this. So he collected the honey before leaving it out to make the soldiers sick. And once they were weak, the army attacked, killing hundreds of confused men and winning the battle, all thanks to the honey.
This is the first traumatizing Zack D Films short. Oh my god.
The live wire fell on him, sending over 7,000 volts through his body. He was so burned that he lost both his legs and one of his arms. And doctors had to replace huge patches of his skin. But this destroyed his sweat glands, meaning he couldn't sweat, which meant he couldn't cool down. Instead, he had to use an air conditioner constantly so he wouldn't overheat.
That's such a sad way to live.
But one day, the power went out, which meant the AC went out, and he was found dead the next day.
Oh my god. Zack, that's so depressing. Bro, that is the most sad short ever. I love this video. Really, you love this video. What does that say about you, brother? Look inward.
If a human is buried underneath the rubble, but
yo, this reminds me of Attack on Titan season 1 finale.
they're still
If you know, you know.
living, their heartbeat will make tiny movements in their chest, while their breathing expands their lungs. This is enough to be picked up by the radar and detected by this special device.
We have the most amazing technology I've never heard about.
Even if the person is unconscious, it still sends a signal back, telling rescuers that someone is down there.
That's a good technology.
He built a cylinder out of Legos.
The Lego animation is so good. I don't know why that's so satisfying.
A cylinder out of
Why is that so satisfying? That's cool.
Legos, adding a piston inside. Then he repeated this hundreds of times.
Wait, is he making guns out of Legos?
Before stacking them together and connecting them to bottles of compressed air. Next, he built a shell for the outside before adding wheels on the sides. When the air was released,
No way, he built a
rushed
car?
through the cylinders and pumped the pistons up and down, turning the gears and spinning the wheels with nothing but air. But the engine was a lot weaker than a normal car, so it was barely faster than riding a bike.
That's so funny. This is a weird thing to say, but this might be my favorite short so far. I don't know what it is. It's a very interesting story, but also the Lego animation is so satisfying for some reason. I don't know why. This is a S-tier Zack D Films short. I'm liking that one. Let's go to the next one.
He climbed into the bed, and within a few hours, the patient...
Oh no, this one's gonna be sad. I can already tell. They have a cat and an old person. Dude, this is gonna be sad.
lying there passed away. You see, the cat lived in a nursing home, and he would often nap next to patients. But the nurses noticed that whichever bed he chose, the patient usually died the same day. Now, some people think he smelled tiny chemical changes in the people about to die, while others think it was just a coincidence. But he predicted over 50 deaths, so much that the staff began calling families whenever he showed up.
At that point, employ the cat, bro. Pay him.
Letting them say goodbye before their loved ones passed.
Why did that happen at the end? What was that, Zack?
He was arrested for killing a teenager, but he insisted he was at a baseball game that night. Even though he had his ticket stubs, the police weren't convinced, and the footage of the audience was too blurry to confirm anything. Then the man remembered a camera crew was filming a sitcom in the stadium that night. And when they looked through the footage, they saw the man sitting in the audience around the time the murder was happening miles away. His phone records also proved it was really him, and he was finally freed thanks to the sitcom.
Nah, what show was it? I gotta check the comments. Curb Your Enthusiasm. Wow. This show got a dude out of prison randomly. That is interesting. What happens if mercury touches airplane metal? Why would it be different than any other metal?
If you broke a thermometer on the plane, the mercury could slowly eat through the aluminum, where the metals
Oh, it's made of aluminum.
could react together, breaking it down into weak, spaghetti-thin strands that can snap with almost no force. Left alone, it could tear a hole through the aircraft. But there's one catch. Aluminum protects itself with a layer of oxide, so unless it hits a scratch in the perfect spot, it probably won't do much damage.
That's good to know in case I have a thermometer on top of an airplane.
The donkey was spooked while hiking with his owners. At first, his owners tried to look for him, but they eventually gave up. And years later, a hiker spotted a herd of elk. They were all following the donkey. You see,
Yo, holy aura. Bro commands dominance amongst the deers. That's so sick.
following the donkey. You see, he had joined their herd when he got lonely. But when he protected them from mountain lions, they accepted him as their leader. And he still wanders with the elk to this day.
That's so sick, bro. I don't know what it is, but when you see animals being nice to other animals, it is the most wholesome thing ever. Like, two different species of animals working together is the most wholesome thing ever, bro. I gotta say, this one is S tier.
They locked the chicken inside and tied the cage to the roof of the car. Now, if they drove into a deadly gas, the chicken would immediately die, warning the soldiers to put on gas masks. You see, the heavy pollution in the air clogged up their chemical detectors, and they kept randomly going off. But chickens are super sensitive to changes in air quality, so the soldiers bought over 40 of them. But the harsh desert conditions killed most of the chickens, and the plan was scrapped.
That's, bro, why did they do that, bro? El military.
Once a year, they open his tomb and use a sponge to soak up the liquid around the bones before squeezing it into a bottle. You see, the saint was buried over 1,000 years ago, but legend says a mysterious liquid appeared in his tomb and pooled around his bones. So his followers mixed it with holy water and gave it to sick people to heal them. When scientists tested it, they found it was mostly just water and minerals. But regardless, it's still used for healing to this day.
That's weird. Churches are strange sometimes, aren't they? All right, number 99.
His cat was tragically killed by a car, so naturally he decided to
every time there's a cat in a Zack D Films short, it is not good. It is always the most sad video if he includes a cat
in it and preserved its hide.
Excuse me, what? Zack D Films must hate cats. Like, why?
With chemicals. Next,
Why?
he built a custom frame with 4 propellers, then stretched the hide over it and positioned it so the weight stayed centered and the propellers could spin. At first, it tilted to one side, but when he adjusted the weight again, the cat finally lifted off the ground. He later did the same with a rat and an ostrich, turning them all into drones.
What is wrong with this person? Now I know what people mean when they say that Zack D Films is gonna traumatize you. We've made it to video 100. Lock in.
The tubes are filled with water, which travels to a tank that sits on top of the boat. And when a candle is lit underneath, some of the water turns to steam, which creates an expanding bubble in the tank. This forces water out of the end of the boat. But since the pipes are cooler than the tank, the air shrinks again and moves back toward the tank, sucking in water from the lake. The air expands again when it heats up and shrinks once it cools down. And this constant movement pushes the boat along without any moving parts.
Whoa. That was a good number 100. Let's go to 101. Lock in. Let's go. Bang.
The two penguins fell in love and spent 10 years courting each other until one day she suddenly dumped him for a younger male. This broke his heart and left him completely
that's so sad.
alone in his old age.
Wait, is this the penguin that has an anime girlfriend? This is a real penguin in Japan, bro. This penguin has an anime girlfriend. There's no way that this is the penguin that this story is about.
But when the zoo
It literally is.
ran a promotion for an anime, they placed a cardboard cutout from the show in his
Oh my god. I can't believe I got that right before it revealed it.
enclosure. Now, it was a cartoon penguin girl, and as soon as he saw it, he stood there and stared at her for hours. And for months, he refused to leave her side. Now, he eventually got sick, and some say the cutout was brought to his bedside so that she was the last thing he saw as he passed away.
Wow. I'm not too dissimilar from that penguin.
His wife was sitting beside him. The kids were sleeping in the back seat. The road stretched, quiet and dark. Then headlights cut across the line.
Yo.
When he
Yo. This one's a movie.
came to, they were gone. His family was dead because of a drunk driver, and he was all alone.
Oh
Now,
no, bro. And then you became bald.
20 years later, he's retelling the story for the 100th time to his psychiatrist. She had adjusted his medication many times, but nothing seemed to help. He was numb. He just couldn't enjoy life. So she suggested an experimental clinic that claimed it could completely erase specific memories. This would be perfect for him. He had been struggling with this weight for too long.
Yo, Zach, what are we doing? This is very off topic, but like, bro, let me just frame a photo of myself behind him in gold. Like, bro, Zach.
Struggling with this weight for too long. He agreed, desperate to forget his trauma, signing all the waivers without hesitation. Anything to make the pain disappear. At the clinic, a nurse prepared him for the procedure, noticing his trembling hands and downcast eyes. Then
That's
the
so
lead
sad.
scientist asked him to recall every detail. The collision, the screaming metal, the silence afterward. He poured it all out so the machine could trace the neural pathways and find his memory. They sedated him and the procedure began. It was supposed to be quick, but the system kept failing to lock onto the memory. The screen showed inconsistent data. The scientist grew frustrated. They sedated him deeper, forcing the machine to dig harder. In the control room, the nurse began to research records of his family to try and help, but she couldn't find anything. There was no marriage record for him, no children, nothing. She found an article about the car crash, and to her horror, she saw the man's face in a mugshot. He was the drunk driver that night. He was the one that killed the family, and he was about to forget it all.
Yo, what a twist. I see this one's fiction. Whenever it's a fictional Zack D Films, they make it a movie, bro. They make it a movie. Oh my god.
If you grew a 1-year-old
That is Shaquille O'Neal.
to the same size as Shaq, it would stretch up to 7 feet tall and weigh
Yo,
over
what is this
300 pounds. To feed it, you would need over 10 times the amount of baby food, with a jug of milk at every meal. And because it could pee up to 10 pounds a day, you would have to buy hundreds of XXL diapers to change it. But with a bigger mouth, it would have a much stronger bite, which could be dangerous. And if it tripped and fell on
Evil
you,
big baby?
well, it probably wouldn't end well.
Oh
If you
my
grew-
god, yo. Actually, thank you, Zack D Films. In case I get a 300-pound baby in the future, I'll know exactly what to do now.
When an elephant collapses, some herds stop walking and stand quietly around her as she dies, reaching down with their trunks and trying to lift her back up. But when she does finally die, they touch her body again and again, and will sometimes even
No
cover
way.
it with branches and dirt. Now, weeks later, if they pass her bones, they will stop and gently touch them as a way to recognize her remains.
That's so sad. What? Elephants mourn the death of their brothers. They are so smart. Like, that is actually insane. Wow.
If you press chocolate ice cream against vanilla ice cream, for some reason, it's like they perfectly transfer over without mixing. And this happens because they don't slide.
Let me think about this. Well, he says they don't slide, right? Maybe because they're frozen, there's a layer of ice. So it's actually a layer of ice going against each other rather than the actual things touching.
Slide smoothly apart. The surfaces stick together. And as the ice cream pushes past each other, some of it starts stretching, forming a thin layer that clings to the other scoop. When the
Okay,
two
that's not
cones
really
get
what I
pulled
said.
apart, the layer tears, and you get left with matching patches that look completely unmixed. The piglet was born with paralyzed back legs.
That is abysmally sad.
So he was brought to the vet to be put down. But the
No! Yo, they need to save him, bro. I don't want to watch this. I don't want to watch this one. This is going to be bad.
vet felt bad for him and took the piglet home, where he used his son's K'NEX toys to build him a tiny wheelchair. At first, the piglet hated it, but after a few days, he started using it to
Aww.
scoot around. A video of him went viral, and after he started
That's so cute.
outgrowing the wheelchair, a company even sent them a replacement, making sure he could run around freely for the rest of his life.
S tier Zack D Films short. Liking that short and remembering it forever.
He sold the hot dogs for only 5 cents, but his
Yo, this one must be good. Just look at the animation. It's so much higher quality than the other ones.
competitors told everyone that low prices meant bad quality, making his stand look suspicious. As the legend goes, the owner hired a group of men to wear white lab coats while eating hot dogs at his stand, making them look like doctors from a nearby hospital. This led to people thinking that if doctors liked them, the hot dogs must be safe to eat. So the stand finally started getting more and more customers and eventually became one of America's biggest hot dog brands today.
Wow, business back in the day was so different. You could just get a couple doctors to eat your hot dogs, immediately bang, you got a booming business. Like nowadays, it's a little bit more competitive than it was back then. That is actually smart.
When a shark attacks someone, it immediately makes the news. Because of this, you might think they're really deadly, but sharks only kill about 10 people each year. Now, snakes...
That's true. I've heard that vending machines kill more people a year than sharks.
Now, snakes are much deadlier, killing about 10,000 times that amount. And humans are even worse, murdering about 400,000 other humans each
The endless malice of the human heart is incalculable.
year. But the true champion of death is the tiny mosquito. Its bites spread diseases that cause over 700,000 deaths every year.
Bro, imagine dying to a mosquito. That's actually a very unfortunate way to go out. Wow.
Making it the deadliest animal in the world by far.
Why do we keep bringing this guy back, Zack?
As the trunk of the tree died, its branches collapsed to the ground. But deep inside the soil, the roots stayed alive. A new trunk pushed up through the earth, and the tree was reborn, only to die and regrow, century after century. When researchers finally found it and sampled the preserved roots, tests showed they were over 9,000 years old, meaning the tree had been alive since the end of the last ice age.
What? That's gotta be the oldest tree alive.
The chimp learned sign language as she grew up and was treated like part of the family. But when she tried to have babies of her own, they both tragically died. After that, she stopped eating and barely talked to her owners, except to make the sign for baby over and over
That's so sad.
again. Years later, a volunteer got pregnant, and the chimp was fascinated by her growing belly and constantly asked about the child. But just like the chimp, the woman tragically lost her baby when they
Oh my god, bro. This is the worst one. This is the most sad one, bro.
saw each other again. The woman explained, "My baby died." The chimp looked her in the eyes, then slowly put her fingers to her cheeks, making the sign for cry, before giving the grieving mother a comforting hug.
Wow, monkeys are so smart.
When you push a wheelbarrow through grass, the wheel will bounce and nearly tip over. But if you push it down the same path again, the grass will start to bend more. Keep repeating it, and the wheel starts to carve a shallow groove into the dirt. Over time, it fits perfectly in that track. It gets so deep that trying to go anywhere else becomes difficult because the wheel keeps falling back into the rut. Your brain works the same way.
This is about to be another Zack D Films life lesson.
First time you check your phone out of boredom, you have to think about it. But repeat it enough times, and you find yourself reaching for your phone on default all of the time, stuck in the rut that you carved for yourself.
Wow, it's a double-edged sword. We can build habits, but that doesn't mean the habits are necessarily positive or negative. So you always need to be mindful, because with every single action, thought, and thing you do in your life, you are building a new groove. Lock in.
He dropped the needle onto her eye accidentally, so he took it out and handed her a wet tissue before continuing to do the root canal. But the bacteria from her mouth started growing inside her eye, and soon enough, she woke up with a severe infection.
Oh
she
my
rushed to the
God.
hospital, and even though the doctors tried
That's so
everything,
nasty.
her eye eventually had to be cut out. She sued the dentist.
Okay, this is what people meant when they said that Zack D Films was traumatizing. Bro, this is abysmal.
For not giving her protective glasses, which could have easily prevented the accident that left her permanently half blind.
Wow. I hope that she got money in court. Next
If
one.
CPR doesn't work,
Oh no, dude, not the doctor ones.
they'll declare you dead. But then the doctor will wait, watching you closely as they time 10 minutes, since you could suddenly gasp for air. Now, nobody knows exactly why this happened.
Why is this doctor so large and beautiful? He's huge.
Knows exactly why this happens, but some say it's because CPR can overfill your lungs, which could put pressure on your heart. And once they stop and declare you dead, that pressure goes down, allowing your heart to suddenly start beating again, bringing you back from the dead and terrifying the doctor. They grew the brain cells on a tiny chip.
I can just tell this one's gonna be fascinating.
Then the chip connected the cells to a simple version of Pong. When the cells moved the paddle and hit the ball, the system sent back a reward. But when they missed the ball, the system gave them a punishment. Over time, this feedback caused the cells to change how they moved the paddle, and they started hitting the ball more often, proving that brain cells outside of a body can still learn.
Whoa. What does this mean for the world? We could literally make computers out of brains after someone dies. We start harvesting everyone's brains, using it for technology.
He fell onto the tracks, and the train rolled over his legs,
Oh, God.
slicing them off. When he recovered, he struggled to work at his railway job.
Yo, bro has wooden legs. Pirates had peg legs. So it's not that crazy.
So he bought a baboon and brought it to work.
When a monkey gets involved in a Zack D Films short, it's going to be a generational banger.
It copied the man by watching him, and whenever the baboon heard the train whistles, it learned to pull the right levers, switching the tracks.
No way. They employed a monkey.
After testing it for its skills, the railway officials hired it full-time, paying it 20 cents and half a beer. And for the next 9 years,
Yo, they actually paid the monkey.
legend says it never made a single mistake.
No way, bro. We just need to start employing monkeys from now on. That's a W upload. Let's go to the next one. Lock in.
When the roller coaster drops, your intestines float up as the rest of you falls down.
I've always been curious why that feeling of your stomach dropping happens. Wait.
And as the ride goes on, you would feel like your organs are moving out of place until you finally come to a stop.
Okay, that's nasty.
You see, your intestines are pretty loosely held inside your body. So when you start to fall, your organs lag behind because they aren't rigidly attached. This creates a split second of near weightlessness, which makes the nerves around them blast signals up to your brain, giving you the feeling that your stomach has dropped.
Wow, it's the nerves in your intestines. That's actually nasty.
The man was sentenced to the death penalty, but he was too fat for the injection to work properly.
Yo.
You see, he had gained over 200 pounds in prison, so instead of just
W method. If you're on death row, get fat. That's actually good to know.
one needle, they might have needed hundreds of them, meaning he would suffer a long, painful death. The governor stepped in to change his sentence, and even though he was given life in prison instead, he ended up dying from health issues 7 months later.
Hey, that's 7 extra months of life, bro. I guess if you're ever on death row, chat, just get obese.
If you stuck a slice of bread onto a metal pole and dangled it around in a lightning storm, you might think a lightning bolt could toast it perfectly.
I would think that, but not perfectly. I think it would just, like, set it on fire. Is it not gonna just set it on
The
fire?
lightning would travel down the pole, charring the bread in less than a second and electrocuting you as well. Now, if you somehow attached a giant pole to a power bank, you could capture some of the energy, which you could then use to power a toaster that could toast over 20,000 slices of bread.
Wait a minute. This is the chinchilla from the other short with the little girl in the forest following the river. Bro, what is up with this chinchilla? No, now that I'm watching all of them at once.
Invented a secret salute for his students and made them recite a class motto over and over. Soon, other
I've heard about this one. He literally became a dictator in the classroom.
students got curious and started sneaking into his class, and he handed out membership cards to this secret club. But some were marked with an X, meaning they had to snitch on others.
Never mind, I do not know this story.
Those who questioned the teacher were taken out of the class by guards, but new students kept joining the movement. And by the end of the week, over 200 attended a rally, saluting the teacher while banners hung from the ceiling. But suddenly, a video played with images
Wait, no, this is what I thought it was.
of Nazis blindly following orders. And the teacher explained that this was all an experiment to show them how easy it is to become a Nazi.
I know I've heard that one before. Let's go to the next one.
Clip the actor to a rope in front of a
Holy baddie.
green screen and set up 100 cameras around her. When she jumps, the rope is pulled to hold her weight. At the same time, a button triggers the cameras, causing each one to take a photo in sequence while she kicks the other actor.
Yo, they literally kicked her neck in half.
And when the photos are put together and special effects are added, it looks like a single video, showing a super slow motion kick right
Oh, it's the Matrix movie. Whoa.
to the face. Claire took the new weight loss pill, excited to
Ozempic. Wait, this is the third fiction one, so you know it's about to be a movie.
finally get rid of her hunger. She celebrated over a pizza dinner with her family, but her plate remained empty. Her appetite had vanished. She finally felt in control. Within just a few days, the weight melted off. But then, the real change started to hit. Pancakes smelled like vomit. Homemade meals made her gag. Even water tasted rotten.
Yo, she's gonna starve to death because she is on Ozempic and she doesn't want to eat any
She
food.
tried to quit the pills, but even after she stopped, her body still reacted like everything was poison. Just the thought of food made her panic. Doctors told her the medication had connected the thought of food with being poisoned. It couldn't be undone. And it was happening to everyone who had
Yo, these people are zombies.
taken it. After months of being on a feeding tube, she finally got the news. A second pill had hit the market.
Wait, was I correct? I think that said Ozempic. Zack D-Empic. If that existed, I'm taking it.
Second pill had hit the market, offering 24 hours of relief. She cried as she finally enjoyed dinner with her family, and every bite was better than she ever
Classic show
remembered.
right there.
But within a day, the pharmacies were out of the new medication. People ended up fighting over the pills in the streets. One night, Claire dragged herself to a pharmacy. It was already filled with others like her. Rummaging through the medications scattered on the floor, she grabbed a handful of mixed pills and swallowed, desperately hoping that something in there would bring her hunger back.
That is the most sad story ever. Really, the pill became a pain giver and not a reliever. All right, I don't know what that means. Holy YouTube shorts.
If you pushed the Leaning Tower of Pisa with enough force, could you actually straighten it out? Well, as the
This one is animated good.
tower was being built, one side actually began to sink into the ground. So builders tried to fix it by making the upper floors taller on one side.
Wait, I did not know that. The Leaning Tower of Pisa became that way while they were building it. I thought it just happened over time. Like it just like the ground was like not even or something. It happened while they were building it. Holy throw.
Adding a permanent curve to the top to even out the lopsided base. So if you forced the base upright today, the top would no longer be centered
They literally built it, bro. How did they mess up that bad? No, I did not know the lore behind this building.
over it. The weight would hang off to the side, and gravity could pull the whole thing down.
Wow. I just assumed it happened like years afterwards, but then they built it messed up, bro. I'm dead, bro. I did not know that about it. That's so cool.
The dogs would poop
Oh, what?
in the streets, and soon the city was covered in it. So officials set up special checkpoints, and anyone who handed in poop was given a lottery ticket.
See, this is a mistake. Now people are going to like be giving like human poop for lottery tickets. They're gonna start giving human poop for lottery tickets, not even dog poop.
Citizens rushed to pick up the poop, collecting over 14,000 bags of it. And when the raffle was drawn, the winner received a bar of real gold, all because she turned in poop.
Interesting. That's nasty, but cool.
As he strummed, he used his
Bro, that's nasty.
right foot to press the frets and change the chords. You see, he was born without arms, but when he
Oh, now I feel bad, bro. Of course, he was born without arms. Bro, my fault.
was a kid, his dad found an old guitar. He brought it home for him to use, and he learned how to use his feet to play. He started performing at the local park, and his story went viral. And soon enough, the man who played with his feet was playing for crowds around the world.
Wow. What a heartwarming story.
Scissors. A high-speed camera films your hand, watching for tiny changes in your fingers. As soon as they begin to form the shape, a computer program signals to the robot to play rock, and the hand forms its own move, all within a split second. But since it's way too fast for the human eye, it looks like you're playing at the same time. So, no matter what you play or how fast you move, the robot will win every single game.
That's so cool. That's so cool. I like that one. I want to see that robot in action. Yo, that's so cool. When you watch a Zack D Films short and then you see the real thing, like it's not a lie.
They would test the game over and over as they created it, but passing each level would take too long during these tests. So they would add special codes, and pressing certain button combinations gave them a bunch of power-ups, testing difficult levels without having to struggle the whole time. But when the game was released, those codes were still written in, meaning if a player discovered them, they could cheat. Eventually,
oh my god. It has been at least 100 of these since we've seen this kid, bro. They really brought him back, bro. Oh, I hate this character, bro.
They could cheat. Eventually, developers added them on purpose, which is why you can call a certain number in GTA and suddenly get a free helicopter.
You know what? That makes sense. I never thought about that, but that's cool. Let's go to the next one.
He pried it out from the dirt and thought someone had left a piece of glass as a prank. But it was actually the largest diamond ever found, about the size of a human fist.
Yo, old unks from the 1800s century are always trying to find big chunks of diamonds and golden rocks. I don't know what's up with them back then.
Diamond cutters studied the stone for months before cutting it, because one wrong move could shatter the whole thing. When he was finally ready, he placed his blade and struck it, and the blade broke. He got a new blade, tried again, and this time it worked. He and his team spent months cutting it into 9 major stones and nearly 100 smaller ones. The biggest piece was placed in a royal scepter, and from that single stone came jewels fit for royalty.
Isn't that the stuff in the Louvre that got like stolen in the heist that happened like a year ago? I'm pretty sure these items literally got robbed from a heist.
She was born without a muscle above her eye.
Yo, same, bro. I have a lazy eye.
Meaning she couldn't blink. So doctors lifted her eyelids and threaded a small sling under her skin. That sling was attached to her eyebrow muscle. So when she raises her eyebrows, the sling pulls her eyelids open.
Oh
and when
god,
she
I don't
relaxes
like
the
this
muscles,
one.
Her eyelids shut, giving her a way to blink. But her eyes still looked different. And growing up, she was bullied for it, until she shared her story online and finally found support.
Is that what happened to Emma Chamberlain? Those kids were messed up. They shouldn't be bullying like that. That's not cool, bro. They should not be bullying. Bro, why are you spamming the cheese emoji, bro? Get out of here, bro.
Place 2 boards on either side of the pipe and draw a straight line across the front of both boards. Next, push them together to connect the lines, and line a ruler against each side of the pipe to sketch a box around it. After that, draw...
Wait, this is another wood one. Why is wood cutting like a common Zack D Films format for shorts? That is so strange to me.
Draw a diagonal line from one corner and repeat this on the other side, creating an X in the center. Then tie a string to a pencil, pinning the other end to the X, and spin it to trace a perfect circle. Once you cut it out, the boards will fit perfectly around the pipe. The judge told the man that he would be executed next week, but he didn't tell him which day. He said it would be a complete surprise. And if the man wasn't surprised, well, he wouldn't be executed.
Yo, what? If he wasn't surprised, he wouldn't be executed? What is that stipulation?
The man knew if he was still alive on Thursday night, then the only day left to be executed would be Friday, which means it couldn't be Friday, because he would know. But now that Friday is impossible, if he were still alive on Wednesday night, then the execution day would have to be Thursday, meaning he would know. So it couldn't be Thursday.
Wait, this is like a thought experiment.
Either. This same logic erased every single day in the week, meaning the execution could not happen at all. This put the man at ease as he relaxed in his prison cell.
But then it's going to be unexpected because he isn't expecting anything.
But on Wednesday morning, the guards grabbed him to be executed. He was shocked.
It's a paradox.
This didn't make sense. And that's when he realized. Once he convinced himself that it wasn't going to happen, he was surprised when it actually did.
Wow, that's such an interesting thought experiment.
He strapped on a pair of giant metal penguin feet. Then he walked across the beach at night. By morning, confused locals found the footprints and believed that they were from a 15-foot penguin. Some people claimed they saw it, while news stories made headlines across the country. Now, the prints kept appearing for years, and scientists eventually studied them, with some insisting
Do they not have cameras?
that they were
That's such a crazy prank. Now we could do this.
real animal tracks. But decades later, the man confessed that it was
Decades. It took them decades to figure that one out, bro.
a trick just to fool everyone. He
I like a good prank. That's a good story.
twist out the stem, then press
I saw Sambucha test this. Wait, why don't we just watch the Sambucha one instead of the Zack D Films one? Look, we don't even need to watch this one, because we can watch Sambucha do it.
How to split an apple with your bare hands. Now, this is a real apple we're talking about, so I don't know how you're supposed to actually pull apart an apple. Apples are hard. I've felt them before.
twist out the stem, then press the base of both
167? All right, I guess we're doing a special one for that number.
thumbs deep into the small stem cavity.
Okay,
Then
I'm
wrap
following.
your fingers tightly
Okay.
around the apple and squeeze hard with your fingers. Hold that pressure and roll your
And then you're literally gonna break the apple.
causes your fingers to compress the apple
Okay.
from the sides while
And
your
then-
thumbs pry the top apart. As you increase
It still looks like a lot of effort.
tiny crack forms in the stem pocket.
All
and
right.
the apple splits cleanly in half.
Absolute cap. There is no shot this works. All right, so let's
You're
give this
right,
a try. I have an
Sambucha.
apple.
That is absolute cap. I wish I had an apple to test this on, but I do not eat fruits.
Zack D Films, you're a liar!
Oh my god. He literally broke it.
That wasn't even the technique he said, but it worked.
Yo, Sambucha is so strong. I'm jealous.
They wheeled their father into the hospital. His children followed behind, crying. You see,
Yo, what? Why is this so depressing?
for years, the disease had been taking his mind. He barely recognized his own kids. Then, suddenly, he sat up in the hospital bed, looked around the room, and recognized everyone. His children rushed to his side. They hugged him, they talked, they even laughed together again. And for a moment, it felt like they had their father back. Now, scientists don't know what causes it, but this small burst of energy only comes when a patient is close to the end. It gives them a
What?
small window of time to reunite with their loved ones before they die soon after.
Whoa, what a strange phenomenon of the human psyche. That's cool.
The monkey grabbed his
Monkey!
camera and accidentally took a selfie.
I know that image. Wait, doesn't that come up
They
if
would
you...
wa-
I feel like Yep, there it is. I got monkey knowledge, bro.
When the photographer posted it, the picture quickly went viral. But an animal
Ninja childhood photo. Really, bro. Really.
rights group sued the photographer, claiming the monkey was the one who took the picture. So technically,
Wait, I remember they used this in court to prove AI photos were not like... You could not copyright AI photos. And they used this case to prove that the people that generate AI photos are not the copyright owners of the photos. I learned about that recently.
The monkey should own the rights. The court ruled that animals can't own copyrights, but the group refused to back down. So the photographer donated part of the earnings to help protect the monkey's species, and the case was finally dismissed.
Right? So they said that monkeys could not, like, be copyright owners because they're animals, and he's the one that took the photo. And then that same principle applied into a court case with AI and copyright with AI photos. Actually, I don't remember. I think it was that the AI creates the photo, not the guy who prompts it. And the AI is not a copyright owner, like the monkey is not a copyright owner. So the AI cannot own the image, but also the guy can't do it because the guy's not the monkey that took the picture in this scenario. So they give the copyright to the company that made the AI. Bang!
The bees are locked inside while air from a suspicious bag is blown past their faces. You see,
How bees are trained to detonate bombs? Nah, this might be a generational Zack D Films. I'm sitting up for this.
the bees are locked inside while air from a suspicious bag is blown past their faces. You see, these bees were trained by giving them sugar every time they smelled explosives. And over time,
What?
their brains learned to connect that smell with food. So, when they detect explosives in an air sample, they automatically stick out their tongues because they think they're getting food. Inside the detectors, cameras watch for that tiny movement, and software counts how many bees react, meaning if enough tongues appear at once, the system flags the bag as a bomb.
Wow. That is so interesting. Let's get to the next one.
Good. Next,
Let's get to the current one.
they topped the pizza with salami, which doesn't mold as fast as pepperoni, and they sprinkled it with extra salt and spices. Then they vacuum sealed it and placed it inside a rocket with the Pizza Hut logo. It flew hundreds of miles above Earth to the International Space Station, delivering the world's first space pizza.
That is fire. Okay, that's a good short.
Place the coffee pod in, but don't start it. Fill it with water, set your mug underneath, and go to bed. Now, in the morning, it's almost like you have a butler making your life easier.
Bro, I already do this every day, but I pour the coffee beforehand. Every single night before I go to bed, I create my coffee because I don't like drinking it hot because I don't want to put ice cubes in it. So I do it at night so it's cold by the time I can drink it in the morning. That's a little method for you.
When you get to work, back into the parking space. Put up your sunshade so the car stays cool, and grab any loose trash on your way out. After work, your life gets just a little bit easier.
This is going to be a Zack D Films video with a life lesson. Listen up.
Because of your butler. And if you keep doing this, soon you'll be meal prepping for the week and saving money for trips with ease. All because you're pretending to be a butler for your future self.
So true. W messaging, I agree. Let us
He
proceed.
captured the queen, but secretly kept it in his hand. And his opponent was so focused on the board that he didn't even notice. They continued playing the
Bro, this makes me want to play chess.
championship game, and eventually the other player's pawn reached.
Did he say this was during a championship game?
Didn't even notice. They continued playing the championship game.
What? He just took the queen and he didn't notice in a championship game?
And eventually, the other player's
What?
pawn reached the opposite side of the board, which meant he could upgrade it to a queen. But according to the tournament's rules, he needed the actual queen to replace it. And since he couldn't find it, he could only promote it with the rook, giving his enemy an unfair advantage.
Nah, that's gotta be the easiest. Like, how do you not catch that? That must be so easy to catch that person cheating. That does not seem that bad.
She picked up a strange rock from the stream and used it as a door
That's gotta be a ruby.
stop. It sat there for decades, and even when thieves broke in and stole her jewelry, they walked right past it. After she died, her relative found the rock and showed it to experts. They confirmed it was amber, formed from tree sap millions of years ago. It weighed over 7 pounds, making it one of the biggest ever found. And when the government bought it, they made it a national treasure, worth over $1 million.
Whoa. See, some people just get so lucky in this life.
You would tap the pen against the car
I think I know this one.
and pull it away to reveal a colored rating. Inside the pen is a long magnet. When it's pressed against a brand new car, only a thin layer of paint separates the metal from the magnet. This makes the magnet stick for longer, as the rest of the pen pulls up higher to reveal a green rating. But if the car was badly damaged and patched up with putty, the pen barely sticks at all, showing a black rating and letting you spot hidden repairs in just seconds.
Oh, but why would you care to fix your car if it doesn't look bad? Like, does it really matter if it's messed up under the, like, if the car drives, the car drives. That's all I care about. Let's go to the next
You
one.
can scroll on your phone or work on the assignment. Most people choose
This is going to be a Zack D Films life lesson, people. Okay.
the phone. But it's not just because scrolling is more entertaining. It's because it delivers effortless attention. We're immediately
Yo, this is how I feel after 186 Zack D Films shorts. 800 more to watch.
attention. We're immediately locked in, and our brains love this. Scrolling immerses you in seconds, and assignments, well, they feel like they take forever to get going. But if you commit, remove distractions, and give the assignment the same attention you give scrolling,
Holy hairline, bro. Holy hairline. That is an M.
you'll be surprised at how locked in you feel within just 10 minutes.
I do like a to-do list. I'm gonna +1 this video. I gotta agree.
His house was in the way of the new
I know this story. I already recognize it. They tried to pay him $30 million to take his land to build a highway. He didn't take it.
road. They needed to bulldoze it. So they offered him over $200,000, but he refused. So they built the road around his house instead. They buried a concrete pipe that connected his house with the outside world, meaning the only way in or
Wait, this is different than the one I thought. How is this legal? I would be so mad.
out was through a tunnel. But cars passed by all day and night, surrounding the house with noise, and large trucks made the whole thing shake. So he finally moved out and regretted not taking the money.
That is genuinely brutal. I would be so mad. This is the most infuriating one so far. This is the most infuriating Zack D Films short I've seen.
If you built a crane with a 400,000-mile arm and you
That's a good intro.
attached a 6-mile wide cable to the moon, could you turn the moon into a giant wrecking ball? Well, the moon is already orbiting around Earth at over 2,000 miles per hour. So once you attach the cable, it would keep moving, and that amount of force would rip the crane from the Earth while dragging the cable around the planet as it moved.
Yo.
And even if you somehow slowed it down, it would just lose its orbit and crash straight into Earth.
Wow. Unfortunate scenario.
Police answered the 911 call, but heard nothing. So they sent officers to check the apartment. When they walked in, they saw a cat lying right next to the phone. And in the next room, his owner was lying on the floor. You see, he had fallen out of his wheelchair and couldn't get up. But he claimed that he had tried to teach his cat to dial 911 in an emergency. And the call came from inside the apartment with no
What? Cats are so smart.
one else inside.
Did the cat really do it?
As he began to play, hundreds of rats were drawn to the sound.
I have high hopes for this one.
They followed him through the streets of the town until he reached the river, where the rats walked into the water and drowned.
What?
Townspeople were relieved that the rats were removed. But when the piper asked for the money that he had been promised, they refused to pay.
Yo, what? Yo, no. No.
So he waited until the adults went to church, then he played another song on his pipe. And this time, the children of the town came out of their houses and followed the sound.
Let me guess, he's gonna lead the children into the ocean and they're all gonna drown.
The piper led them toward a mountain, leaving them in the wilderness.
Oh
and their
my.
parents never saw them again.
Yo, that revenge is crazy. They didn't pay you, so you just take their children from them to die in the forest.
Fold the long ends of the towel about this much and roll each short end to the center. Flip it over and fold it in half. Take a hand towel and fold it 3/4 down, then tuck the corners in, leaving a small gap. Turn it face down and roll the bottom up. Then bend it in half to create the head. Wrap a rubber band around the base and place the head inside the large towel. Fold the towel over it and stand it upright to complete your bear towel.
That's so cute. That's a S tier short. I'm liking that one. Guys, next video is video 200. This better be good.
When a crow dies, others gather around, staring at the dead bird and calling others
This is just like the elephant one from before.
to join in. Now, since the crows seemed to be sad, people believed this was a funeral. But if the dead crow is held by a human, the birds get more aggressive, dive bombing the person and calling out warnings to their friends. They even remember the human's face, telling the other crows and harassing that person for years. Meaning what looked like a funeral was really an investigation. They're figuring out what caused the death so they can avoid the same fate.
I'm pretty sure at one point I heard that crows are the smartest animal. W YouTube short, I like that one. Let's go to the next.
She crashed into a truck and her
Yo! How come people are always losing their limbs in these videos?
arm had to be amputated. Now, she was a talented violinist.
Oh
and
God, of course she was.
now that she couldn't play anymore, she became deeply depressed. But after seeing other people use prosthetics to play sports, she got inspired by their determination. She had a special prosthetic arm made. With a bow attachment she could control with her shoulder. After years of practice, she could finally play the violin again. And eventually, she even performed at the Paralympics.
Wow. You know what's sad though is that he didn't say that she won. Like if she got gold, that would have been mentioned.
If you line up a row of bricks on a flat surface and space them exactly one brick length apart,
Wait a minute.
as they fall on top of each other, each brick will knock the next one over. But the
And then once they knock them over, it does it again the other way. I've literally seen this on Instagram Reels.
last one doesn't have anything in front of it, which lets it slide forward just enough to make the brick in front of it fall flat. And as this
Yeah.
one slips forward, it lets
I didn't know that's how it worked
the
though.
next one fall, starting a backwards chain reaction until all the bricks have fallen in a perfectly straight.
That is literally so cool, bro. That is a good
If a cruise ship was headed for an iceberg, could it sink
Oh yeah, hypothetically.
just like the Titanic? Well, the Titanic's hull was only connected at certain points, which is why the iceberg ripped right through it. Modern ships are welded along every seam, making them much stronger. Now, if it somehow still broke, the cruise ship could sink. But the Titanic didn't have a good way to call for help, and it didn't have enough lifeboats for everyone on board, which is why so many died. Modern ships have satellite phones to call for help and enough lifeboats to help everyone get out alive.
They really messed up with the Titanic, didn't they?
As you write, tiny flakes of graphite rub off the pencil and onto the paper, sitting between the rough paper fibers. Now, when you rub an eraser against the mark, the soft rubber bends into the tiny grooves of the paper. And since it's stickier than the paper, the graphite from the pencil clings to the eraser instead. As you keep rubbing, it slowly crumbles away, carrying the trapped graphite with it. But if you don't have an eraser, you can just use a piece of bread, which essentially does the same thing.
Bread is made out of eraser? Oh, wow, what a twist. I did not know that was gonna happen. B tier short.
Stick the orange in a glass and
This is the one where he turns it into a candle. This short went very viral because people would test it and it would be real. So I have seen this one.
slice the peel all the way
I have
around.
seen this one.
Then slide a spoon under the peel to separate it from the fruit. Do the same on the other side before pulling off the top half. Now slowly wiggle the fruit out of the bottom, leaving the white core attached to the peel. Then pour olive oil over it until it's soaked and fill the bowl-shaped peel halfway before lighting the core. As it burns, it'll pull oil up through its fibers just like a wick, giving you a homemade candle that can burn for hours.
That one's true. I seen people test it.
Twist the Oreos apart and scrape the cream into a bowl. Then crush the cookies into tiny crumbs with a rolling pin. Mix in a splash of milk, and after it turns into a soft dough, you can roll it out into a thin sheet. Next, water down the cream with milk and smooth it over the dough. Roll it into a log and wrap it with plastic wrap to keep it moist. After chilling it in the fridge, you can slice it into small rounds to get Oreo sushi.
That looks so yummy. I want to try that. Wait, they should make that a product, bro. Oreo sushi. Get on that one, Oreos.
All the way across the world and proposed to her. But even though she loved him, her family disapproved.
No!
So she sent him home, heartbroken.
I kind of get it, bro. That with that hairline, you got to get on finasteride and minoxidil. It'll get you right, bro.
He never forgot her, and years later, he started dressing as a bronze statue, sitting on park benches. Tourists would pose for photos, but if they touched him, he would suddenly spring to life, making them laugh. Videos of his trick soon went viral, and the woman he had proposed to saw it.
Bro, Zack D Films posted a new video 3 hours ago. Oh my god, bro. You're saying we gotta go back. Oh my god. I have not watched this one. He literally uploaded this since I started. Oh. Alright, I guess we gotta watch this one next.
He got in touch and eventually admitted that she had always loved him. And after he flew back to her country, they were finally married, 23 years after he proposed.
Wow. L parent. Let's watch the one he literally uploaded since I started doing this. Let's see.
Glued the dead snail to a museum card before putting it on display, and it stayed in the same spot for years before they noticed that the card had become discolored. And when they removed it, they found a film over the shell's opening. So they placed it in warm water, and slowly the film softened, and the snail pushed its head out, still alive. It had survived by shutting its body down for 4 years until conditions were safe again.
Wow. All right. Well, interesting.
He tried to pull out just one pill, but 30 of them stuck to his hand, meaning he swallowed a massive dose of meth.
Bro, are you not looking at what you are eating, brother? How do you eat 30 pills on accident?
You see, in World War II, soldiers were given these pills for extra energy.
I do know that's true. I can fact check that.
And after taking all of them, he started skiing, leading his men away from enemy soldiers. But he had taken so many drugs that he soon lost them all. He skied over 60 miles alone and ended up lost in the wilderness with no supplies. Now, he was still so high that he just kept going day and night, crossing 250 miles on his own, until he finally stepped on a landmine. But despite his injuries, he didn't give up. He stayed awake, waiting for help to come, until
He was on so much meth. He literally stepped on a landmine and he kept going.
a plane finally spotted him and brought him back to safety.
Oh my god, that one is crazy. I'm gonna give it an A tier.
Score the hot dog
Let's go to the
on
next
both
one.
sides before throwing it on the griddle. Then grate cheese into a hot dog bun. Next, add the hot dog and another layer of cheese.
And the cheese will melt because the wiener is hot.
Pack it down tight
A moment of silence.
before oiling the griddle with butter. Then flip the whole thing cheese side down to fry it. Once the cheese is brown, turn it over, toasting the back lightly, then dip it in ketchup for the perfect grilled cheese hot dog.
Bang, wait. Grilled cheese hot dog sounds genius.
She watched his face turn black before growing long pointy ears and a snout. His skin changed
Why this woman saw people as dragons?
into scales, and his eyes turned yellow. And this happened to every person she saw. When she told doctors, they scanned her and found brain damage, which may have disrupted the part that controlled facial recognition and color. So they gave her medication to manage the symptoms, and she could finally live a normal life.
How does that even happen? What a weird thing.
Drill 2 holes into a bamboo tube and run a cord through them. Loop it around a piece of wood so it hangs inside. Next, carve 2 notches into the tube and slip the piece into 1 notch. Then bend a bamboo strip into a curve to create the spring. Push it through the other notch into the ground and connect it to the wood so tension holds it in place. Now place bait at the end. When a rat crawls past the wood, it snaps upward, pulling the cord tight around the rat's neck
They're hanging rats.
and lifting it off the ground.
Wow. He said every video is roughly 40 seconds. There's 3,331 vids. You will be here for 2,002. Oh, I don't know what number that is in minutes because of the comma. Not a joke. You can Google it. About 37 hours. Yo, 37 hours of Zack D films. No. You weren't here at the beginning of the stream though. I'm not actually watching all of them. I'm watching 1,000 of them. Because I roughly did the math before when I had this idea for this video, and I realized watching every single one is absurd. Like, that's not possible. Like, that's like 40 hours. But 1,000, that's a little bit more doable. So we're actually doing 1,000.
If you shoot a handgun straight into stacked rolls of toilet paper, the bullet would shred through the first rolls instantly. But each layer of paper drags against the bullet
He must have got this idea from Mr. Beast.
and slows it down a little more, meaning you would need 16 single-ply rolls, packed tightly together so there are no gaps to completely stop the bullet. Now, with 2-ply rolls, there's actually less paper per roll, so it takes closer to 24 before the bullet finally loses all its speed.
Really? 2-ply is weaker than 1-ply. Would have never seen that one coming. B tier short.
They dropped the hamster in front of the snake as food
That's so
because the
sad.
snake refused to eat frozen mice. But instead of attacking her, he treated her as a friend, cuddling up to the furry rodent. He even curled up to nap, allowing the hamster to sleep on his back.
Aww.
Eventually, the snake started eating frozen food again, and since they got along so well, the hamster was allowed to stay permanently.
See, this is what I'm saying, bro. It's the most wholesome, cutest thing ever when two animals of two different species are friends. S tier short. I like that one. This is the 4th fictional Zack D Films short, so you know this is about to be a movie.
He would steal the dog and take it home with him. But this wasn't just a random pet. You see, he did his research beforehand, hanging out in dog parks and looking for emotional owners. You know, the ones who loved their pets as if they were kids. Then he would follow them home, stake out the house, and take their dogs.
Bro, this guy's a
The
villain.
lost dog posters would appear, and when he offered his help, they always agreed. Money
Yo, what is this hustle, bro? There's gotta be better ways to make money.
was no object to these people. When he finally staged the reunion, he would live stream it, and it was always a hit. Hundreds of thousands tuned in live, and soon his videos even attracted sponsors. That's because he had a knack for finding the best targets, like Ernie, an elderly veteran with PTSD.
No.
And a support dog as his only companion. After stealing his dog, he streamed himself pretending to find him. And
You know what? How do you steal a dog? Like, would that not be really hard to do? That just, I don't know. I mean, I never stolen a dog before, but I feel like the dog would, like, not go with you or fight back or something.
teased a dramatic live stream of the reunion when he would return the animal. But when he stepped inside the veteran's house, the dog stopped dead in its tracks and started whining. Now, he shrugged it off with a smile. There were thousands of viewers watching. With a sharp tug, he managed to get the dog moving until he got to the kitchen and found the man on the floor, dead. Panicked, he fumbled with the record button, desperate to shut off the stream.
This wasn't supposed to happen.
He whispered.
Voice acting.
I just steal them. I give them back. I'm not a killer.
But the stream never actually stopped, and his followers heard everything.
That is funny. Yo, that would never happen in the real world. No, but, you know, it is a fiction one, after all. A tier, A tier, A tier, A tier, A tier.
Miles over the speed limit because you're late, you probably think that you're saving time. But at 70 miles per hour, it takes 51 seconds to drive a mile. And if you go 80, it takes 45 seconds, meaning you're only saving 6 seconds per mile. Now, you'll also catch up to slower cars faster, which means you'll tap the brakes more. You'll also switch lanes, and you'll have to be more cautious overall. And these tiny slowdowns add up and can easily wipe out those few seconds you saved almost instantly.
The small time you would save by speeding doesn't add up because the cortisol from being highly attentive and driving quickly will make your lifespan shorter.
If Artemis 2 tried to fly straight to the moon, Earth's gravity would keep pulling it back down. To escape this, the rocket would need massive engines with tons of fuel, which would cost way too much money. So instead, the rocket will launch upwards before tipping horizontally. Earth's gravity pulls it inwards, swinging the rocket in a circular path. And as it builds up speed, it climbs higher and higher, looping around Earth until it
Slingshot.
can escape its pull. Then, with a last push, it finally flies to the moon.
Exactly. See, they made this mistake with the first moon landing. I learned about this. They just went straight to it. They didn't do the slingshot method, and it uses way more fuel than they needed to. That is a little history lesson for you. I'm going to call this one a A-tier YouTube short.
A rich lawyer died, and in his will, he promised to give away his money to one woman in his city.
Yo, what are we doing, bro? Give it to your family. Yo.
But there was a catch.
There were no women in his city.
She had to have more kids than anyone else. So the women...
That's literally like Gold D. Roger in One Piece. That's like setting up the One Piece for the world when you die, but instead of it being a treasure, you're trying to increase birth rates. Bro, that is so smart. What?
started having babies as fast as possible, and some were pregnant every year of the contest. When the 10 years were up, 4 women had each given birth to 9 babies, meaning they were all tied for the winner. After months of court fights, the money was split between all the women.
That's an S tier short. I just find that fascinating.
The small country of Vietnam won the war against the US. Now, the US had more troops, more firepower, more technology than Vietnam could ever match. So how did they do this? Well, they used their dense jungle as cover, moving through tunnel systems that stretched for miles underground. They set booby traps along paths and ambushed patrols before vanishing back into the jungle. When the Americans bombed from above, the Viet Cong moved deeper into the forest. You see, the US tactics were designed for open war, not an enemy hiding in the jungle. North Vietnam won by fighting smarter, not bigger.
Wow. You know what? This short made me realize I am currently 4.5 hours into watching Zack D films, 237 videos. I do not feel brain rotted. Usually you would feel like completely mentally fried from watching shorts for this long, any kind of short form content. But nah, I feel like that goes to show how goated Zack D Films is. Like, his videos are not super overstimulating.
She folded the paper crane in her hospital bed, her hand shaking as she added it to the growing pile beside her. You see, 10 years earlier, she had survived the bombing of Hiroshima. But now, the sickness from the radiation was slowly taking over her body. Her friends told her an old legend. If you fold 1,000 paper cranes, the gods grant you a wish. She decided to make the cranes and wish to live. So every day, as she grew weaker, she kept folding. Cranes covered her bedside table, then the windowsill, then the chair next to her. And in just a month, she finished all 1,000, plus 300 more. But her wish didn't come true, and she passed away at just 12 years old.
That's so sad.
A statue was made in her honor, a girl holding a crane toward the sky. And soon, children around the world began folding paper cranes too, sending them to be placed beneath her statue.
Whoa, that's so sentimental. Wow, S tier short, Zack. S tier short.
They took a tissue sample from the dog and sent it to a lab where the DNA was taken out. Then,
wait, this is a recent story. I know about this one. They used AI to clone his dog, I'm pretty sure.
and they injected it into an empty egg cell.
See, this is a rare instance of WAI. Dog cloning AI, I can get behind that.
Which was placed inside a female dog. You see, the man's dog was from a super rare breed, and now that she was getting old, he knew it would be hard to find a replacement. So he decided to clone her, and when the puppy was born, she looked like an exact copy of his first dog. But even though her personality turned out completely different, the man loved her just the same.
I'm back after 4 hours. You are more intelligent. Yes, I'm telling you, I think that Zack D Films just makes you a little bit smarter.
Slice the cactus leaf off the plant and grab it with tongs to avoid the spikes. Next, scrape it clean with a knife. Cut off the edges and base, then rinse it in water to remove the spikes you missed. Pat it completely dry and coat it in oil and salt, then place it in a pan and press it down to fry. Once it's brown on both sides, put the cactus on a tortilla, add meat, sour cream, and herbs, and enjoy your cactus taco.
A cactus taco? I've heard about this. I never ate it before, though. I feel like it wouldn't be that good, but I could be wrong. I'm gonna call that one a B tier short. Let's go to the next one.
He pointed the revolver straight at the puppy.
What? Yo.
Aiming right at the dog's head. You see, he had tried to give them away, but he couldn't find anyone to take them. Now, one was tucked into his arm, while the other squirmed in his left hand. But as the puppy tried to escape, its paw slipped onto the trigger. The gun fired instantly, shooting him through the wrist. He
Yes!
but was charged with animal cruelty after
Yo, W dog, bro. The dog shot the dude. The dog shot that guy.
he confessed to the police. And the puppy that shot him was named Trigger and adopted by a family.
Holy aura, Trigger. That is tough. That is a tough name. I'm gonna have to give that one an S tier Zack D Films short. Bang. Let's go to the next one.
If you start in the middle square and your opponent chooses a corner, you'll both keep trying to block each other's moves, which will always end in a draw. But if they choose a side square instead, you can make your next move above or below your first mark. And even if your opponent blocks one winning line, you can use the corner square to create a second option. So once they block that line, you can still win the game with your next move.
That's true. I remember learning this at one point.
Place over 3,000 people in a single line to form the base. Then stack another slightly smaller layer on top, and if you repeat this step more than 3,000 times, you would have a stable triangle made from over 5.5 million people.
That is so many people.
And the person on top would be just tall enough to touch the Burj Khalifa's roof. But the wind
That is such a big building.
up there can be extremely strong, meaning the triangle probably wouldn't last very long.
Funny outro.
Add a few extra scoops so the coffee is strong. Then separate the yolk from the egg white like this. Plop it into a mug and add a teaspoon of sugar. Now beat
They're putting How do you make egg coffee? I've never heard of egg coffee in my life.
the yolk and sugar together until it's thick and frothy, like a golden cream. Then pour the hot coffee right in and stir. You see, the heat from the coffee gently cooks the egg yolk, while the sugar balances out the richness. Add in a splash of milk, give it a stir, and enjoy your coffee and an egg.
Does that taste good? Wait, I want to try that one. I'm going to give this a like so I can return to it. I'm going to give that one an A tier.
When you grab the handle, an electric current runs through the metal and into your arm. And the challenge is that you have 5 seconds to let go. But the electricity activates the nerves that cause your muscles to tighten, forcing you to grip the handle even tighter. Now, your brain will send signals to your hand, telling it to release, but since the electric current interferes with those signals, it's almost impossible to free yourself. Which is why most people just press the chicken switch.
I've never even heard of the Thor Hammer challenge. I want to try that.
He wrote a special code into the game as he was creating it, meaning a certain password entered 10 times would bring up a picture of him and his girlfriend,
What?
along with a marriage proposal. When it was released, he waited for her to play it. But 3 years passed, and she never touched the Game Boy. Eventually, a magazine
Wife.
interviewed him, and he told them the secret code to unlock the Easter egg. When his girlfriend read the article, she played the game, unlocking the hidden proposal, and the couple finally got married.
She should have played his game. Yo, your husband makes a video game and releases it? You're not gonna even try it? Nah, bro.
Place a grape on the bar and cover it with a hat. Then bet your friend $100 that you can eat the grape without touching the hat. Now, it seems impossible, so he'll probably agree to the bet. Then all you have to do is pretend that you're eating the grape and tell him to pay up. Now, he'll look confused, but you should insist that he pays because he lost the bet. At which point, he'll pick up the hat, see the grape, and laugh in your face. And that's when you actually eat the grape.
Good method.
If you fired a tank round at a row of phone books, they would be instantly shredded into confetti. Even with 10 rows of phone books, the round would still tear through them without a problem, traveling around 5,000 feet per second when it came out the other side. You would actually need a wall of over 1,700 phone books, stacked almost 300 feet thick, just to stop a single shot. But even then, the whole thing would probably go up in flames.
True.
He would transfer money from his credit account to his savings. Then the ATM canceled the transaction, but it still gave him the cash he requested earlier. You see, the machine glitched during the night and couldn't check how much money was actually
I think I've heard about this story.
in his bank account, meaning it would give the money anyway, even though it was more than what he had. And when the transactions finally went through, he would go back during the glitch hours and transfer more money to cover it. Soon, he was living like a millionaire, flying on private jets and throwing massive parties. But he had nightmares about police showing up, so he confessed
Yeah,
and
he
spent
turned
a
himself
year
in.
jail.
I would have not done that personally.
When you press down on the quarter, it'll punch straight through into the jar
Wait, how do you do this? I swear I've seen this trick
like
before.
magic. And this happens because the top is actually the wide end of a clear balloon. You see, the quarter is pressed into the underside and massaged in until the latex around it becomes thin and invisible. Then it's stretched over the jar with the quarter appearing like it's resting right on top. When you press down on the quarter, it'll punch straight.
So it's not, it's actually inside of the jar.
If you have a big essay you need to write, you'll probably avoid it by procrastinating. And this happens because the essay appears big and difficult, which your brain sees as a
This is going to be a life lesson from Zack D Films. Once again, lacking.
threat, and your brain is wired to avoid threats, which is how we survived in the wild. So to fix this, just commit to working on it for 5 minutes, with the promise that after the 5 minutes are up, you can stop.
I'm not gonna lie, if you have ADHD, this method is not working for you. This method is for neurotypicals only.
Seems like a good deal, so you'll probably do it. But in those 5 minutes, you'll stop seeing it as one big scary task, and you'll start chipping away at it with smaller objectives. This causes your brain to release dopamine, rewarding you for each little bit of progress. And by the time the 5 minutes is up, you'll most likely keep going.
Not gonna lie though, breaking it up into tasks does help. But for me personally, the 5-minute method has never worked for me.
As he picked up the package, he saw a human poop. So he checked the security footage and saw the delivery driver taking a dump. Then,
Yo!
pulling up her pants and running away. Half
Why?
an hour later, she was caught on a second camera, peeing in front of another customer's house after dropping off a package. And when Amazon found out, they searched for the driver and banned her from deliveries. But they never revealed her identity, so nobody knows why she did it.
Dude, this is the first F-tier Zack D Films short. I do not like that one. That is nasty. Get this off my
The men
screen.
ran straight through the Easter egg hunt, and moments later, a police helicopter appeared in the sky, searching for the suspects. But the children saw where the men went, so they dropped to the ground and formed an arrow, pointing in that direction. Police in the helicopter saw this.
It's not the first F-tier. Oh, I forgot. I forgot if I did that or not. I feel like I didn't, but I could be wrong.
And radioed officers on the ground, and they quickly arrested the suspects before posing for photos with the children. Fold your tongue back and use your first two
This is a tutorial I can test.
fingers from
All right, you know we're about to do this method.
each hand to push it down firmly. Next, press your pointer fingers into the sides of your mouth to block the air and fold your lips over your teeth. Take a deep breath before clamping down on your first knuckle. Then breathe out forcefully. This pushes the air over your tongue and through the small gap between your fingers. And if you keep adjusting your fingers, lips, and tongue, you'll eventually find the right combination to create a loud whistle.
Wait, I'm not making a loud whistle, but I'm doing a whistle noise. Yo, I got it for a second. I can't do it for a prolonged period of time, but I did it for a second. I can confirm that video is true.
They rolled him into the nursing home, even though he didn't want to go. And they took his beloved dog with them when they left. Now,
This is a rare fiction Zack D Films short. I think this is the 5th one we've gotten in total so far.
his days were filled with pills, checkups, and bland meals served on trays. But without his dog, everything felt hollow. He began to notice things. Pills left untouched, piling up on tables. Now he recognized these medications. Drugs that, mixed wrong, could be deadly. And soon after, people around him started dying, one by one. Each loss explained away by staff as just old age. Late one night, he called his daughter and whispered,
It isn't safe here.
he begged her to let him move back home, but she just asked if he had been taking his pills. As the days passed, more deaths followed. Then a nurse collapsed suddenly in the dining hall. This time, there was no explanation. The staff scrambled, ordering cameras to be installed. Weeks later, his daughter was called in for a meeting. The police were there. They pulled up grainy footage of the old man. He was crushing pills, mixing the powder into the communal sugar jar. A
Yo, you could really get away with this if you wanted to.
nurse stirred the sugar into her coffee, took a sip, and collapsed. It was him.
That animation was funny.
The family turned in horror, but he just smiled
All because they took away his dog.
while petting his dog.
I told you, it isn't safe here.
Classic old geezer.
Slice the apple in half and set 2 butter knives
Oh, this one's iconic.
on each side. Now, cut down toward the core until you hit the butter knives. Then turn the blade and cut out a chunk. And do the same on the other side to create smaller slices. Then spread them out to look like a wing. And repeat the same on the other side. Carve a small groove in the body and shape the other half into a head before pressing in 2 seeds for the eyes. Then place the head on top of the body, giving you a swan made from an apple.
I really want to eat that. I feel like it would be so satisfying to make the swan and just eat the whole thing.
Turn your hand upside down while pushing the coin up with your thumb. Once it sticks up above your first finger, let it fall flat behind your knuckle and use your middle finger to stop it from sliding. Next, raise your first finger while lowering your middle finger. The coin will settle in the gap between them before falling flat. Continue flipping it until it rests in the gap next to your pinky. Let it fall through and catch it with your thumb, pressing it to your palm and starting the trick all over again.
That would be cool to see someone do.
Squirt the glue into a bowl with melted mozzarella cheese and mix it together.
Glue and cheese?
Then stuff it between the edges of a pizza slice. Stick putty under the rest of
Oh, this has got to be for like a commercial. Like how they do pizza, how they do up pizza for a commercial.
the pizza to keep it in place, and carefully add some fresh toppings. Add some bright lights around it to make the cheese glow, and finally pick up the pizza slice to get the perfect cheese pull.
Exactly.
Drop down
What is that face, bro? What is that face?
Onto your hands and toes, get your back flat, your arms straight, and your hips low. Then push off with both legs as your arms pull forward. You can run on all fours.
I want to test that. I'm not, but I would like to.
But human arms are too short to match your legs, so you would lose speed. And even if your arms were longer, your spine would need to bend in a long arc. But it's designed to stay upright and isn't flexible enough. Your shoulder joints and wrist would eventually be injured since they can't take your full weight for that long. You see, humans are built for efficient upright movement and endurance, not explosive four-limb speed. If you drop...
Wow, interesting. I did not know that dogs had to have equal length hands to feet. B tier, maybe A tier.
He placed a hat on the cat's head before putting her inside the ticket window. You see, the train station barely had any passengers, so the owner began preparing to shut it down. But when he saw a stray cat living there, he decided to make her the official station master instead. Now, the story...
Yo, I'm noticing so many like strange patterns with his videos. People missing limbs, cutting wood, employed animals. Like, these are the three most random like categories of videos that he keeps making. I don't know why, but I've noticed those three. It's so weird.
He went viral, and tourists came from all over to see her, filling up the trains. When she died years later, they put up a statue in her memory, and another cat took her place, keeping the train station running to this day.
Oh, so cute. I'm gonna give it an A tier.
They gave him the underwear.
What?
Before dressing in his costume at Disney
Oh, I know a guy that does this.
World. And at the end of the day, he handed them back. And the other performers did the same. Now, they were supposed to be washed, but the next day, some of the underwear still smelled bad. And soon, workers started itching, claiming they caught lice and scabies from the dirty clothes. After months of complaints, Disney finally agreed to give workers their own underwear.
Yo, I gotta send this. I know a guy that works at Disney as Goofy. I gotta send him this short. I'm gonna like it to send it to him. That's a F tier. That's nasty. I don't know why Zack made that one. Let's go to the next one.
They stuffed the engine into the fighter jet before adding a propeller.
It's you, bro. I don't work at Disneyland on the side.
And as it flew, the tips of the blade rotated faster than the speed of sound, creating loud shock waves each time the blades even moved. And since it was spinning thousands of times every minute, over 100 sonic booms could burst out in a single second. The impact threw off the balance of nearby workers, who started vomiting everywhere. The project was eventually shut down, and one of the world's loudest...
It was so loud they vomited? How is that possible?
...planes now sits quietly in a museum.
They made a plane too loud. Let us proceed.
He tried to pull out an ingrown hair.
He's still doing it? Yes, bro. 5.5 hours in, we're still watching Zack D films.
Bacteria slipped inside the tiny wound, and the infection started spreading through his body. His organs began
All because of a hair?
shutting down as he kept getting sick. Doctors placed him into a coma, and he was hooked up to life support. His family was told he had about a 4% chance of surviving. He had to spend a month in critical care, all thanks to
Wait a minute. That's the fastest I've ever heard Zack D films say a sentence. You hear that?
life support. His family was told he had about a 4...
He had about a 4... Yo, he's always like... His family knew he had about a 4% chance to live. Here he's going, he had about a 4%. I never heard Zack speak that loud. I never heard him speak that fast. Interesting.
hair, all thanks to one ingrown hair.
Unfortunate. I'm gonna give it a C tier.
A finger prick would pull just a few drops of blood that would move through tiny channels where lights and sensors would read it and print results. It was her invention, and she said it would change medicine forever. Now, people believed her, and investors poured in money until she became a billionaire.
Bro, I've literally heard about this on the Lemonade Stand podcast, I think.
But she had a secret. You see, her team didn't even use the machine.
Yes, I did hear about this, bro. I was educated by a podcast. I literally know about this.
They used normal lab equipment behind the scenes and pretended the result came from her invention. People trusted the fake results. Investors trusted her confidence. But when the truth finally came out, she was charged with fraud and sent to prison.
Unfortunate. I think that's a S tier just for the sheer magnitude of the story. Like, she became a billionaire off a scam.
If you took all the ice in Antarctica and
I'm gonna give that one a B tier.
packed it into one giant snow cone, how big would it be? Well, Antarctica holds so
I love the oversized hypothetical ones. I love the oversized hypotheticals.
much frozen water that if you spread it around at 3 feet deep, it could wrap around the globe over 50 times. But if all that ice were shaped into a single snow cone, the base would stretch 250 miles across, and the cone would rise almost 400 miles into the air. That's tall enough to punch through the atmosphere, shoot past the edge of space, and rise higher than the International Space Station.
At that point, it would melt, though. If it is on fire, that's pretty fire, though. That one's an S tier.
They took his laptop and threw him inside a hotel room. You see, the teenager had been arrested for hacking a tech company, but his address
This is the guy that leaked GTA 6. Whoa, I did not know that he made an animation of this story.
and information were leaked online. So he was kept in this hotel room for his own safety. But with his iPhone, a smart TV device, and a keyboard, he hacked into Rockstar Games' private messages and posted nearly 100 clips of GTA 6, along with the actual game code. He was rearrested, and since the court decided he was a risk to the public, he's now in a psychiatric hospital.
I feel like that guy should get a job. He's a genius. Don't lock him away. Like, employ him for that. That's insane. Bro, I think that's an S tier story. That's insane.
If you were shrunk down and injected into someone's vein,
What?
every heartbeat would pull you toward the heart, but the body would see you as a threat, and it would alert the white blood cells, which would rush over to swallow you. Now, if you managed to get past them, you would be pushed into the right side of the heart and immediately pumped straight out into the lungs. The vessels would turn into tiny tubes that slow down the blood, which would end up trapping you there.
That is uncomfortable. I don't like that short. I'm gonna give it a D tier. I don't think it's F.
He called the police,
Sorry, I am losing my mind.
saying that he had a gun and was holding people hostage. But instead of his house, he gave the police a stranger's address. Now, of course, the police treated it as real. Officers surrounded the house with rifles drawn. The owner answered the door, raising his arms, but he stepped back and lowered one hand, thinking he was reaching for a weapon.
Wait, I think I know about this story. I saw this. This was like a YouTuber, I think, getting swatted.
An officer
Or
fired
a streamer or something.
at him, killing the man. After the police learned what happened, investigators discovered that he made other fake calls, and he was sentenced to 20 years in prison.
Yeah, I saw that on Keemstar like 10 years ago.
The components are pushed
Yo, we're almost at 300.
The components are pushed into the circuit board, and to connect them by hand, you would have to solder each one, which would take
Is that how you spell solder? I did not know that solder was spelt that way.
Each one, which would take forever. Instead, you could dip the bottom into a special chemical, which cleans the wires. Next, hold it over a bath of melted solder. And as you lower it slowly, the solder touches the wires underneath and sticks to them, fixing all the
that was
components in
satisfying.
place at once.
I liked that dip. A tier. That's a A tier.
The fat is taken from the
Is this an Ozempic video?
dead person's body, then screened for diseases. Next, most
Bro, this is so
their
nasty.
DNA is removed, and the purified fat is sucked into a syringe. The doctor then injects it into your butt to make it look
It's a BBL tutorial.
rounder. And since the dead person's fat has way less DNA,
Yo, Kim Kardashian has dead people in her butt. How did I never know this? There's literally dead people in Kim Kardashian's butt. I did not know that's how they did it.
your body thinks it belongs there. So your cells attach to the tissues, setting it in place. But since it can cost up to $100,000, it's really only for rich people.
That cost $100,000. I'm gonna give that one a C tier. A little bit gross, but also weirdly fascinating. Next one is 300.
Police would wear an electric rattle on their helmets that spun loudly, and it would alert other officers to rush in and to control riots.
This has got to be in the UK. They look too goofy to be American.
Next, a hose could be rolled out of their backpack, which held a portable water tank, allowing them to hose people down. And if anyone got too close, electric wires hidden in their sleeves could shock them into submission. And this is what people in the 1800s thought future police would look like. Now, some of these tools did get developed, just not exactly like they thought.
They had an idea for future police. All right. Next video is number 300. This better be a hit.
As she drank, she swallowed the pearls whole in her boba tea. And since she did this regularly, her stomach couldn't digest them fast enough, causing them to pile up. The gooey pearls stuck together and blocked
Okay, this is gross, bro. This one is
her
gross.
intestines, which made it impossible to poop. Doctors finally took an x-ray and found over 100 pearls stuck inside her. But after giving her laxatives, the girl was finally able to go to the toilet again.
Wow, the big 3-0 and it's an F tier, bro. Oh my god, that was nasty, bro. I did not want that. Why did they make the female sign blue?
When the moon
301, fellas. The stream ends at 333 today. We run it back another day, and we do his most popular videos. This is just his newest ones.
is in the same part of the sky as the sun, its bright side faces away from us so we can't see it. Now, if you aimed a big flashlight at it, you might think you could light it up, but even the strongest
This is a hit.
flashlight only reaches around 3 miles. To fully light it up, you would need a flashlight so big, it would stretch almost all the way across America, and you would need over 3,600 times the total electricity used on Earth in a single day. But the heat would be so intense, it would boil the seawater around it, turning the sky white and cooking all the sea animals at once.
See, this is what I love to see. This is the kind of short that I love to see. If this was number 300, I would have literally popped off and screamed.
Mix the raw cornmeal with water and form it into a ball. Then put it in your mouth, rolling it and coating it with spit. This will break down the starches into sugar. Next, spit it out and repeat this until there's dozens of balls. Then lay them out to dry before boiling them with different spices for about an hour. After it cools, strain it into a giant clay pot, then cover it up. And as the days pass, the liquid will start to ferment, and over time, you'll have an ancient beer made from spit.
An ancient beer made from spit. Can I get a beer the old-fashioned way? I want to try this. That sounds interesting. That was a cool short. I'm gonna give that one an S tier. That is very fascinating to me. Let's get to the next.
He sliced his palm just as he was removing a cancerous tumor from a patient. And those cancer cells entered his body through the cut. 5 months later, a lump began growing in that exact same spot. And tests showed that it was the same rare cancer he had removed from his patient. He needed surgery to remove it, but 2 years later, he was cancer-free.
Heartwarming.
Driver slipped him some cash. The traffic cop would just let him go. And this happened all over the city. So the mayor fired almost 2,000 cops and hired a group of mimes. Instead of writing
What? This one's goofy. I like this one.
tickets, they made fun of jaywalkers and mocked dangerous drivers, which embarrassed them in public. Next, he sent out thumbs down signs to citizens, which they used to shame rule breakers, and the number of traffic deaths dropped by more than half.
What? It actually worked? Interesting. I'll give that one an A tier.
The toilets started overflowing, while the lines for water became
This might be an F tier one right off the get-go. I don't like it when Zack D Films makes a freaky poop short.
super long. This was because the crowd was way too big. Some people were so thirsty, they smashed open the pipes so they could get water faster,
Bro. What?
creating massive mud pits that many people jumped into. But the sewage from the bathrooms started leaking in, and without realizing what it was, some people spread it all over
No. This is the worst one. This is the worst one.
themselves, ending up with bleeding gums and painful sores all over their mouths. After all the injuries and dozens of other issues, it went down as one of the worst music festivals in history.
No, bro. Disliked Z tier. This is not even F tier. This is Z tier. This is the worst one so far.
If you replaced the fake hot dog in a Wienermobile with a
What is a Wienermobile? Excuse me?
real one, it would be way too small. Instead, you would need to gather 180 pigs, grind the meat, and stuff it into one tube before cooking it. Then bake a 9,000-pound bun, reinforcing the bread so it won't collapse. Next, place a truck frame underneath. Hollow the hot dog from the inside before building a cage to keep it from caving in, giving you a drivable truck. But within a few hours, the meat would sweat and soak everything. Then it would start to rot, meaning everything would eventually fall apart.
Yeah, that one's gonna be an F tier, Zack. I don't think anybody was asking that question, and we did not want to hear your answer.
He shoved food into his mouth, trying to gain weight as
Oh my god, we are just on a L streak, Zack. Zack, you need to just, like, go outside for a day.
fast as he could. You see, his father was dying, and a bone marrow transplant was his only chance. Now, the boy's body was a match, meaning his bone marrow could save his dad. But he was too small, and if he couldn't gain a little over 30 pounds, he wouldn't be able to do it, and his father would die. So he ate 5 meals
Wait, it's a heartwarming story.
a day, and after 3 months, he finally weighed enough, and the transplant was successful.
Wow. W son. That wasn't so bad. I thought it was gross at the beginning, but it was actually a heartwarming story. I'm gonna give it an A tier.
She picked up the call and heard her daughter sobbing for help while a man claimed he had her in his truck. The woman ran for help, but she was overwhelmed by the shock and her heart stopped beating. She collapsed to the ground and had to get shocked 3 times to survive. But when the police went to her house, they found the daughter perfectly safe. You see, they think the caller took her social media videos and used AI to make a copy of her voice, real enough to even trick her own mother. She picked up
That is
the
demented. Yo. B tier because the real life story is insane.
Climb onto the bull and grip the rope tightly with your non-dominant hand. When it kicks its front legs up, raise your dominant arm for balance and gently squeeze your legs around its sides, making sure that your posture is straight. And when the bull raises its hind legs, push your hips forward while shifting your dominant arm to keep your balance. Keep repeating these movements until the ride ends, and then leave quickly. Otherwise, it might not end well for you.
Good to know. C tier, kind of mid.
After the officer died in the line of duty, his squad car was later put up for auction. And when his son found out, he scraped together all the money he had.
Wait. Why does this guy look so realistic? Yo. Why is this guy just like strangely more realistic than any other character in Zack D films so far? What is going on with this guy? I don't get it.
All the money he had, even asking the internet for help, hoping to hold on to this last piece of his dad. He raised $15,000, but at the auction, the bid kept going up, and he soon realized his chance was gone. The car was finally sold to a rancher for $60,000, but as soon as he got the keys, he immediately handed them over to the son, revealing that he planned to give it to him all along.
Wow.
The son hugged him tightly and was finally reunited with his father's car.
So cute. I'm gonna give it an S tier for being the most realistic human in all of the Zack D films verse.
They would pull out the motor from an electric shaver before cutting the tip off an empty pen. Next, they would bend a toothbrush and tape the motor and the pen to each side. A piece of wire was sharpened into a point, then pushed into the pen tube, and a shirt button and pin would connect the tube to the motor. When they hooked it up to a battery, the motor would move the tube, pushing the sharp wire up and down.
What?
Ink was smeared on the prisoner's skin, and the needle pushed it inside, creating a prison tattoo that would usually get infected.
Oh. I was gonna say that's cool. I'm gonna give that one B tier.
When she died, her son stuffed her body in a closet. And since he didn't tell anyone, her pension checks kept coming.
Method.
Until 3 years later when her ID expired. Without it, he couldn't claim the money, so he put on makeup and a wig.
There's no way. He pretended to be grandma.
Then dressed in her clothes and went to renew it. But the worker noticed stubble on the woman's chin
Oh my god. You didn't shave?
and called the police. They checked the woman's house and found her mummified corpse, and the
Why did he keep it in the house?
son was quickly arrested. When
Bro, if you're gonna pull a scam like that, you genuinely gotta lock in better than that. That is insane.
he laid down on the bridge, and his frat brothers marked where his feet ended. Then he got up and did it again, starting where the last mark was made. They repeated this process across the entire bridge until they had measured it in Smoots, the student's last name.
Oliver R. Smoot. What a strange name.
Now, the story spread, and every year students would repaint the markings. It even became a real unit of measurement on Google,
Bro became a unit of measurement.
meaning you could measure your commute in Smoots. You could even stack them on top of each other. And when you reached 260 Oliver Smoots plus one leg, you would have measured the height of the Empire State Building.
Ooh, that is a good short. I like that story. That's funny and good. S tier.
If you shoot samurai armor with an arrow, it would bounce off the overlapping plates. This is because the armor was built with layers of iron and leather, making it incredibly strong and flexible. Now, when early firearms were introduced, the samurai adapted and redesigned their armor with thicker iron plates. And in some cases, it could actually stop the low-powered bullets. But as guns became more powerful, the bullet would easily penetrate even the best samurai armor. If you
Wow. Oh, how the samurai have fallen.
If your dead body was crushed into a cube,
What?
it would take up the same space as a suitcase.
That's not true.
And if we did this for all 8.2 billion of us, the cube would cover about the same space as one of JFK Airport's terminals. Now, if you include the size of the coffin, a normal burial for everyone
What
would
is
take
this one?
8 times that much space, which is why some cemeteries are running out of room.
All right, I'm gonna give that short a F tier. That is very weird, Zach.
He claimed a flying saucer landed near the farm. Then small silver creatures with glowing eyes began appearing around his family's house,
What?
looking through the windows and doorways, while the terrified family watched from inside. For several hours, they shot at the creatures, then drove to the police station. Officers returned to the house with backup, and they found the shotgun shells, but nothing else. The story made the news, but the Air Force called it a hoax. Others argued that the spaceship was really just a meteor, and the aliens were just owls. He claimed a flying saucer.
That is weird. I'll give that one an A tier. Fascinating story.
He filled the bags with snakes before stuffing them inside his pants. Then he
Wow, okay, we're getting some very interesting pulls.
walked up to the border crossing, hoping he could smuggle them into the country where they could be sold as exotic pets. But when the customs officer stopped him for inspection, they found over 100 living snakes wiggling in his pants,
What?
which they confiscated. But that hasn't stopped others from trying to do the same thing.
How do you have over 100 snakes in your pants? That one's gotta be a C tier. It's a little bit weird, but also very fascinating.
He traded a red paperclip for a pen in the shape of a fish, and this was later exchanged for a custom doorknob. Next, he traded for a camp stove, and then a generator, and the generator was traded for a keg party. From there, he got a snowmobile, which he traded for a trip across Canada. He swapped the trip for a
Yo, how far is this gonna go?
van and exchanged the van for a recording contract, which he swapped for a 1-year condo rental. He turned that into a day spent with Alice Cooper, then a Kiss snow globe. He traded the snow globe to a movie director who promised him a part in a movie. Now, people all over the world followed his story, waiting to see what he would trade next. And
Paperclip to a house.
exactly 1
Predicted.
year after he started, he exchanged his movie role for a house, famously turning one red paperclip into a home.
Wow, what a hit YouTube short to get for the final one of the day. To be honest, I've seen this short already, so it's nothing insane.
When you get stitches, a doctor threads a needle through your wound and pulls it tight to close the skin. As the stitches hold the edges together, the wound becomes inflamed as new cells begin to repair the tissue. Afterwards, connective tissues and collagens start to create skin. Then, blood vessels form to nourish these developing tissues, filling in the area. And over a few weeks, the wound will have healed together and the stitches are removed.
Wow. A few things I'm noticing. First of all, first video of the day, 334. One of many. Second thing I notice, this video does not have subtitles. That must be a new Zack D Films edition.
If you get a splinter, most people just go ahead and pull them out. But sometimes they get lodged so deep into your skin that you can't reach them. If the area gets infected, it will start to swell as pus forms under the skin. This creates pressure around the splinter that can sometimes push it upwards towards the skin's surface.
First thing I noticed, this video has subtitles and the last one doesn't.
And if you're lucky, after
Wait! The iconic blue background of Zack D Films. We didn't get this last time. I feel like he stopped doing this in his new videos. Zack, you should bring it back. It's iconic to your brand.
After a certain period of time, your body could have completely removed it from your skin.
So your body tends to eat the splinter. I'm not gonna lie, these popular shorts so far are more educational than funny, interesting, or zany. I'm gonna give that one a C tier.
Have you ever noticed how odd the
I've seen this short. This is the first one, too, that we have watched video number 336 with real life people in it. Let's continue the current one.
McFlurry spoon is? Well, some people think it's supposed to work like a straw, but you only have to try that once to realize it does not work. The true reason for these weird spoons is actually pretty genius. You see, McDonald's didn't want to clean their beaters after every McFlurry, so instead, they designed a spoon that would also work as the mixer.
That is a good short, a twist on a classic. Everyone knows the straw, but nobody knows its purpose unless you're an employee. For the first non-animated one, that one's pretty good. I like that. All right, let's go to the next one.
If you shot a bullet at ancient armor, some people think it could actually stop the impact. But armor like chainmail was designed to block slashing swords. And plate armor was even better at deflecting strikes by spreading the blunt force across more area.
That is so genius.
But these materials weren't very good at stopping arrows, which had enough energy to enter the armor. So a bullet would have no trouble going right through.
Interesting.
If everyone on Earth clipped their toenails and threw them into the ocean, you might think they'd float and blanket a huge area. But toenails don't actually float, so they would...
Zach, how is this your 8th the most viewed YouTube short in all of history?
pile up at the bottom of the ocean. As over 82 billion clippings rain down, it would choke fish and smother the seafloor until a massive pile broke through the surface. And after this global clipping, you would have a walkable toenail island, 10 times bigger than Central Park. If
This is the type of thing you'd send to your mom, not gonna lie. My mom would like this short. She'd think it's very funny. I'm gonna give that one an A tier. No. That might be an S tier, actually.
When a firing squad shoots a prisoner, one of the bullets actually isn't real. You see, one of the rifles is loaded with a blank, but it still fires and kicks back when the trigger is pulled. The soldiers aren't told which rifle it is, casting doubt on who actually shot and killed the man. This way, the soldiers can feel less guilty and sleep at night, knowing there was a chance that they weren't the one to kill him.
That is so clever. But why do they need people to kill them? Why don't they just like throw people in machines to kill them?
Have you ever wondered how this trick is done? It's one of the...
Oh, this is a OG Zack D films. Not only can you tell his voice is different, but it's videos. It's not animated.
One of those things where you know he can't actually be making the salt disappear, but it's still confusing to look at. Well, it turns out that the simplest explanation is the right one. Look closely at his hand during this shot. Do you notice how he sort of grabs his thumb here? Well, this is because he's using a prop called a Dofi finger. He holds it in his fist like a cup, fills it up with the salt, gets it onto his other thumb, and then grabs it off his thumb back into the first position. Watch it again and see if you can notice.
Interesting though, Zach, I'm gonna give that one a B tier. I prefer the animated content. I'm glad that you pivoted to that later on in your career.
If you lose one of your adult teeth,
Bro, why is the tooth backwards?
the bone where the tooth once was can start to deteriorate. To prevent
Oh, that was the enamel under the tooth. Got it.
further damage, a dentist will fill the cavity with a synthetic material that mimics real bone. Once filled, a metal bracket is secured on top and the incision is closed. After the graft has healed, a large implant post is inserted into the new bone. Then a small metal piece is screwed in and a porcelain tooth is secured on top.
Porcelain? Let's go to the next video.
Opened the pallet of ammunition only to find it was full of Tootsie Rolls. You see, Tootsie Roll was a code name for mortar rounds, which the Marines desperately needed. But the radio operator who received the order didn't know that and sent the actual candy instead.
Yo, why would this dude send that? You gotta be dumb as bricks. You know what? Maybe it's their fault. Why didn't they fill him in with the code word? No, there's a lot of people at fault in this situation.
At first, the Marines were angry, but the sub...
Imagine you're in war and you get your supply drop and it's literally Tootsie Rolls. No, bro, I would be mad.
Freezing temperatures had frozen all their food, and the candies ended up sustaining them over the next few days. They even used them to plug bullet holes by warming them up and letting them freeze in place.
It's always so crazy how resourceful humans can be in dire situations.
And eventually, the real mortar rounds did arrive.
Okay, that is a cool story. I think I'm gonna go that one S tier. He should reanimate his classics.
You accidentally touched a table saw.
Oh, do not attempt. Oh, okay.
You'd probably think your fingers would be cut off. But this isn't always the case. You see, some modern high-end saws actually know the difference between wood and your skin. Once your finger comes in contact with these special saws, it immediately detects the electrical conductivity from your skin. This triggers an
This is similar to what happens when you have metal in your mouth and you eat Captain Crunch.
immediate mechanical response that stops the blade in less than 5 milliseconds.
I want to test that, but that'd be so scary. Oh my god, chat.
Have you ever wondered about this little dangly thing at the back of your throat?
That's called a uvula.
Well, even though it looks like a miniature punching bag, it actually serves a handful of important functions. You see, when you swallow food, this thing called a uvula actually swings backwards to prevent the food from going up your nose. It's also constantly producing saliva to keep the throat moist, which aids in swallowing. And
I thought that the saliva came from the bottom. Like, just me saying that probably activated everyone's saliva glands watching this.
because there's a tiny
I love femboys. All right, bro. You thought no one would see that message.
muscle inside the uvula, it can move around, which helps you speak.
That is a little bit gross, but informative. I'm gonna give it a B tier.
If you stuck a long sword
Oh, I've seen this one.
out of a car, aiming for a tree, the sword would obviously snap and rip from your hands. But what if the sword is unbreakable? You have an indestructible grip, and your body is physically immovable. Well, the force would then transfer to the car. It would screech to a halt as the sword hits. But what if the car can't stop
Actually, I think that you would go around it in a circle, no?
and is forced to keep moving? Now the tree should split in half. But if the tree is indestructible too, with no way to break, bend,
Oh, I thought the tree was indestructible on the last one. Never mind.
or stop, the energy has nowhere to escape. Would this unleash a massive shockwave as powerful as a nuclear explosion? Or worse, something reality itself isn't equipped to contain?
I'm gonna give that video an A tier. I like the hypothetical.
Imagine waking up in a coffin and realizing that you were mistakenly buried alive.
They should do that one to Mr. Beast.
Now, this wouldn't happen with the medical guidelines we have today. But in the 19th century, old
Oh no. Don't tell me of a situation where this happened, man.
coffins were found with scratch marks on the inside, making this a legitimate concern. So as a solution, they started adding strings inside the coffins that traveled up to the ground and were connected to a little bell. And
That can't be true. You need so many little bells. You'd need so much rope. That doesn't seem worth it.
if you woke up underground in a coffin, you could just ring the bell, signaling that you're still alive.
That was interesting. I did not like it though. Just like the slide one, it's uncomfortable. I'm gonna want a B tier.
You use a derma roller. It pushes a bunch of tiny needles into your face, creating small punctures across the surface. Your brain perceives these small holes as wounds, which triggers your body's natural healing response. The body then sends out cells to make collagen and elastin, which helps your skin stay firm and stretchy. Over time, these cells strengthen the skin, giving a firmer and more youthful appearance.
That is such a clever invention. Does that actually work? Wow, humans really are clever, aren't they? Let's go to the next one. I'm gonna give that one an A tier.
A tiny nail is placed inside the drilled hole. Then it's glued shut and repainted. This makes one side of the die heavier, causing the opposite side to land face up more often, allowing you to cheat. Another method is heating the die slightly, with the number you want pointing upward.
What? Oh, because the heat rises, so it weighs it to the top one.
As it cools down, the melted part settles unevenly, which changes
Oh, it melted.
its balance, making it more likely to land on your chosen number. And sometimes, certain sides of the die are shaved down to make them flatter. The flatter side doesn't roll as easily, making it land on the bottom with the number you want facing up.
Whoa, there's so many clever ways to cheat in this world. That one might be an S tier, I'm not gonna lie.
If you get a skin tag, some people think you can just rip them off yourself, but you actually shouldn't do this. You see, skin tags are connected to your body by a thin piece of tissue, and if you looked inside of it, the tag actually has its own nerves and blood vessels. Ripping it off would cause significant bleeding, and the open wound would be susceptible to infection. Instead, if you want them removed, a doctor can freeze them off with liquid nitrogen, which is a
Oh my
better
god,
option.
wait, I actually did this when I was a kid. No, bro, I literally did this when I was a kid. I had one of these on my knee, and my mom went to the store. I did this myself. I didn't even know what was going to happen. It was just like this tube, and I was like, what is this tube? Apparently, it'll get it off. So I just used it. You press down on it, and it like froze it off, and it hurt. I didn't even know what was going to happen. I was like, oh my god, what is happening to my knee right now? And then it came off and never came back, so... You know what? It worked out.
The soldier's foot would break through a hidden bamboo slat and into a hole if they stepped onto a cartridge trap. Inside, a bullet was positioned on top of a nail that was fastened to a wooden board. And when the soldier's foot hit this shell, it pushed the nail into the primer. This caused the shell to suddenly explode and shoot back up at the soldier.
I feel like that one was cool, but the animation could have left more to desire. I'm gonna give that one a C tier, Zach.
When a tiny frog
The animation is good on this one.
hops into a giant tarantula's burrow, it seems like it's walking right into a trap. But the spider checks the frog with its legs, and if the frog has the right chemical signals, it's safe. The frog helps by munching on ants that could attack the spider's eggs. In return, the tarantula becomes the frog's bodyguard, scaring off bigger predators. It makes the frog seem like a pet, but they're really just tolerant roommates.
I have said this many times while watching Zack D films. Nothing in the world is more wholesome than when two separate species animals are like homies.
If you touch a cactus,
The classic blue grid of Zack D films. This is definitely from a certain era of his content.
you'll probably get the spines stuck in your skin. And if you try to pull them out, you can actually break them off in your flesh because they're so fragile.
Wait, I think that this is just going to be the same as the very second short we watched today, which was about splinters.
So instead, you should apply a layer of glue over the area. Once it is dried, quickly peel it off in a smooth motion. This will pull out the spines evenly, causing them to stay intact.
Wait, I saw Sambucha test this one too. This was false.
His teeth were
Ew!
infected and fell out. So by the time he became president,
Yo, he looks like he has man-baby disease.
he only had one tooth left. It was removed to fit his dentures, but they weren't made of wood like you might think. Instead, they were crafted from the teeth of animals and even other humans. But they barely fit and were painful to wear. This made it hard to speak, and he even avoided smiling, which is why he looks so grumpy in all of his portraits.
Oh, that was George Washington lore. Yes, he got his wooden teeth from slaves. That is dark. I remember hearing that and I was like, this is vile. Either way, I'm gonna give that one an F tier. Gross. Let's go to the next one.
Inserting Q-tips in your ear actually just pushes most of the earwax further in. This is so bad for you that even the Q-tip box says not to do it.
Then what's the point of a Q-tip?
But odds are you'll still use them even after watching this video. Why? Well, using Q-tips leads to what dermatologists refer to as the itch-scratch cycle. The more you use them, the more your ears itch. And the more your ears itch, the more you use them.
Oh, a dark cycle. A dark, vicious cycle of Q-tips. Wow, that's brutal.
You know the equal sign in math? Well, back in the day, people actually wrote is equal to instead. And mathematician Robert Record was getting tired of writing it over.
Yo, what is this animation? I've never seen a 2D animated Zack D film. Interesting.
Over and over. So in 1557, he started using two horizontal lines instead. He figured since the two lines were the same size, they were equal to each other, which made it the perfect symbol for equality. You know the equal sign.
Oh. Equals sign lore is crazy. He's got to do that for every sign. Plus sign, minus sign, like... I never thought about why that symbol is the equal sign. I literally never thought about that.
If you swallowed a watermelon seed, some people think that
Would a watermelon grow in your stomach? Is that what this one's about?
it could potentially sprout in your stomach, meaning you'd literally be growing a watermelon inside of you. Now, this is obviously not true. Your stomach acid would dissolve the seed before it had time to grow. But there was a case of a man who swallowed a pea that ended up going down the wrong way. And months
Is that in his lung?
later, after being rushed to the hospital because of breathing problems, a doctor discovered that the pea had been ingested in the man's lung. And because lungs are warm and moist, the pea was able to split open and sprout into a plant.
That is so uncomfortable. That really happened? Oh my god. No, that one's got to be a D tier. Not F because it's kind of interesting, but it's gross.
Place the flies in the fridge until they stop moving. Then slice a matchstick in half and glue a paper-thin wing across the top. Add tiny drops of glue to the wing, one for each fly. Then stick the dormant flies on by their bellies, all pointing in the same direction. Breathe warm air across their bodies, and as they wake up, their wings buzz back to life, and the whole plane lifts off the ground.
Oh my god. This might be my favorite Zack D Films short. This one is so good. I need to see more experiment videos like this. And I want to see someone test this. Yo, Sambucha, get on this one.
If you puncture a lung, air will move in and out of the wound as
Oh my god.
you breathe. When this happens, it can fill the space in your chest, putting pressure on your heart. To stop it, find an airtight material like plastic and use it to cover the wound. Next, tape it down on 3 sides. This stops air from getting sucked in but allows it to escape. And lay down on your wounded side to keep your chest under pressure as you wait for help.
That one is very uncomfortable. Wait, let me watch this guy get stabbed again.
If you puncture
That one is very uncomfortable. That's gonna be a D tier from me. Could potentially save a life though.
He slips one arm into the left wing, while the right wing is attached by a fishing line, and his other arm stretches straight up into the head. His fingers move the beak as it talks, and his pinky pulls on a hidden string that controls the eyes. To read lines, a script is taped to the inside of the suit and lit by a tiny LED. And a monitor strapped to his waist shows a live feed, letting him watch his performance in real time.
Interesting. Wait, I never thought about that. This is like a question I never had, but I'm glad it's answered. Like, if you see a guy in this suit, how does he even know what he's doing? I mean, we know now, but still.
The king gave each boy a seed and told them to grow the best
Lock in. This video is about China.
plant they could. You see, the king was old and was trying to find an heir to the throne. One boy named Ping loved gardening. He watered his seed, gave it sun, and used the best soil. Keeping close watch, he waited for a sprout, but nothing ever grew. When it was time to show the king, the other boys had huge, colorful plants. But Ping only had his pot with
I think that he gave the kids fake seeds. Hear me out. It's a test of who is the most honest child. They all faked their plants, putting flowers into the pots to deceive the king. And now he knows that this kid is the honest one. He will be the rightful heir.
no plant. He decided to bring it anyway. The king looked at every plant without saying a word until he reached Ping. Then he smiled and announced him as the winner. You see, the king had previously boiled all of the seeds so they couldn't grow, meaning he knew that every other boy had cheated and replaced their seed with a different one. But Ping was honest, and the king knew that honesty was more important than results.
Yes, W Ping. That one was a S tier short easily. I love the stories. And that one was animated really well.
He tried to light his shoe on fire mid-flight, but the attendants smelled the burning matches and saw what he was doing. Passengers and crew wrestled him to the ground, and eventually he was sedated. And when they checked his—
Wait, what? Do they have sedation syringes inside of airplanes to stop people from exploding them? Interesting.
Was sedated. And when they checked his shoes, they discovered a fuse sticking out of each one. It turned out
Bomb
they were
shoes
stuffed with enough explosives to bring down the entire plane.
Wait a minute, but when you go through TSA, don't you have to take off your shoes, put it into the tray to go through the X-ray machine?
And that's why you have to take off your shoes at the airport.
I'm gonna give that one an A tier. I liked that short. Let's go to the next one. Lock in.
When Pinocchio lies, his nose grows. So what would happen if he said, "My nose is about to grow"?
This animation is creepy, Zach.
If it did not grow, then that would mean he was lying, which would cause his nose to grow. But his nose growing would then indicate that he was not lying, which—
You know what? This is a very classic paradox. I mean, let me just finish the video. I know everyone knows this one.
means his nose should have never grown. What do you think would happen?
I remember thinking about this when I was a kid, and I'm pretty sure I thought of this myself. I don't think somebody told me. Personally, I think that Pinocchio would just die.
The bullet was shot at the house.
Yo, why are dudes shooting everything in Zack D films? We just watched him shoot bulletproof glass, and now he's shooting a house.
And ended up going straight through. Inside, a woman and her fiance froze as the stray bullet headed straight for her. But in between them, her
The Stanley!
trusty tumbler filled with ice water was sitting squarely on the table. And instead of hitting her, the bullet struck the cup. It sparked before tumbling harmlessly to the ground, saving her life.
W Stanley Cup. I'm gonna give that one an A tier for being a good story.
The cow knocked him into a pile of manure, snapping his hip. He couldn't move and had no way to call for help. For 5 days, he lay helpless in the dirt, baking in the sun and freezing at night.
Yo, okay, this might be an incoming F tier. This is gross.
But he wasn't alone. His goat found him and stayed by his side. At night, she curled up beside him to keep him warm. Days passed, and without food and water,
He ate a bunch of poop. Don't tell me it's true.
the man grew weak. But the goat let him milk her into an old bottle, getting just enough to survive. Eventually, he was found and rushed to the hospital, but he swears he wouldn't have made it without her.
That goat is goated. Cue the laugh track, cue the applause. Okay, the beginning was gross. We gotta knock off points for that. But I love a goat being nice to a human. That goat is goated. I'm gonna give that one an A tier. I think because of the stinky poop, it's not gonna be an S tier.
In 1970,
Bro, all these videos still have millions of likes. I didn't know Zack had so many hits.
a doctor
Monkey!
removed
No!
the head of a monkey and transplanted it with another one, painstakingly
This one might be an incoming F tier short. This is gross.
connecting the tissues in the neck to the donor head. Now, the monkey survived, regained consciousness, and was able to see and hear. But the spinal cord couldn't be connected, so the monkey was unable to move its body.
This has to be illegal, bro. These people should not be allowed to do all this.
And while the procedure was technically successful, the monkey only lived for a few days.
That one's gonna be an F tier. That was actually foul and putrid. Why would they do that to the monkey? He does not deserve that.
If you never cut your fingernails, they'll get longer and longer and longer until they finally start curling around on themselves as they continue to grow.
Wow.
And this is because fingernails actually never stop growing. The longest
That is...
fingernails in the world currently belong.
We watched the short from Zack D Films yesterday about this lady's life story. Apparently her daughter died. Wait, all this Zack D Films is making me into a fun fact god.
To Diana Armstrong, whose nails are over 42 feet long.
And they said she has to use 18 bottles of nail polish to get the whole thing, bro. 18 bottles.
Now, if you're like me, you probably find this kind of disgusting, and for good reason. Fingernails aren't meant to grow this long and can actually become a health hazard since they harbor bacteria.
That is gross.
They squeezed their shoulders into the flooded tunnel while holding their guns against their chest. Next, they used their feet to inch back.
Oh no, this is gonna be a claustrophobic one again, bro.
Until their whole body was inside. Even though it's filled with water, there's just enough space to breathe. And once they're in, there's only one way out. They have to keep moving through the tiny space without drowning. Now, this 9-foot tunnel is part of the commandos' training, and a warning to recruits is written above. If you enter, you die.
Why did he go in there then?
When you pull the trigger of a
Oh, another gun video.
gun, it releases a pin which strikes the primer at the base of the cartridge. Inside this cartridge is a chemically explosive substance known as smokeless powder. The impact from the firing pin ignites this powder inside the cartridge, creating a high-pressure gas that rapidly expands. This energy pushes forward and forces the bullet out of the cartridge, driving it down the barrel of the gun. When you
Interesting how a gun works. Whenever I watch a video like this, and this also goes for rocket ships launching, you got all of this casing, right? And it launches and you just lose all of it, and the gun is just this little tip. Feels like a waste, bro.
If you poured a bunch of Earths inside the sun,
This one's gonna be good, I can already tell.
they say it can hold 1.3 million of them. But this calculation is actually wrong. You see, this figure is just
Wait, what does he mean they say, bro? Who is... I don't think... Alright, whatever, Zack.
taking the volume of each Earth to fill the sun, almost like a liquid. But that doesn't take into account that the Earth is a sphere, and that there would be space between each one. Now, if you factor in this packing density, instead of 1.3 million, it would actually only take about 960,000.
That's still so many, bro. The sun is so big. I'm gonna give that one an S tier. That was a fun short. Let's go to the next one.
He would bite down on a metal rod attached to his piano while he played. The vibrations from the piano traveled through the rod, into his jawbone, and reached
Video number 400. I didn't realize that till now. This one better be a hit.
his inner ear. This technique would send sound vibrations directly to the skull, completely skipping the eardrum, allowing him to hear. And by using this
Wait. Beethoven could hear? I guess his cochlea, that's what this is in the ear. That's called the cochlea. I guess that thing was still intact. It's just like this stuff wasn't working. But if he... Oh, whoa.
method, Beethoven was able to compose music, even when he was deaf.
Okay, so bro was just cheating. Like, they give him so much historical aura for being deaf, but he could still hear the music. I'm gonna give that one an S tier. That's a good short. We got a good one for number 400. That was a good one for number 400. All right, let's go.
He stuck a Lego piece up his nose, and it got stuck. So he shoved a different piece in the same nostril because they connected together.
Oh
and
my god, that's genius.
he thought it was a smart way to remove it. But instead, both pieces ended up getting stuck.
Oh.
His mother pulled out the bigger piece, unaware that the smaller one remained
Oh,
deeply
God.
lodged inside. For 26 years, he struggled with congestion, asthma, and sleep apnea without realizing why. Then, one day, while blowing his nose in the shower, the Lego piece suddenly popped out after 26 years.
Okay, but imagine how good that would feel.
If you feel a blockage in your ear, you might have a huge chunk of earwax stuck in the canal.
It could be a Lego though.
This waxy substance is naturally produced by your body to protect and lubricate your ears. But sometimes it can build up and harden, preventing you from hearing properly. And if you use a cotton swab to try to remove it, you'll probably end up pushing it further in. Instead, experts recommend using an over-the-counter drop that softens the wax, allowing it to exit the canal naturally. If you feel
Me personally, when I get earwax, I don't clean it out. It just like comes out naturally, which I think is the method.
If you smash a glass, turn off all the lights, and lay a flashlight on the floor, the light will catch on the glass shards, and even the tiniest pieces will reflect the light back, making them sparkle. Then take half a raw potato and run it across the glass pieces. The sharp edges will stick into the flesh, and the potato will lift them off the floor, making sure it's safe to walk on.
I feel like he only chose a potato in this situation because, like, when you're watching it and then he's like,
making them sparkle. Then take half a raw potato.
Right? Like, you see the potato and then it's just like, what? Why a potato? It could have been anything. He just did it because it makes you more curious while watching.
Have you ever wondered what's on the inside of a Kit Kat bar? Well, they claim it's just a crisp wafer, but what they actually use to make it might surprise you.
Humans.
See, some Kit Kats get broken while they're being made, and instead of throwing them out, the company crushes them up and adds sugar, and that's what's on the inside of a Kit Kat bar. It's literally crushed up Kit Kats. Have you ever wondered what...
Whoa. That was so resourceful. A tier. Let's go to the next one.
This idea was popularized by wartime propaganda and movies at the time. In reality, these mines don't actually operate like this. Most of them detonate as soon as any pressure is applied.
Oh. I'm gonna give that one a B tier. I'm not a big fan of the war explanation ones. I don't know, it's just not my fancy. I ain't a warhead.
You might think shooting zombies is the best.
Alright, so now we've shot a house, a Stanley Cup, stainless steel glass, a car, and now a zombie. Zach, you are shooting a lot of things in your shorts.
Defense in the apocalypse, but you'll run out of ammo fast, and the sound only attracts attention. Now, a crowbar could easily crack a zombie skull, and
Yo,
it
this
doubles
one
as
is
a tool,
violent.
but it's heavy and requires a lot of force to swing, meaning...
Is that Hussein? That kind of looks like him.
Cool, but it's heavy and requires a lot of force to swing, meaning you'll get tired fast. A baseball bat is lighter and still has great reach, but it can splinter, and blunt force might not completely finish off a zombie. Your best weapon would actually be a good pair of running shoes to outrun the zombies, or at least the other humans.
Oh. That's smart.
He took the master key and pressed it into melted candle wax, making a perfect impression. The mold was smuggled out of the prison, and his allies used it to make a metal copy. They hid it inside a cake and sent it back to him. But when he tried the key, it didn't fit. So he sent another wax impression and waited for the cake. And this time, the key worked. He passed through every locked gate, simply walking out of the prison. And years later, he became president of Ireland.
What? That one's an S tier if that's true.
If you cut a pilonidal cyst in half, you'd probably find a clump of hair inside. Now, these hairs typically fall from your head and down the back of your shirt. And as you ruffle around throughout the day, they move down to this area and eventually embed into your skin. Your body perceives them as a foreign object, and the area becomes inflamed. Now, this can eventually cause a cyst to form that entraps more and more hairs as they fall. If you
F tier. F tier.
Crack the cold eggs in a pan and add a chunk of butter. Stir them together over medium heat. This cooks them slowly while the butter oils the pan. As you mix, scrape the bottom to prevent it from burning. And every 30 seconds, take them off the heat for 10 seconds while stirring. This cooks the eggs gradually and folds air into the mix, making them fluffy and soft. After 3 minutes, take them off and add cream to stop them from cooking. Then season with salt and pepper to finish off your perfect eggs.
Interesting. For me personally, that's a little too sweaty for eggs. I wouldn't try that hard to make eggs. He lost me at cook. Go to the next one. That's gonna be a B tier.
He was punched in the head so hard he saw a flash of white, and he soon realized his vision had changed. Curved objects started to look pixelated, and tap water seemed to flow in jagged lines. Everywhere he looked, he saw complex mathematical patterns, even though he hated math before. And without any training, he began drawing detailed geometric shapes.
Whoa.
The attack had turned him into a math genius, and he went on to teach all over the world.
I don't know what is up with the human brain, but when you sustain damage to it, very strange things happen. I like that story. That might be an S tier.
When the box is placed over her, the magician blocks her feet from the view of the audience. And within a few seconds, the assistant pulls her legs up and squishes her whole body into the first half. At the same time, her feet are replaced with remote-controlled ones in the second half. And when the saw blade comes down, it looks like she's being sliced in half, with the legs wiggling. But the blade never actually touches her.
That was a gross short. I'm giving it a D tier. The animation doesn't look very good.
The stray bullet struck her right in the stomach. It pierced the skin, but started to slow down as it entered her body fat. Layer by layer, the fat absorbed more of the bullet's energy, like a cushion. And by the time it hit deeper tissue, the bullet had lost most of its force.
Wait a minute. So now we're shooting fat people. Who is Zack D Films not shooting at this point, honestly?
Coming to a stop before hitting any organs and saving her life.
That is disgusting. F tier.
He burned his initials onto the liver.
Okay, this is becoming traumatizing. Why is this happening?
With a high-powered laser. Then he sewed up the patient and acted like nothing had happened. But a week later, the new liver started to fail. The patient went back in, but this time she was treated by a different doctor, and he soon found the initials inside. The surgeon admitted it wasn't the first time he'd branded a patient, and he eventually lost his medical license.
Why, bro? You went through 12 years of medical school just to do this and lose it. Nah, this guy's gotta be the dumbest human being on earth.
Of the dark. Could you hop in a plane and chase the sunset, avoiding nighttime forever? Well, you would need a
That is an interesting situation.
plane that could fly west faster than the Earth spins. And it would have to stay at supersonic speed for days without stopping, meaning you would need another plane to refuel yours mid-air. Oh, the aircraft.
Does that really exist? Can you fuel up no, that can't be real, right? That can't be real.
Mid-air. Oh, the aircraft would need to mostly run on autopilot so you could sleep and take breaks. But if you don't have a plane, you could just get a flight to the North Pole. You see, for 6 months, the sun doesn't set in Earth's poles. It just circles the horizon non-stop. And when it finally starts to get dark halfway through the year, just hop on a flight to the South Pole, where the sun is just rising for another 6 months.
That would suck to live in the North and South Pole. Bro, how would you even sleep? Your circadian rhythms would be messed up. Either way though, this short is a fun hypothetical situation. I like this one.
He built the Lego bricks.
See what I mean? He keeps doing limbless videos. He keeps making videos about people missing limbs. I don't know why, bro. Maybe it just makes it a very engaging visual hook. Like, you go to it immediately, kid doesn't have an arm, you stop scrolling, that might be the method.
around his arm stump when he was just 9 years old, hoping to create a prosthetic arm. You see, in the womb, his right arm never fully developed. But as he grew up, he started playing with Legos until he made his first Lego arm.
That's so cool. What?
Now, that first version didn't work, but he tried again years later, making an arm with a movable elbow and a grabber to pick things up. Since then, he's made...
Okay, Zach. You animated the kid, like, the kid looks like a human. Why did you have to do him like this once he grew up, bro? You did not have to use the chopped character model for the armless kid when he grows up. Zach, very strange decision.
Elbow and a grabber to pick things up.
Like, are we serious, bro? Come on.
Since then, he's made 4 more versions, each one better than the last. And because he shared the plans for free, anyone can now build a Lego arm.
That is cool. Despite the weird character design, I would give that one an S tier.
Snakes will sometimes eat their own tails, mistaking
Wow.
it for prey. This happens when they're under extreme stress, causing them to become confused. In this state, their natural urge to hunt and eat is so strong that they don't realize that they are eating their own tail. And if they swallow enough of it, it can get stuck in their intestines and cause a blockage. This blockage can cause permanent damage and can often be fatal.
Why would a snake do that? Is he trying to make a statement? Okay, the snake is not a baddie. You guys are saying snake baddie, bro. No, you guys are beyond say. He's eating his own dick. All right, bro.
If you fall into a gorilla exhibit, you might try to scream and run, but this could upset the gorillas, making them attack. Instead, stay calm and avoid sudden movements.
Why does this guy look like a child body with a human head? Wait, is that not Germa 118?
Slowly crouch down to look small
No,
and
it's
non-threatening.
you, bro. I don't look like
Down
this. I don't look like this.
Heads and movement.
I don't look like that. Crack Harambe. All right, gorilla baddie. Calm.
Slowly crouch down to look small and non-threatening, and don't make eye contact. Calmly back away towards a safe structure like the enclosure walls. If a gorilla approaches, stay still and they might just lose interest. And remember, zoo staff are trained for these emergencies, so wait for their help to escape safely.
Yo, why did that outro happen? Yo, this one's gonna get a B tier.
When a snake is eating something really
Another snake video.
big, it has the ability to completely open its entire
All right, chat, I know what you guys are gonna say at this point. Listen, you literally don't even have to type it. I already know that the messages are coming. Keep the messages to yourself. Keep the messages to yourself.
jaw. They can do this because their jaw bones aren't rigidly fixed to their skull. Instead, they're connected with flexible ligaments that can stretch and move. Once the head of the prey is inside their mouth, strong muscles inside the snake contract in a wave-like motion.
No way a snake can literally eat a cow. That seems impossible.
Contract in a wave-like motion. This pushes the animal down the esophagus and into the stomach.
That can't be possible. That must be disturbing to see. That's gonna be an S tier short. A tier.
He rode his motorcycle without a helmet, and the police gave him a fine. But he was an electrician with access to the power grid, so he checked the records and found the police station hadn't paid its bill in 3 years. Now, this bill was incredibly expensive, so he shut off their electricity. For 5 hours, the police station went dark, all because they gave a fine to the wrong guy. He rode his motorcycle.
That was kind of a mid-story. Why is this one got 2 million likes? Laptop baddie, crack the motorcycle. Okay, bro, that one's gonna be a B tier.
A single bullet was fired from a rifle on a 6th floor window. First, it entered
JFK.
JFK's upper back and traveled downward, exiting through his throat.
What? It literally went right through his spine? Yo, you have to be a goated sniper to hit that shot. Right through his spine?
Then it struck the governor in the back, shattering a rib as it tore through his chest.
I didn't know
The
it got
bullet
two
continued,
guys.
exiting the governor's chest and hitting his right wrist, breaking a bone. Finally, it lodged itself into the governor's thigh, where
Holy Colette.
it stayed until removed by doctors in almost perfect condition. Now, investigators claimed that this is what happened. A single bullet caused 6 wounds while staying intact. But many argue that the bullet's trajectory is impossible. The angles just don't add up, leaving us wondering if there was actually more than one bullet.
How would we not know? Like, is this not like the most historically accurate like thing that we would do? I'm gonna give this one a B tier. I find it preposterous that we wouldn't know.
If you get a really bad burn, a doctor will scrape off all of the dead, damaged skin. Then they will cut off a piece of healthy skin from another part of your body, like your back. The healthy skin is carefully placed over the burned area and stitched into place.
This is disgusting.
Gradually, the graft slowly integrates with the surrounding skin, forming new blood vessels to keep the new skin alive.
Wow. I think that one's gonna be a D tier.
If you pour water into a hammer
I saw Sambucha test this. Wait, why even watch this version? Bro, let's just get the Sambucha one. Then we can watch it and then get a test on it.
If you pour water into a hammer mold, freeze it, peel it out, and then try to hit a nail, it will shatter.
Yeah, of course.
right away.
So now what? What do we got
Yeah, of course. So now what?
here?
Mallet
What do we got here?
mold to spread the weight more evenly.
Okay.
Next, tear
Okay,
up a paper towel to spread on
Here
the
we go.
bottom. This
here we go.
makes a mesh.
Paper towel. So this is the
Paper towel.
difference.
Together.
So what makes the difference?
After that, stuff in cotton balls, which helps give the
This at
ice
this
a
point, it's
sturdy
not even
structure,
ice.
and lay 2
This is no
strings
Bro, at this point, it's literally not even ice.
longer an
down
ice.
the length
Okay,
of
now
the
we have
hammer.
ropes.
Keep the handle
Like, bro, we have ropes. Like, I don't even. It's not even ice at this point.
connected to the head.
All right.
Finally, if you top
All
it
right.
off with one more layer
Of course,
of paper
top it off with paper
before
towels.
Of course, bro. They're just putting everything in this.
pouring
This
in
is not
water,
even an ice
you'll
block
end up
anymore.
with a
Like, at this point, it's not even an ice block.
sturdy hammer that can crush a jawbreaker.
100% cap. This is not going to work. In what world is an ice hammer with like rope going to
You know what? Let me just cut to the if it works or not. I think it's not gonna work.
works now? Oh my gosh, it's actually working. It did
Wow, I guess it does work. That short's gonna be an S tier. Let's go to the next one.
A toddler plummeted into a narrow well in her aunt's backyard. She was trapped 22 feet below the ground. And for 56 agonizing hours,
Oh my
rescuers
God,
worked
what?
tirelessly to save her. They drilled a parallel shaft and a cross tunnel to reach her, facing obstacles like hard rock along the way. At one point, the rescuers could hear her singing Winnie the Pooh, a sign she was still alive.
56 hours is so long. And she's in there singing Winnie the Pooh the whole time.
Finally, a paramedic managed to inch his way down and pull the girl to safety. The rescue made baby Jessica a global symbol of hope.
I'm gonna have to give this one an S tier for including the Chinese news. That was a good story.
When you put a cartridge into a revolver, it fits into a hole on the cylinder, which is then pushed back into place. As the trigger is pulled, the cylinder rotates, positioning the cartridge in line with the barrel and the firing pin. The hammer, cocked and released by the trigger pull, hits the firing pin, which strikes the primer on the cartridge. This ignites the gunpowder, creating a rapid expansion of gases that propels the bullet forward through the barrel.
Wow. So now we know how a gun works and a revolver. I'm gonna give that one an A tier.
When a tooth's nerve becomes infected, a dentist will drill
Oh, this is uncomfortable to watch.
to the top of it to get inside. Then they will remove the pulp of the tooth, which includes the damaged nerve along with blood vessels. This clears out the canals of the tooth, making them hollow. And once they're thoroughly cleaned and prepped, the dentist packs them with a permanent filling. This completely seals them off, which prevents further infection. When a tooth
Oh, that was gross. D tier.
The catfish bites down on your hand, thinking that it's bait. As it clamps down, you need to act fast to secure your grip. Use your other hand to reach into the water and grasp the fish tightly by its lower jaw. The catfish's strong bite actually helps you hold on as you pull it out of its hiding spot. Next, with a firm grip, lift the catfish from the water, making sure it doesn't wriggle free. The catfish bites.
Why is this one titled How to Noodle a Catfish? Why is it noodle? What is noodle? Noodling primarily refers to the traditional, sometimes hazardous method of catching catfish using only your bare hands. That is such a niche word. What? That is a very niche word. I'm gonna give that one a B tier.
The massive nuke was lowered down the shaft before concrete was poured on top. You see, 3 years earlier, a gas well had erupted into flames, and a fireball over 400 feet high burned constantly. Engineers tried to put it out with water, but it did nothing, and installing a lid only forced the gas out in other places. Finally, they sent down a nuclear bomb.
Is that not maybe a smidgen of overkill? A nuclear bomb.
And when it detonated, the massive blast compressed the earth around the well. This closed up the pipe, finally putting an end to the fire.
All right, I guess it worked. Wow. Well, that one's interesting. I'm gonna give that one a B tier.
If you take the $10 million, you'll spend the rest of your life being chased by a poisonous snail.
This is a very classic hypothetical situation. I think most of you guys will know this one.
Now, it might sound like a good deal, but the snail never stops moving. And if it touches you, you die. It knows where you are, it's always coming, and it will arrive eventually. Now, you could move countries and switch hotels every few nights, but if you slip up just once, the snail wins. It can't be killed, it doesn't age, and it never forgets. So would you take the money if it meant a lifetime of paranoia?
Hear me out. I feel like this would be not a bad hypothetical, because you could put a math equation to this to put your mind at ease, right? Like you could say, oh, given an hour, a snail covers this amount of distance. I'm this far away from the snail. I have like 3 days where I can chill. The next 2 days, he could come, he could not come. I have to go somewhere else, right? I don't think it's that bad. I think I would take it personally. I'm going to give this one an S tier.
The water
Really, video 467. You feel the need to say that in the chat. All right.
started to recede rapidly, exposing the ocean floor. People were confused and started to notice the wave coming closer to the shore. This was a massive tsunami, triggered by an undersea earthquake. As the wave approached, it grew in height, reaching up to 100 feet in some places. It slammed into the area with unimaginable force, obliterating everything in its path. The wave swept entire neighborhoods away, leaving nothing behind but rubble. And over 167,000 people lost their lives.
All right, you know what? That's very sad. Why did I just know, you know what? I just got to move on. I know the chat is going to go crazy for
in this region alone.
B tier short.
If your pet dies, they can be positioned and placed into a freezer to lock in the shape and detail. Once
That is creepy.
frozen solid, the pet is moved to a vacuum chamber, which removes all the air. And the frozen moisture inside the body begins to turn from ice into a vapor without melting. As the vapor gradually leaves, the pet's body becomes completely dry. And after a few weeks, the freeze-drying process completes, leaving a lifelike form with no moisture at all.
To be honest, I think that this is kind of creepy, not gonna lie. Like, you might as well cremate your dog. Don't freeze them. That is weird. That is weird. This one's gonna get a C tier.
If you're really short, a doctor can make a small incision
I know some people that this short would be very accurate towards.
into your thigh and carefully break your femur in half. Then the ends of the broken bone are gradually and slowly separated, at which point a rod is inserted to hold the bones in position. This stimulates the body to grow new bone in the gap, inching you up over time. Soft tissues like muscles and nerves also grow to accommodate the increased length. Once everything has hardened and strengthened, you'll be a taller version of your old self.
Yeah, but proportionally, you would be a monster. Like, your legs are longer. They extended your leg bones. Your torso is not. Your arms are not. Like, you look like you have short arms, bro. It would, like, if do not get a femur extension. I don't think it's worth it. You would look weird. That one's gonna be a B tier.
The robber fired the gun right at his head, but
Oh, now we're shooting people in the head. All right.
at the same time, the man put his hands up to cover his face. And instead of piercing through his skull, the bullet struck his wedding ring. It deflected off the metal, splitting it into two pieces. One got stuck in his finger, and the other pierced his neck. But apart from minor injuries and a dented ring, the man walked away unharmed.
No way. So this guy got saved from a ring. People are being saved from gun bullets in the most miraculous, random, and magical ways ever. That one's going to be an A tier. I like that. It might be fake, but I trust Zack D Films.
In 2018, a group of boys were exploring a cave in Thailand when
Oh.
suddenly the tunnels flooded with water and they became trapped. They were over 2 miles deep, and the flooding
These are those people that like to cave dive. That is a death sentence, bro. I would never go into a cave. I do not like these stories.
caused the tight tunnels to be completely filled with water. After 10 days, rescuers finally found them, but they had an extremely difficult time navigating the tunnels, and unfortunately, one even died.
Bro, how did the OG kids get into the back of this? This dude just died. How did they get there in the first place?
During the operation. Because of this, they couldn't find a way to get the boys out safely. Their last option was to give them a sedative to knock them out, fit them with diving masks, and transport their
What?
unconscious bodies through the tunnels one by one. All 12 boys and their coach were safely rescued after 18 days underground.
What? What a conclusion. I would have never thought to do that. That was a S tier short. That one was cool. The graphics were cool on that one.
If you
Let's
shoot
go to
a
the
gun,
Really? We're back to the guns. And he's been doing this for so long. This was before it was even 3D animated.
shoot a gun straight up into the air. Gravity and air resistance will slow it down until it stops briefly at its peak. Then it starts descending, quickly gaining speed as it accelerates back down. The bullet will reach its terminal velocity, and depending on the type, it can be traveling as fast as 200 miles per hour. Now, this is plenty fast enough to cause serious harm or death if it were were to hit someone. And because this type of celebratory shooting typically happens in groups, the probability of a mishap is unfortunately high.
I'm gonna give that one a B tier.
If you skateboarded down the Hoover Dam, the slope would rapidly accelerate you, reaching speeds of up to 50 to 90 miles per hour and beyond. Now, the curvature of the dam structure would make it incredibly difficult to maintain control. And if you somehow managed to stay on, the friction between the wheels and the concrete would probably start to generate some heat. Now, some people might think it could get so hot that it would start to burn the board and your feet. But this probably wouldn't happen. Approaching the bottom, the rapid deceleration would be abrupt. If you skate...
Bro, that outro was so fast. That's an S tier short. I liked that one. That one was funny. That one was good. Bro, the kid died. Brother, this is not a real story. Do you think this is real? It's a cartoon.
If a nuke is being dropped on your city and you try to shoot it down, some people think that would make it explode. But after piercing the armor, the bullet would have to ignite a layer of explosives that surround the core. And this is what would set off the nuclear explosion. But this layer of explosives is incredibly stable and can only be triggered by a detonator. Now, the detonator wire is only a fraction of an inch wide, meaning if the bullet cut it in half, it would actually disable the bomb, making it drop to the ground without going off.
That one was fascinating. That might be an S tier. I don't know. Just the more outlandish the ideas get, the more interesting they are to me. I like that one. It's gonna be an S tier.
If you removed the bricks in the Great Wall of China and replaced them with human bodies, how many would it take to complete the wall? Well, the wall is made of 700 million cubic feet of brick. An average person only takes up around 2.5 cubic feet. So to rebuild the entire thing, you would need around 300 million people stacked up together for thousands of miles.
What?
But after only one day, it would start to rot, meaning the whole thing would collapse and you would have to build it with something else.
Why did we make this short? That one's an F tier. That one's gross.
As she cries, her tears fall down into the tube and are dropped into the gun. When she turns the valve, a CO2 canister releases gas, freezing the tears into tiny balls of ice. And when the trigger is pulled, a spring would shoot the tear bullets like an actual gun. You see, a while back, she had a stressful meeting with her mentor, and she burst out crying. And she was so upset that she wished she could shoot him with her tears.
Really?
So she designed this tear gun, and when it was finished, the mentor agreed to let her shoot him.
That's so funny. What? That's real? I respect the hater in her. She really hated him so much that she built that device and used it on him. That's gotta be an S tier.
If you curl your tongue back and up into your nasal cavity, touching the soft palate, you're practicing...
No, this is an F tier.
What's known as Kachare Mudra. This yoga practice starts with you stretching
No, people actually do that? I thought this was hypothetical. People genuinely do that? No.
tongue daily to increase flexibility. Then you'd roll your tongue all the way back and gradually extend it down your throat and up into the nasal cavity. And once inside, you'll hold your tongue there and focus on your breath. If you
F, Z tier, Z tier. That is worse than F tier. That is a Z tier short. Oh my god.
If an anthill floods, worker ants quickly gather the queen and larva, prioritizing their safety. Next, they link their bodies together, forming a living raft that floats on the water's surface. This raft protects the queen and young ants at the center, ensuring their survival. The ants on the bottom row work together and rotate to avoid drowning. They navigate to higher ground, maintaining the colony structure.
Good.
They would dip the fur into a vat of mercury nitrate with their bare hands. This helped to shape it into a hat. But as they worked, the chemicals would get absorbed through the skin. Over time, the mercury built up in their bodies, and soon their hands would start to shake. After that, they would become forgetful and have mood swings. And eventually, they would start to hallucinate, becoming known as Mad Hatters.
All right, I'm done eating now. I can lock in once again. That one, I didn't really watch it. Let's continue.
An anteater's tongue is
Aww, so cute.
so long that it can reach the bottom of a huge anthill. Once inside, they use their tongue to navigate the tunnels while looking for ants.
I did not know that their tongues can do that. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool.
Then they'll flick in and out rapidly, trapping the ants on their tongue. They can do this because their tongues are coated in a sticky
Tongue.
saliva. They'll suck their
Sorry, my fault.
tongue back inside their mouths and feast on the ants. An ant
You know what? Anteaters are such a cool animal. Yeah, it's a little gross, but they're neat. I'm gonna give that a solid B tier.
If you accidentally
No, bro, this is about to be an F tier
swallow
one.
a tooth, it travels down your esophagus and into your stomach. Then, powerful
Wait, we're on video 500. Oh, bro. What is this poll for video 500? This nasty tooth one. Bro, every time I get to a new 100, I want it to be a hit. This one might not be a hit. This is gross.
acids and enzymes start breaking down the softer parts of the tooth, like the pulp. However, the enamel is more resistant and might not fully break down. Next, the partially digested tooth moves into the small intestine, where it continues to be broken down by bile and digestive enzymes. Finally, any remaining fragments are passed through your digestive tract and excreted with waste.
Okay, so we got literally the most disgusting YouTube short of all time for the 500th video. Okay, bro. Well, that one's getting a V. Wait, V tier. Huh. V tier. I didn't even mean to say that, but it's fitting. That one gets a V tier. Let's go to the next one.
The performer blocks the main mouthpiece with their tongue while blowing into a tiny hidden hole. This reroutes the air into a second tube, spinning the small wheel on top. Now, it looks like a medical device designed to test your lung power. But if you tried, you would assume that you should just blow into the mouthpiece. But this would cause the air to travel down a tube, triggering a hidden mechanism. It releases a burst of white powder through a secret hole and right onto your face.
Wow. Dudes have way too much time on their hands. You are truly inventing a doohickey and a gadget that does the most preposterous and random thing just to troll people. Like, is that really worth the time and effort, bro? This is the most unemployed invention. I'm gonna give this one a B tier, though.
He told the babysitter that there was a monster under his bed. She assumed he was just imagining things.
When you grow up, you learn that the monster is not under your bed. The monster is in your pants. Life lesson.
So to make him feel better, she kneeled down to look. But instead of just dust and toys, she saw a grown man laying in the dark,
Yo!
staring at her. He leapt out as soon as she saw him, throwing her to the ground and
Yo, that would be horrifying. What?
sprinting out of the house. He ran as fast as he could, but it wasn't long before he was caught and sent to jail. He told
Yo, what? No, that's a F tier. That is a nightmare scenario. F tier short.
he pressed the controls super fast and beat the same game for the 100th time.
Fiction 1. Everybody, this demands full attention. Lock in.
He pressed the controls super fast and beat the same game for the 100th time.
Santa
He
Slayer.
really wanted the new game, but it was just way too expensive. He got a text from his girlfriend, Mary. Let's not do gifts this year and just
No.
save our money instead. Sound good?
He glanced at her camera on the shelf. It had slipped from her hands weeks ago, causing a crack in the lens. And every photo she took since had a line running right
He wants to get a new camera lens, but he can't because they're too broke.
through the middle. He really wanted to get her a new lens for Christmas, which means he needed extra cash. First, he walked dogs around the city. Then, he went around the neighborhood, shoveling snow. He delivered food throughout the night, even skipping meals just to save every
Oh my god, he even skipped out on the $1 hot dog. Bro, this one's heartwarming. This is a Christmas tale.
But by Christmas Eve, he still didn't have enough. He looked down at his game console, his favorite thing, and knew what he had to do.
He's gonna
He
sell
biked
it.
through the snow and sold it for just enough to buy Mary the new lens. On Christmas
The video game! Santa! Oh my god, what a heartwarming story. And they can't use their gifts, but life lesson. They received the gift of love. Oh my god.
couldn't use their gifts. They both ended up with something better.
That's so cute. S plus tier short. Potentially top 5 Zack D films. Wow, that one was such a cute story.
If you dropped a nuke into an active volcano, it would most likely just melt before it could detonate.
Really?
But if the nuke was transported into the magma chamber and timed just right, the intense explosion could vaporize the lava, turning it into a superheated gas. This lava vapor would rapidly expand, causing an enormous pressure wave. The explosion would send molten rock, ash, and gas high into the atmosphere.
Whoa. We gotta get Sambucha to test this one. That one's gonna be an A tier.
A woman spilled a McDonald's coffee into her lap in
No.
1992. Now, at the time, McDonald's coffee was served at a scorching 190 degrees, which is just 22 degrees away from boiling. The woman ended up needing skin grafts and was hospitalized.
Yo. Holy old. She has to be minimum 150 years old.
And was hospitalized for 8 days because of the burns. And this wasn't an isolated incident. McDonald's had received over 700 complaints about their dangerously hot coffee.
Why she low-key bad? Alright, bro.
The company faced massive backlash, leading them to finally
actually clever.
lower the temperature. A woman spilled.
Interesting. That one was cool. I'll give it an A tier.
He carved a deep hole inside the center of each eye, leaving a thin rod of stone behind. Now, if he removed too much, it could break and fall off, so this was risky. But if he sculpted the faces like a Greek statue, the eyes would be left blank, making them look lifeless and dull. So by using this technique, sunlight bounced off the shaft, while the rest of the iris was
Is that really what the eyes look like at Mount Rushmore? That's a really clever strategy. I did not know that.
covered by shadows, giving the illusion of a twinkling eye.
Whoa. That's so smart. I never knew that. That one's gonna be an A tier.
If someone drilled a hole through a coin, tied a fishing line to it, inserted it into a vending machine, made a selection, and yanked it back out, could they get free snacks? Well, most vending machines now scan the metal and track how long it takes the coin to fall. Even if accepted, many have a small metal piece that blocks the exit, making it impossible to retrieve the coin. But if the machine is old, checking only weight and size, and the slot isn't one way, the coin could be yanked out after it's counted, but before being swallowed. This tricks the machine into giving free unlimited snacks, but this is also considered stealing, so don't do it.
Whoa. I wanna try that one. Zach, I'm not listening to you. I'm gonna try that.
He was shot in the face
Dumb.
but the bullet hit his bone, knocking his eye out before lodging into his brain. And somehow he survived and snuck away from enemy lines. His other eye swelled shut, and he had to hold it open just to see. At the hospital, doctors refused to operate since they knew he'd die anyway. But miraculously, the soldier recovered with the bullets still in his brain.
What? It literally squeezed right in there. The crack of the brain, it just boop went right through it. And now it just lives there.
And over the next 30 years, small pieces of metal fell out of the wound, leaving him with a bullet-shaped hole in his forehead.
Whoa. That guy's lucky.
They buried the dog, but didn't notice the dirt moving as they walked away.
Oh my god, no. This one's about to be sad.
You see, the dog had been hit by a truck. Thinking he was dead, his owners buried him, then left for the weekend. But he was actually just unconscious. When he woke up underground, he clawed his way back
Yo,
up
get
to
out, bro. Free
the
yourself.
surface. And when the family returned days later, they found him waiting on the porch, wagging his tail.
Let's go. Imagine you bury your dog and he literally respawns. That would be such a weird situation.
He was happy, and they were horrified.
That is the most insane story I've ever heard. I'm glad he survived, though. The respawning dog. W dog. That one might be S tier.
An earthquake bed will swallow you up as soon as it senses an earthquake. It instantly raises up walls around you to form a secure box, essentially sealing you inside a reinforced shelter. The structure can withstand heavy loads and remains intact even under the pressure of collapsed walls. And it even has food and water hidden inside in case you're trapped for extended periods.
I would not buy that. I feel like only schizophrenic and anxiety people would buy this. I'm gonna give that one a B tier. No, D.
If you dumped out a lava lamp and poured in real lava, the glass would just instantly shatter. Instead, you would need to carve the jar out of solid sapphire just to withstand the heat. And to avoid the water turning to steam, you would need to float the lava in molten glass. But since the heat would make them both glow, you wouldn't be able to tell them apart. And without a heat source, the lamp would start cooling quickly, meaning in just a few minutes, your lava lamp would just be a rock in a jar.
That's a funny ending and a good concept. That one's gonna be an A tier short from Mr. Zack D Films.
He opened his
Dude, you're so zesty.
closet, but instead discovered a bathroom. Confused, he asked his roommates what happened to the closet. They looked at him like he was joking, insisting it had always been a bathroom. He assumed that they had pulled off an elaborate prank while he was gone. But as days passed, his confusion turned to panic. He couldn't even remember what the closet looked like. He thought he was losing his mind, so he went to the doctor. After some tests, they found a brain tumor that caused memory loss and hallucinations, meaning it had always been a bathroom.
Yo, that one's weird. B tier.
If you bend the barrel of a gun and then shot a bullet, most people think it would just cause the gun to explode. But that's
That's what I would think too.
not actually what would happen. You see, if you bend the barrel 90 degrees, the curve would slow the bullet down, but it would probably still exit the gun. Now, if you bent it all the way back where it was pointing at you, this bend would cause the bullet to get stuck, and the combustion would create a lot of pressure with nowhere to go, potentially causing the gun to explode.
Oh, so the first one was correct.
He was pulled into a drain pipe after being caught in a flood.
This is like the fourth guy getting caught in a drain pipe today. I swear.
A nearby officer rushed over to help, but he was quickly dragged in too. The rushing water forced them both through the 100-foot-long pipe, and they were underwater for nearly 30 seconds as the pipe traveled beneath a 4-lane highway. They finally came out on the other side, gasping for air and lucky to be alive.
I think that one is like kind of a nothing burger. That's a C tier, bro.
He was way too
This is already off to a very strange start.
short to join the army, but a tumor was developing in his brain. It triggered his hormones, and suddenly the 4'6" man started to grow. His hands,
What?
feet, and tongue expanded, and he grew over 2 feet in just a few years. But as he did, his spine curved. Soon his vision blurred, and eventually he had trouble hearing. Finally, doctors removed the tumor, which slowed his growth, but it didn't stop it completely. By the time he died, he was 7'8", making him the only man to live as both a dwarf and a giant.
Wow. I didn't know that was possible to grow. Like, I didn't know that you could get taller at a certain... I thought that you capped out at a certain point because your growth plates close. I guess not.
Kernel of corn somehow got up your nose. Some people think
Oh, just like the kid that got the Lego piece in his nose for 25 years.
that it could
Bro, don't say baddie, bro. Don't say baddie. What are we doing?
potentially sprout, meaning you'd literally be growing an ear of corn in your nose.
That
now,
can't
this
be
is
real.
obviously crazy, but a 4-year-old once inhaled a bean, which then got stuck inside his nose. And because the nasal cavity is warm and moist, it allegedly created a suitable environment for it to
Allegedly. We're just going to add allegedly to any sentence. Then we can get away with it. Just add that one word. You can say whatever you want. All right, Zach.
germinate. After several days, the seed actually sprouted and began to grow until it was removed by doctors.
That's weird. That is not an S+. It's a B tier.
They would carefully press a sharp stone drill into your aching tooth. Using a small bow to twist the stone, they would begin to slowly scrape away the cavity, creating a hole. And with no painkillers, you would feel every grind as the drill carved deeper into your tooth. Once the hole was big enough, they would carefully scoop out all the decayed tooth pulp, removing the cavity. They would carefully
Z tier. That is the worst one that we have seen so far, bro. That was the hardest watch.
If you cut a chocolate bar into these 3 pieces and rearrange them, you magically gain an extra block. And if you do this over and over, you'll get an extra piece every time. Now, you might think you just created an infinite chocolate loop, but each time you move the pieces, you're actually making a small gap. The angle makes it look like they're the same size as before, but the missing chocolate is actually the same size as the extra piece, meaning eventually you will run out.
Neat.
Grab the shark and press the button in the knife's handle. This triggers a CO2 canister hidden inside, causing it to burst. As it does, it shoots compressed gas through a tube in the blade before coming out of the tip. This freezing gas is injected into the wound and expands violently, destroying the tissue around it. The shockwave is enough to explode the shark from the inside.
A knife that explodes sharks? Is this a real invention?
Killing it before it can kill you.
Bro. I genuinely cannot believe that one. That might be A tier.
The woman climbed into a giant redwood tree to protect it from being cut down. At first, people thought she'd come down after a few days, but weeks turned into months and she refused to leave. She lived on 2 small
Bro, don't say baddie, bro. You do not want to date the girl that lives in a tree. Baddie, really. Baddie. Okay.
platforms and used ropes to hoist up supplies. Through extreme weather and even threats from the logging company, she stayed in the tree. Finally, after 738 days, the logging company agreed
738 days? Wallahi.
to protect the tree and nearby forest, and she climbed down.
That is actually sick. That amount of dedication to save a forest, I respect that. That's gotta be an S tier short. That one's a hit.
A woman returned home to find her Doberman choking in the living room, according to the legend. Panicked, she rushed the dog to the vet, who immediately sedated the animal. After dropping the dog off, she went home, but quickly received a call from the vet. He had discovered a human finger lodged in the dog's throat. The vet advised the woman to call the police. When officers arrived, they searched the house, and to their horror, they found an unconscious intruder hiding in her bedroom closet, missing
How did the dog put him in the closet? Yo,
a finger.
that is insane, bro. That one might be an A tier.
Do you notice something weird about this famous photo? Look at the faces of the audience members. Why do they look confused and unimpressed? And look at Ali's face. That's a face of anger, not victory. So what's actually going on here? Well, look at the punch right before this photo was taken. Did you see it? Let me slow it down. This was such a light punch that no one in the audience even saw it, which is why they were confused. Muhammad Ali knew that Liston was pretending to be knocked out, and during this photo, he was yelling, "Get up and fight me, sucker." So why was Liston pretending to be knocked out? Well, there are a lot of theories, but my personal favorite comes from his wife, who said that Liston had diarrhea that day and didn't want to make a scene.
Yo, what? F tier. Nasty.
If you get a hangnail, most people go
Oh no. I just know this is gonna be a hard watch.
right ahead and peel them off. But should you actually do this? Well, despite what its name suggests, a hangnail is actually a part of your skin. And if you peel it, you run the risk of peeling too much, or more commonly, causing a small cut. And while a small cut might not seem like a big deal, it's still susceptible to infections, especially because it's on your hand. So instead, you should just trim the hangnail and cover it with a band-aid.
That is a D tier. That one is painful to watch.
If you pinch your skin really hard, you might get a red, painful bump that fills with blood. This is known as a blood blister, and it's the result of damaged blood vessels under the skin. Now, since the skin doesn't actually break, the blood gets trapped right under the surface. The blister acts as a cushion protecting the injured area, and as it heals, the red color fades as the blood is reabsorbed back into the body.
Interesting.
Cockroaches are known to crawl up people's ears while they're sleeping, and they do this because they're searching for food. You see, cockroaches are attracted to fermented foods like cheese and beer, and your earwax smells just as good to them. Now, despite urban legends, bugs can't crawl all the way into your brain, but they can get stuck in your ear and sometimes require a trip to the ER. Cockroaches are
Ew, F tier. F tier. Are we serious?
This is a 200-foot-long stuffed rabbit.
That is so creepy. What? That's so creepy.
It lies on a mountain in northern Italy, and no one knows how it got there. Nah, I'm just kidding. A group of 4 artists created the rabbit in 2005. It was supposed to last for 20 years, but in 2016, it had almost completely decomposed. And now, judging from Google Maps satellite images, it looks like only the outline is left.
Weird. I'm gonna give that one a B tier. I don't like how unsettling the rabbit looks. The story is also a little bit creepy.
He shot at the car as they turned the corner, aiming at the Archduke and Duchess of
This was the start of World War I.
Austria-Hungary, but he wasn't the first assassin to try. Earlier, 2 assassins chickened out, and when a third assassin threw a bomb at them, it bounced off, exploding under a car nearby. But later, the driver accidentally turned onto the wrong street, and another assassin was waiting there. He quickly fired his gun, killing the Duke and his wife.
Wow, that was easy. That's all it takes. Wait, isn't there a twist to this?
Their country declared war and pulled in their allies, and this is what started World War I.
Wow. I'm gonna give that one an A tier.
On August 28, 2009, Mark Saylor was going 120 miles an hour in a loaner car from a Toyota dealership. In the car with him was his wife, daughter, and brother-in-law. Now, this brother-in-law called 911 while in the car, and I have to warn you, What you're about to hear is horrific.
Yo, I'm not ready.
Emergency, what are you reporting?
Accelerator step.
I'm sorry?
Accelerator step. We're going to 120, Mission Gorge.
Mark was trying to brake,
Yo, what a nightmare scenario. Your car's stuck accelerating. Oh.
but the car wasn't slowing down.
We're in trouble. We can't. There's no brake.
Okay.
Freeway half mile.
The freeway was ending and they were approaching an intersection with stopped vehicles.
We're approaching the intersection.
Okay.
We're approaching the intersection. Hold on.
The link for the full video is in the comments.
Come on. He's not even going to tell us the answer. That one is F tier. I do not want to watch the long form. You got to make the short form satisfying. Come on.
You would pack shoulder to shoulder in a giant circle.
I like that he animated him moving like a penguin at the beginning. That was fun.
You would pack shoulder to shoulder in a giant circle, and the outer layer would face deadly cold winds, while the inner group would be warmed by body heat. But the layers of the circle would have to keep switching, slowly moving people from the outside into the center of the group. If a person spent too long on the outer layer, they would die from the cold, leaving the inside exposed to the wind. Now, penguins have layers of thick fat and feathers to keep them warm during this.
Oh, what a clever way to explain penguins' biology by starting with humans. I like that method.
But the human body isn't as good at keeping the cold out. So each person would need to constantly wiggle their feet and squeeze their calves to produce heat. Otherwise, everyone would freeze to death in hours.
Wow. That's a fun short. I like the way that he presented the information in that one. Let's give that one an A tier.
If you drop a penny off the top of a skyscraper, you've probably heard that it would fall so fast it could potentially end the life of a pedestrian
I
if
have
it were
heard
to
that.
hit them. But is this actually true? Well, when you drop something, gravity pulls it down while air resistance slows its fall. But because pennies are flat, their air resistance is increased, which means the fastest speed they could fall is around 30 to 50 miles per hour. And while this may sound fast, it's not fast enough to kill or even seriously injure someone.
What? It wouldn't even injure someone? Alright, I did not know that. I'll give that one a B tier.
They sealed him inside with just a little bread and water and mailed the box to Philadelphia. For 27 hours, he sat cramped in the tiny space, enduring sweltering heat and rough handling. He even
my
spent
God.
20 miles upside down as the box traveled by boat. But finally, the box arrived over 200 miles from where it started. And when it was pried open, he emerged, finally a free man.
Imagine how good that would feel to get out of that box. That is genuinely a crazy story. I mean, that one an A tier.
He fired straight at the Pope in the
Yo, he's made a video about every single assassination on Earth so far. Like, I have seen every single assassination today of every single person that has been killed by a gun. How is this one going to be different? What, is he going to get saved by the cross of Jesus? Potentially.
middle of a crowded square. 2 bullets tore through, hitting him in the stomach and hand.
Alright, I guess not. I guess he actually just got shot.
He collapsed, bleeding badly, but survived with emergency surgery. And years later, the Pope publicly forgave the man who shot him, and even met with him face to face. He placed the
That is genuine aura. Vinland Saga.
recovered bullet into a crown on a statue, claiming that God had guided it away from his vital organs.
Wow. That one's good. Get that one at A+.
When a magician swallows a sword, they completely suppress their gag reflex as it enters their throat. The blade is then carefully aligned as the performer leans back to straighten the natural curve of the esophagus. Then, the performer pushes the sword down the esophagus, being cautious not to enter the trachea. The sword is then stopped right before it reaches the stomach and carefully pulled back up the throat.
Yo, these guys got to get jobs, bro. I swear. Is it really worth it as a magician to learn that trick? Like, Is it worth the money, bro? It's not worth it. Just work at a grocery store, bro. Like, it's not worth it. That one's gonna be a B tier.
You know when you're about to fall asleep and your body suddenly jerks? Well, this is known as a
Yes, I know exactly what that is.
hypnic jerk, and no one really knows why it happens. You see, it takes place as your brain is switching from being awake to falling asleep.
600! Wait, I didn't even notice 600. Wow.
And the theory is that your brain gets confused during this time.
If anyone wants to screenshot, that one could be funny.
It's confused during this time, thinking that you're falling down instead of falling asleep. So instinctually, it sends a quick jolt to your body.
That was a good short. I mean, I'm on an A tier. Not a bad 600. W600 short. You know what? I've gotten worse. The last one at 500 was like a dude getting his tooth swallowed. Like, bro.
He got into his time machine and set the dial for ancient Rome. It landed with a loud crack. As it opened, he stepped out. And as the dust cleared, he
Lock in. We have a fictional short.
realized he was right in the middle of a Roman army. A soldier grabbed his arm, but he managed to pull out of his grasp, leaving behind his watch. He ran back as a spear whizzed past his head. He punched his return coordinates. The machine landed in silence. As it opened, he saw nothing but gray skies and dead trees. Behind him was a city in ruins. A massive statue was half buried in the ash. It was an emperor, with one arm reaching out of the ground, and on the wrist was a watch.
His watch.
His watch. In the street ahead, he saw a crushed warhead casing, with his watch etched into its side. You see, the soldier had kept it that day. Roman engineers took it apart. They studied its gears, its strange metals, its hidden power. They cracked the battery. They discovered energy, built machines, and forged weapons far beyond
They cracked the battery.
their time. They advanced
Sorry.
too far, too fast. He ran to the machine to go retrieve the watch, but the spear had torn a massive hole, meaning he was stuck in a timeline that never should have existed, all because of his watch.
That's gonna be a S tier. That was a good YouTube short. Bro, if you're scrolling and you get one of these ones in your algorithm, that's nice.
Priests would remove all of your internal organs if you died in ancient Egypt. Now, they would leave your heart, since they believed it was essential for the afterlife, but they'd store the other organs in jars.
What? How did I not know this?
And your body would be covered in salt for 40 days, which sucked out all of the moisture.
What? How did they get so much salt back then? Salt was like gold back in the day. Like, salt was the most valuable thing in all of civilization during this time. And they had enough to cover someone? Wow.
And prevented you from decaying. Afterwards, your body would be wrapped in layers of linen and sealed in resin, making you a mummy.
That's cool. I'm gonna say that's a S tier. I found that one very fascinating.
If you shot a bullet at a fly, would it be fast enough to move out of the way? Well, this is what we actually look like to a fly. To them, we move in super slow motion. This is because flies process what they see over 4 times faster than humans and can fly away in about 20 milliseconds. But a bullet moves at over 800 miles per hour, faster than a jet. And by the time the fly registers the bullet's movement, it would have already traveled over 20 feet, meaning it will get hit before it can react.
Hear me out. That one might be an S tier. That one was animated so well, and I like seeing bugs get shot with guns.
Have you ever wondered why your jeans have this tiny little pocket?
I think it's because of you can put like pennies, coins,
Well, some people think it's just part of the design, but that wasn't always the case. It turns out that jean companies added this tiny pocket for a very specific reason. You see, back in the day, workers needed to be able to tell the time while on the job. So jean companies added this tiny pocket for a safe place to keep a pocket watch.
Oh, it was for a pocket watch. I thought it was for coins. Zack D Films, you bested my knowledge there. I'm gonna say that one is a B tier.
He pulled out a small gun and aimed it at the back
Here we are, the Abraham Lincoln assassination. We knew it was coming.
of Lincoln's head. Now, he waited for a loud moment in the play, then he pulled the trigger. After firing the shot, he jumped down to the stage, breaking his leg as he landed.
I did not know that detail. The guy who killed Abraham Lincoln broke his leg right after. I did not know
Despite
that.
the injury, he managed to escape the theater on horseback. As a massive manhunt began, he hid for 12 days before being found and killed in a barn. He pulled out a small gun.
Yo. I'm gonna give that one a 10 out of 10. I mean, an S tier. I did not know that that guy broke his leg. I like that one.
A layer of oil was applied to your face if you died in ancient times. Then a mold was carefully placed on top, which would capture every detail of the face. Once the mold set, it was gently removed, leaving a near-perfect impression of the deceased. This mold was then filled with plaster to create the final mask. These commonly served as a model for sculptors in creating statues of the deceased person.
Is that only for like rich people? I don't know. They definitely don't do that to everyone. Gross. B tier.
A man fired multiple shots at a cactus in the Arizona desert in 1982. Now, he did this just for fun, but the cactus actually began to crack. And this cactus was a saguaro, standing at over 20.
Wait, so is that guy just shooting cactuses for fun? Like, what are we doing, bro? Why are you shooting a cactus? Average Arizona resident. Like, what? Brother.
20 feet tall and weighing thousands of pounds. Suddenly, a massive piece of the cactus broke off and came crashing down on the man. He was instantly crushed under its weight and killed on impact.
Bro, that is so funny. That one's an S tier. This guy's literally got to be the dumbest person on earth. Average Arizona resident shooting cactuses and dying somehow.
He stumbled drunk across the train tracks and fell asleep with his head on the rails. But within seconds, a cargo train rushed toward him. It slammed into his skull,
It
spinning
actually
around
hit him.
and dragging him beneath the train.
Oh my god. This one is so violent.
And when it finally screeched to a stop, witnesses thought he was dead. But then he stood up. You see, because he was drunk, his body was relaxed and his limbs were loose, meaning that when he was hit, he moved easily with the train's force.
Bro, no. He literally got ran over by the tires. Genuinely, no, bro. The animation here cannot be accurate to what happened in real life. What are we doing, Zack?
And walked away with only a few cuts on his hand.
That one's gotta be an S tier.
If you took the tallest building in the world and tried to reach the Titanic, you would actually need 5 of them stacked together to make it. Now, the Titanic sits at over 12,000 feet underwater, which is just about the average depth of the ocean floor. But just like land, the ocean is covered in deep pits. Most of these trenches are
Bro, this one.
twisted
Oh
a piece.
no! Bro, that one is so cool. Like the visuals here
which is
are so nice. This one is
just about
sick.
the average depth of the ocean floor. But just like land, the ocean is covered in deep pits. Most of these
Like this edit is so good at visualizing the size of the ocean.
trenches are significantly deeper, like the Mariana Trench, which goes down so deep that you would have to stack 13 of these buildings to reach the bottom.
Yeah, bro, that one's a S
If
tier.
you took
That's a S tier short right there. I don't know why, but That one gets me going, bro. That one is very fascinating.
In 2000, a 9-year-old girl named Asha packed a book bag and left her house in the rain. Now, it was really early in the morning. A passing motorist saw her walking along the highway. He circled back, but as he approached, Asha ran into the woods. By daylight, Asha was gone, leaving behind only a few belongings in a nearby shed. And despite extensive searches and multiple leads, no trace of her was found. A year later, her book bag was found in a construction site.
Bro, this one's about to be sad, bro. This one's about to be so sad.
Covered in a plastic bag, but it revealed nothing about what happened to her. No one knows why she left or where she was going. Her disappearance remains one of the most puzzling unsolved cases in the United States.
What? A tier? Listen, I'm about to solve this.
No one.
So I think that what happened is that she died. That's unfortunate.
He pulled the dying crocodile from the riverbank and took it home to treat its injuries. For 6 months, he kept it in a secret pond behind his house, where he would feed it 9 pounds of meat a day. He even slept beside it, thinking his love would heal its wounds. And when he tried to release it back to the wild, the crocodile refused to leave and ended up staying with the man for over 20
Aw, so cute.
years. Now, during this time, they performed shows for tourists. And when it finally died, the man held a public funeral where he sang a song for his crocodile friend.
Wow. There's so many shorts about like a dying animal being saved by a dude and then they just become best friends. Like, that's so cool how animals will literally befriend humans just like for helping them and they remember it. That's so nice. I'm gonna give this one an S tier.
They cut off his hands as punishment,
What?
then sent him back to his people with instructions to surrender. But the warrior convinced them to keep fighting. And instead of sitting out the battle, he sealed his wounds with hot metal.
Yo, what? Okay, this one, why is this animated so strangely? Like, bro, what is going on with this one, Zach? I don't know what is up with the animation on this one.
Next, he tied knives to his wrists. And
What?
when they went to war, he cut down his enemy, including the general's second in command.
Okay, that cannot be more efficient than just holding a sword with your hand. Like, this cannot be efficient. I don't believe that.
Eventually, his people were defeated, but even though they lost, the warrior fought till the very end.
Yeah, that's a waste of hands, bro. That's gonna be an A tier. You are kind of low IQ.
This is Velcro, and if you zoomed in really close, you'd see that it's made up of 2 parts, one with tiny hooks and the other with tiny loops. When the Velcro is pressed together, these tiny hooks actually catch onto the loops, which forms a tight bond. When the Velcro is pulled apart, it causes each tiny hook to snap out of its loop, which causes this familiar sound.
That is satisfying. S tier.
If you were crushed with a hydraulic press, would it be strong enough to press you into a tiny cube?
Incoming F tier
Well, your
short.
body is mostly made of water, and water can't be compressed. So you would have to remove all of the fluids by drying out
Incoming Z tier short.
completely. Then you'd have to grind up your bones and organs into fine powder. Finally, you could crush it all together, turning an entire human into a dense little cube about the size of a football.
Yeah, that one is a Z tier Zack D films. That was grotesque.
3 prisoners use spoons to
Prison Escape short. This one's gonna be a hit.
dig through the walls of their Alcatraz cell in 1962. Night after night, they scraped away at the concrete surrounding the air vents, gradually widening the hole. They used a makeshift drill from a vacuum cleaner to speed up the process,
How do you get that in prison? Yo, what?
and fashioned lifelike dummy heads to fool the guards during bed checks. After months of digging, they finally broke through the vent and crawled through to reach the service corridor behind the wall. From there, they climbed to the roof and slid down a kitchen vent pipe, making their way to the island shore. They used a raft assembled from raincoats, and despite a massive manhunt, they were never found.
Wow. They were never found. That one's a S.
If you pulled out your finger bone, you could use it to write out your name 40 times.
Wow, 40 times. How do you know this?
And this is because your bones contain calcium, the same thing that makes up sidewalk chalk.
Chalk is made out of calcium? Whoa. I did not know that.
And if you pulled out the largest bone in your body, you could draw a line half a mile long before it turned to dust. Now, if you pulled out your entire skeleton and formed it into a massive stick, you'd have enough to draw a line all the way across Manhattan. If you pulled out your...
That one was a little bit gross, but pretty cool. I'm gonna give it a B tier.
You were told that the 5 passengers of the Titan passed away instantly from the implosion. And this is true, but if you were wondering just how instant we're talking about, let me explain. It takes our brain 100 milliseconds to process pain, and it takes our eyes 13 milliseconds to process visually. So when the Titan imploded, the high pressure caused the entire event to take less than 1 millisecond. This means it was truly an instant lights out for the victims.
That's kind of a good way to go out, though. Like, that's kind of a nice way to go out. There's something nice about that. I'm gonna give that a B tier. It's still kind of like depressing that they died.
If the seatbelt is around your pregnant belly and you get into a crash, it can transfer the force directly into your stomach. And this can cause the entire placenta to rip off completely, leaving your baby without a way to breathe. Now, you might think
that's so sad.
Skipping the belt altogether might be safer, but even a sudden stop can throw your body forward, crushing your belly against the steering wheel. So instead, place it below your belly and across your hips. This spreads the force of the crash over your body, saving you and your baby's life.
That's gonna be a C tier for being sad, although good information to know.
If you shove a stick in the ground,
I know this one. I literally have it liked.
And rub it with another stick, there's a good chance that worms will start to crawl to the surface in droves. This is because the vibrations mimic the sensation of rain. And worms like the rain because it allows them to move around better on the surface without drying out. So when they sense these vibrations, they think it's rain falling on the ground, which causes them to come out and get caught. If you shove a...
That is actually a true short. That is genuinely a true short. That one's gonna be an S tier just because it is so insane.
A doctor could theoretically sever all of the blood vessels in
incoming F tier
your neck and connect them to the neck of a donor body. Then the muscles, tendons, and bones are precisely cut and your head would be fully disconnected. The surgeon would then spend hours reconnecting everything in your neck to the donor body. And once everything is attached, in theory, your head would be completely joined to a new body.
That would be so impossibly precise, though. You need a robot to do that or something. I don't know if a human could do that. That's insane, though. I'm gonna give that one B tier. It's a little unsettling.
When you die, your fingernails appear to continue to grow.
Ew! Yo, I'm sick of these fingernail ones.
And this doesn't really make sense. Your body isn't able to grow anything after death. So why does this happen? Well, when you die, your skin dehydrates and loses moisture. This causes it to sort of shrink and retract, particularly around your fingernails. This retraction gives the illusion of growth, but it's actually just more exposure of the fingernails that were already there.
Oh, yeah, that's nasty, Zach. That one's gonna be an F tier.
And face on the back of his head. One that could smile, cry, and even whisper terrible things at night. Legend has it that the face couldn't eat or speak, but it was said to laugh when he cried and mutter words only he could hear. No doctor would remove it, and the man claimed it tormented him constantly. And according to the legend, he couldn't take it anymore and ended his own life, leaving behind a chilling note about his suffering.
Yeah, I ain't reading all of that, bro. That's gotta be a C tier. It's a little unsettling, It's a little gross. Definitely not true. Yeah, and I'm not reading your note, bro.
A strip of leather was wrapped around a wooden rod, and a message would be written straight across it. But when it was unwrapped again, the writing would look scrambled. Now, if an enemy
That is such a smart secret code.
soldier stole it, he couldn't read it. Even wrapping it around another rod wouldn't help. The letters would still be jumbled if the size didn't match. But the person it was
Yeah.
meant for had a rod that perfectly matched the original. When the letter was wrapped around, each wrap was the right length, making the letters
Whoa.
line up to reveal the hidden message.
That is so smart. I'm gonna give that one an A tier. I love a good clever trick.
If you took out both of your lungs and somehow unraveled all of the tiny air sacs, most people say that it would completely cover an entire tennis court. Now, this fun fact
That's disgusting.
has been around forever, but the average size of the surface area of both of your lungs is only about 1,000 square feet, and the size of a singles tennis court is around 2,100 square feet, meaning your lungs would only cover about half of the court. If you
Yeah, that's gonna be an F tier. Nothing. I do not need to explain myself for that one. Let's just move on.
Have you ever wondered why dipping fries in a Wendy's Frosty tastes so good? Well, believe it or not, there's actually a scientific reason for this. You see, our tongue has sweet receptors and salty
Tongue? Say that again.
receptors. But a recent study found that we also have these special receptors that only activate when sugar meets salt. This is why we pair sweet and salty all the time, and it's why this combination tastes so good. Have you ever wondered
That's yummy. That makes me hungry. I mean, I want a B tier. Let's go to the next one.
if the Earth suddenly stopped spinning, you'd instantly be thrown east at over 1,000 miles an hour. This is because the force of the movement would keep working on the Earth's surface, making everything keep going at the same speed it was before. Anything not attached would go flying. Even oceans would shift with devastating force. And since the atmosphere would keep going too, powerful winds would blast across the planet. Without the spin, the Earth's magnetic field could collapse, and the planet would quickly fry, causing total extinction.
Wow. That one was a S tier. That one was a hit. This is an evil 666 video. You're right, bro. How do we get this one at 666? That world ending. Holy.
Tape a paint roller along the leaf blower's nozzle, then slide a toilet paper roll onto the roller and position it so the loose end sits next to the airflow before turning it on. The fast air shoots forward and the air pressure beside it drops, pulling the nearby air inward. This causes the paper to get sucked sideways into the stream, and once it touches the fast air, the drag pulls the sheet forward. The roll spins and unspools non-stop, giving you a toilet paper cannon.
Would that not run out of toilet paper in like roughly 1 second? Like, bro. I feel like when Zack makes a short like this, he's just farming someone to test it. Like, people like testing his shorts for viral videos. I feel like he's just farming someone to test this on this video. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. I mean, that would not be too hard to do. Wait. We could try this. I don't know how I would get the toilet paper in front of the blower, though. I don't know how I could get it in front. Wait, let me... Oh, he said a paint roller?
Tape a paint roller.
Oh, I need tape. Wait, should I try this? I might be able to do this. No, I don't have tape. Unfortunately, I don't have tape. All right, never mind. Never mind. Was that loud when I did that? My fault. All right, bad news. The only tape I have is this Rinky Dinky Diddy tape. And I don't have a paint roller. Zack D Films, that one does not work. The toilet paper does not unravel. I'm gonna have to call that one a sham. The wind is strong today, true, bro. The roller lets it spin, dumb oh.
If you slip a ring onto a chain and let it go, it will slide down and fall off.
Okay.
Instead, hold the chain between your thumb and forefinger, with the rest of your fingers curled into a fist, keeping the chain hanging. Then thread it through the ring turned sideways. When you drop it, pull your thumb away to give it a slight spin. As it falls, one edge hits the chain first. That point becomes a pivot, flipping the ring around the chain. The chain slips into a loop and tightens as the ring drops, snagging it mid-fall. And in real time, it looks like magic.
That cannot be real. I would test it if I had a ring or a chain, but I'm not married and I am not a thug. I would test this if I could. I can't test this one. I'm gonna give it an A tier.
Tiny lines are cut into the egg and filled with
And we're not door dashing eggs either.
plaster before they're sanded smooth and painted so the cracks are invisible. The eggs are placed on a metal countertop, heated by propane burners with small air tubes hidden underneath the table.
Bro, what are they doing this for? This is like literally Walter White.
When filming starts, compressed air blasts up through the tubes, making the eggs shake and bounce. And as the pressure builds, the shells split along the hidden cuts, spilling the yolks. And since the counter is heated from
Yo, this is the most use. Maybe it comes together at the end, but so far it's like, why would you do this?
below, the eggs start frying on camera, making it look like something invisible is attacking the kitchen.
Wow. Bro, that is a tutorial for the most useless scenario. Yeah, that's gonna be an A tier. I'm not gonna lie, it was fascinating, but I don't know what the utility of this is.
The car's body was cut in half, and two mini bikes were split down the middle. Their frames were welded inside the car, while their motors were reattached.
Bro, they're making motorcycles out of cars.
When the halves were together, it looked like a normal car. But when they filmed the chase scene, a lever was pulled, which split the car into two separate vehicles. Each one had its own steering, allowing the drivers to dodge pedestrians.
Yo, that is so sick. I'm not door dashing a car. Bro, I'm not door dashing a car. I don't even think that's possible. What do you mean test this? I can't test this.
And escape down an alley too big for the police car.
I would like to see this. Where's the real life version of this?
When they removed the feeding tube from the mosquito, it was hollow and straight, but it was too fragile to use directly. So they coated it with resin to make it stronger and attached it to a needle tip. Then they built a 3D printer around it, and as ink flowed through the tube, it printed lines finer than a grain of sand.
What?
Letting them build tiny structures most printers could never make, all thanks to a mosquito.
Do they really use mosquitoes for 3D printers? I'm inclined to maybe even give that an S tier. I love the application of biology and technology.
If you stick a metal rod into the ground and run electricity through it, the current would move through the wet soil before zapping a worm. And this forces them to escape by wriggling to the surface. Now, if you had 500 trillion of these devices, you could cover the surface of the Earth. And with 130 million nuclear power plants, you could send enough electricity into the ground to pull up every single earthworm, covering the world in a layer of wriggling pink worms.
This is the chinchilla! No, bro. This is the third chinchilla sighting in Zack D films. I swear he's just doing it to troll me now. Why do they keep putting this chinchilla in the videos? I'm gonna have to get this one at A tier though. I find it interesting.
When you spray a German cockroach with poison, a special enzyme inside its body breaks down the chemicals before they can damage the roach's nerves, meaning the poison doesn't work. And if that roach lays eggs, many of their babies will inherit the same protection. Within months, those babies will have more babies, and eventually, most of the colony is safe from the poison. Now, a whole new group can survive the same poison and even stronger chemicals until you're left with roaches.
Yo, what are they spraying?
That nothing can kill except a stomp. When you
Really? So cockroaches are so powerful because they're immune to bacteria and sprays. You have to stomp on them to kill them. That makes sense. I do not like cockroaches. I do not like cockroaches. I'm gonna give that one a B tier.
He would slide the arrow into the tube, then hide it in his sleeve. Inside the tube sat a compressed spring, held back by a small trigger. And when he flicked his wrist and pressed the trigger, the spring snapped forward, and the arrow shot straight out of his sleeve. Now, some versions had 2 barrels to fire twice in a row, and others even had multiple tubes to launch
How did they invent these things back in like ancient China?
several at once, allowing you to shoot from close range while the weapon stays hidden.
Wow. Is that a real technology?
He would slide the arrow.
That is actually interesting. I'm gonna have to get that one at A tier. That was fascinating.
Wrap the cable around Mount Fuji's base before the massive motors pull it tight, which will separate billions of tons of rock from the bedrock below. Then drill thousands of deep shafts, driving giant steel anchors deep into the rock, and pump grout to lock them into the mountain's core before wrapping the outside with steel mesh and massive
Bro, what are we doing? This is insane.
bands. Then use a ring of rockets and cables to lift the entire thing and turn it in the air by adjusting the cable lengths. Once it's flipped, carve a giant hole in the bottom and attach a frictionless bearing inside before threading
They're turning it into a Beyblade. What?
a cord into the hole and locking it into the shaft. Then connect the cord to thousands of fighter jets that will pull it to make the mountain spin.
Bro, that is the most insane hypothetical Zack D films short of all time. That's got to be at an S+ tier. That was the most outlandish, gargantuan, oversized, monumentous, presidential video I've ever seen. Holy. I love these ones so much, bro. Just the insane hypothetical situations. They're so sick, bro.
The blade sliced off the tips of his 2 fingers, and doctor said he would never play guitar again. So he melted plastic from a soap bottle into a lump before pressing his fingers into it. Then he carved 2 fingertip caps while it cooled, but the smooth plastic
That is so smart.
slipped off the strings, so he wrapped them in leather from a jacket for grip. Then he switched to lighter banjo strings and loosened the strings so they were easier to hold
Bro, this guy's a genius.
down. Over time, he relearned how to play and became one of the most influential guitarists of all time.
Wait, who was he? What guy is this? Tony Iommi. His name is Tony Iommi. I don't know who Tony Iommi is.
If you took out a polar bear's liver and ate it, your skin would start to fall off.
Bro, why?
That's because it contains thousands of times more vitamin A than your body can handle. And this would break down your cells. At first, you would just feel nauseous, but then your bones would start to ache. After that, your skin would literally fall apart. Eventually, your brain could swell, causing hallucinations and even death.
What? So if I were to get a vitamin A supplement bottle with capsule, eat the whole thing, I would start having hallucinations and my brain would swell up. Yeah, it's a little bit creepy. I'm gonna have to get that one a C tier.
He fired the jet's guns while diving fast, but air resistance slowed the bullet's
Oh my god, is he gonna shoot himself?
speed.
Is he traveling faster than the bullet?
And because the jet was traveling super fast, it slammed into its own bullets. They tore through the engine.
How can that even happen? Bro, how is that even possible?
Knocking out the power. The jet fell through the air, forcing the pilot to crash land, ending one of the weirdest flight accidents in history.
How did he live? That's insane he didn't die. That one's gonna be an A tier. I didn't even know that was possible.
He pressed a wasp stinger against his arm, letting it sting him on purpose. And over the next few years, he did the same thing with over 70 different insects. After each sting, he wrote down how intense the pain was, how long it lasted, and what it felt like. Then he ranked them from least painful to the absolute
Is this Coyote Peterson? You guys ever see that guy on YouTube where he'll like get stung by bees and whatnot?
worst, creating his own pain scale, all just to find out which insect sting hurt the most.
I feel like there's got to be an easier way to do that, no? I think that's Coyote Peterson.
When the whale pees, the liquid slowly mixes with the seawater at the surface, and the tiny nutrients inside float around. This creates a trail of fertilizer for plankton to grow, which then feeds millions of tiny krill. These krill are then eaten by fish across the ocean. The plankton also reacts with sunlight to create around half of Earth's oxygen, meaning every time a whale pees, it starts a chain reaction that supports life across the world.
That makes sense because whales are so big. It must be so much pee that comes out of them. I never thought about that. I'm gonna have the other one at A tier. Could be S, but it's gross.
If a dog loses its whiskers,
Oh, so cute.
the objects around it might seem to disappear, and even familiar rooms would feel as if they changed, which could make the dog scared and confused. You see, dog whiskers aren't just hair, they're actually super sensitive feelers, and each one is connected to a network of nerves at its root. This helps the dog sense movements in the air and even the shape of objects.
What? Dogs are intelligent. I don't even understand that biology.
Now, dogs normally lose a whisker here and there, but losing all of them at once would be like losing another sense.
That's so sad. I'm gonna have to get on an S tier. I did not know that about dogs, and I love dog facts. Gotta respect it. Lock in, we're at number 700. This better be a good one for 700. This better be a good one.
The canned milk and cocoa powder
Okay. Off the bat, milk. Good sign.
were poured into the ammunition can, and a propeller was bolted on. Then the can was attached under the plane's wing. Now, the pilot wasn't allowed to fly for no reason, so he would pretend to take a test flight, and the wing would move the propeller, which turned a screw inside and mixed the ingredients. When the plane flew high enough, the cold temperatures outside would make the mixture
That's what I was gonna say. It's probably cold too.
freeze. And when the pilot landed, the whole crew would get homemade ice cream.
That's so genius. Oh my god, that one's a hit, bro. That's got to be an A tier, maybe even S tier. I'm gonna give it an A plus tier. That is a good one. That is a good one. Whoa, that was fire.
Slice the pickles into long strips and pour sugar straight into the pickle jar. Then add in 2 packets of Kool-Aid, turning the juice bright red. Stir until the sugar and powder fully dissolve, then place the pickles back into the jar and put the lid on. Over time, the pickles will absorb the sugary Kool-Aid, and just a few days later, you'll have Kool-Aid flavored pickles.
That's got to be disgusting. That's gonna be an F tier.
If you tried to cram 8 billion people into one apartment complex, you could only fit about 20,000 of them inside
Yo, this is a landlord's favorite short. What?
before the building collapsed under its own weight. So how big would it need to be to actually hold everyone on Earth? Well, the structure would have to be made from over 100,000 huge skyscrapers, and it would need to be 12 buildings tall, nearly
Would it not be so cold at the top floor if it's that high up? And you would just constantly hear wind slamming into your windows.
30,000 feet high. Once completed, elevator rides to the top would take hours as it stopped to let people off.
I didn't even consider that as well. This is inefficient.
The people at the top would need oxygen masks because the air up there would be so thin. On the upper floors, clouds could form inside the building, filling the hallways with fog. And the temperature up there would be freezing year-round, forcing city-sized power plants just to keep the rooms warm.
Wow. That is a funny short. That one's gonna be an S tier. That one's gonna be an S tier. I love a good hypothetical situation short like that.
If you open the windows during a hurricane, would the wind just blow through your house instead of knocking it over? Well, this would only work if your house was just one big room and the wind could pass through. But most houses have hallways and multiple rooms, so debris would just fly in, while the wind makes the air pressure inside build up, which would still destroy your house.
That's anticlimactic. We got to start building houses is one big room so that we are tornado proof. They got to start doing that in Florida.
He filled up the balloon after being pulled over, and that breath came from deep in his lungs, where alcohol in the blood leaks into the air. The officer would release the air into a glass tube of chemicals, and if the driver had been drinking, the alcohol in his breath would react with those chemicals, and the color would change, giving the police a reason to arrest him.
Wow, Unk police officer method. Let's go to the next one. This one's gonna get a B tier. Fascinating technology.
The face lifted off
What?
as the machine hinged open, while metal
This cannot be real.
frames held the silicone skin in place.
Oh, it's not. Oh, okay. It's not a real person.
Inside, a small puppet sat at a control panel with motors inside of its body, allowing a puppeteer to control its head and limbs. And for close-ups, they built a massive version of the same head, using complex motors to bring it to life. Now, the alien's voice was recorded, then broken up into signals which told the motors exactly when to move, syncing every jaw and lip motion perfectly to the voice.
That is creepy. I'm gonna give that one a B tier. I've seen better, but I've definitely seen worse.
They drill a hole and inject alcohol straight into the bamboo plant.
Oh my god. This has got to be a war tactic.
Next, a chopstick is pushed in and snapped off, before melted wax is used to seal it. For the next few months, the alcohol stays in the
This is a fermentation method. Aging the drink in a bamboo. No, that's fire.
bamboo, soaking up its flavors. And when the bamboo is collected, that section is cut out and sold as a natural bottle.
That's so sick. Oh, I need to get one of these.
Customers crack open the top with a hammer before drinking the liquor inside.
Bro, what? Liquor bamboo? Bro, I gotta get that.
The monk would throw the needle at the window, and the balloon behind it would pop. And that makes it seem like the needle went right through the glass. But because the monk throws it at the perfect angle, the tip of the needle actually hits the glass. This concentrates the force into one tiny point, which causes the glass to crack. The needle actually bounces back, while the force keeps traveling forward, and tiny shards of glass are blasted out the other side, piercing the balloon and making it look like the needle went all the way through.
Whoa, that's neat. It's not anything amazing, but it's neat. I get on a B tier. Hold up. Fellas. The first fictional Zack D Films short of the day. If you do not know, the fiction shorts are the best shorts he makes, period. You wouldn't think that fiction would be, you'd think it'd be worse because it's not real, but no. He turns these into movies. Lock in, bro. The cleaning robot from hell.
They opened their new cleaning robot, and it picked up its own packaging, using AI to predict and detect messes. It vacuumed spills before they even hit the ground. It nagged Dad about his socks and chased the kids with a feather duster.
Oh god, bro, this is about to take a dark turn.
Became part of the family, until one day it threw their groceries away. Then the dog's bed, then their shoes.
Mess potential eliminated.
It chirped. Then
Collateral. The dog is gonna be collateral damage. Oh no.
the dog
Potential mess eliminated.
vanished. The kids surged and the parents called until they noticed the robot dragging a trash bag. It jingled.
No.
And a squeaky toy bounced free.
Mess potential eliminated. Floors secure.
A bloody broken broom laid nearby.
He literally killed it. Ripped the dog.
For a second they stared, but when the robot grabbed the handle, they ran.
Further mess potential detected.
They locked themselves in the bedroom, and Dad pulled a shotgun from the closet. Suddenly, the door exploded inward. In the chaos, shots rang out. Everything was a blur. The next morning, there was silence. The house gleamed. Not a stain, not a sock, not a sound.
Oh
Mess
my
potential
god.
eliminated.
At that point, what is it all for, bro? He's cleaning an empty house. That was a S tier. That is a S plus tier, bro. Mess potential eliminated. Brother, you killed a family. What are we doing, man?
They tossed the chainsaw by the handle, throwing it up in the air above eye level, while angling it towards their other hand. And before it comes back down, they throw a second chainsaw underneath it, using the other hand, this time in the opposite direction. They grab the handle of the first saw as it falls, keeping their eyes on the second chainsaw in the air instead of looking down. Then, once the second reaches its peak, they throw in a third chainsaw, before tossing the first one with the other hand, freeing it just in time to grab the second saw.
Yeah, we're not testing that one, bro. We're not door dashing a chainsaw. Can we get Sambucha to test this one?
He stepped inside the old bank vault while exploring, but the door slammed shut behind him. He was seriously trapped inside, surrounded by concrete walls too thick to cut through. Firefighters rushed to free him, but there was no way to break in. So they contacted a former bank worker who somehow still remembered the combination.
Zach, we know that you're farming content with that. You're farming comments with that number. You ain't fooling anyone.
They turned the dial, unlocked the door, and freed the teen after being stuck for hours.
That one's gonna be an F tier. Are we on God?
The ocean will suddenly pull away from the beach, and fish will be left flapping on the sand. Animals will sense something is wrong and flee. And finally, you'll hear a deep roar as millions of gallons of water form the giant wave. But if you stick around to see it, you'll be crushed as it rushes inland. Instead, move to...
This is a dumb question, but do tsunamis still, like, happen a lot? I feel like when I was a kid, I thought tsunamis were, like, very common. And then as I grew up, like, I've never heard about a tsunami happening. I feel like they're rare. Unless I just have no idea.
Higher ground immediately. If there's no hill nearby, get to the highest floor of a sturdy building and brace for impact as the wave hits.
That's irrelevant to me. I maybe I want to beat tier. Every day? Tsunamis happen every day? Wow, I guess I'm just not educated.
He pulled the teeth out of the deer, then filed them down to the size of human teeth.
Oh god, okay. If this is going where I think it's going, we got an incoming F tier video.
Next, he used putty to make a denture plate and stuck the teeth to it with household cement. When he stuck them in his mouth, they worked like real dentures. And after cutting up the deer and cooking it, he ate it, using that deer's own teeth.
No, this is another level of disrespect. You're eating him with his own teeth. I've never heard of something like this.
To chew through its meat.
No, F tier. Z tier. Z tier short. First Z tier of the day. What in God's name? What is this, bro? That is disgusting.
It has 3 separate floors, stacked as tall as a 6-story building. This is Air Force One, the president's White House in the air. On the main floor, there's
I did never heard about this. The president has a, like, 3-story airplane? How did I never know what this was?
a presidential suite with a bedroom, office, and private bathroom. And down the hall, staff and guests work in offices and lounges. A full medical center sits on board, with a doctor ready for any emergencies mid-flight. 2 kitchens can prepare thousands of meals, feeding up to 100 people at once. And even if it can't land, it can refuel in the air, allowing it to keep flying for days.
Wait. I watched a short. This was probably like 500 Zack D Films shorts behind, where they did this, and I was like, that must be fiction. I did not realize it was real. That's insane.
They carefully cut along the line
Incoming F tier.
of your upper eyelid if you don't have a natural crease.
Then the surgeon removes a small amount of skin and fat to make space for the new fold.
Next, they stitch the eyelid back together, lining it up to form a clean crease. These stitches stay in place for several days, holding it in position while it heals. As the skin recovers, the fold becomes permanent, giving you a crease.
Double eyelid surgery. Okay, first of all, that's a S tier. I mean, an F tier. That's an F. F, 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 F. Secondly, do I need that surgery? You need it for like hooded eyes is what the point of it. Do I have hooded eyes? I don't know. I don't know what my eyes look like.
He grabbed the necklace, then shoved it into his mouth before swallowing it whole. Now, there was a jeweled egg on this necklace, covered in diamonds, with a tiny gold octopus hidden inside.
That is so sick. I don't blame him for eating that.
When police arrived, the man was arrested and charged with theft, but the egg was still inside his stomach. So an officer sat and watched him, and after 6 days, the man finally pooped the egg out, and once cleaned, it was returned.
He's got to be the worst criminal on earth. I want to know what this looks like. What is the name of this necklace? I guess no one knows. Well, that is disgusting. I'm gonna give that one a C tier.
He placed the turtle into a bowl because he wasn't allowed to own a dog or a cat. So he collected turtles instead. He named every one and put them in a tin castle. But the turtles kept dying, so he turned each death into a story. Knights, kings, and rulers fighting for power.
This is sick.
The boy began writing about these adventures, and they eventually turned into one of the biggest fantasy stories of all time.
What? That's the lore behind Game of Thrones? He had turtles that kept... Oh my god. That's got to be an S tier. That is cinema. I did not know that lore. That is so sick. What?
The farmer's only horse ran away, leaving him with no way to work. And the villagers told him how unlucky he was. But the farmer just said, maybe. A few days later, the horse returned, bringing 5 wild horses with it. Now, everyone said it was incredible luck. The farmer simply replied, maybe. Later that week, the farmer's son tried to ride one of the wild horses, but it kicked him off and broke his leg. The villagers rushed over, saying how awful it was. The farmer said, maybe. A month later, the army came to take young men to fight in the deadly war, but they left his son behind because of the broken leg. The villagers again told the farmer he had such good luck. The farmer just said, maybe. Because he knew the only difference between a blessing and a curse is timing. The farmer...
Whoa, W wisdom. The only difference between a blessing and a curse is timing. Wow. Let that be known. Do not beat yourself up over a bad situation. You never know if it'll turn out to be a good one long term.
She shot a gun at the president, but missed. And just as she raised the gun to fire again, a Marine veteran grabbed her by the arm. The bullet hit the pavement instead, sparing the president's life. And the Marine was called a hero. The president even wrote him a thank you letter. But when journalists discovered he was gay, the news spread all over the country, and when his family found out, they immediately disowned him.
Oh my god, what?
He died alone in his apartment years later, with the thank you letter still framed on his wall.
Bro, that is so unfair. What the hell? No, I did not know that story. 1975? That's not even that long ago, too. That's only like 50 years. Like, people are alive from 1975 and they still vote. That's crazy, bro.
The prisoners were forced to sit in front of computers to play online games for hours. But they weren't playing for fun. Instead, they were forced to play the same parts over and over just to earn points inside the games.
They are farming RuneScape. I can tell this is RuneScape. They're farming RuneScape gold with prisoners. This has got to be in Indonesia. This has got to be in Indonesia. I've heard about this in Indonesia.
And that game money was secretly sold online to other players for real cash. The guards kept the profits, while the prisoners got nothing. And if someone slowed down, they were beaten.
Oh my god. Honestly though, if you are in prison, farming a video game probably is better than anything else you could be doing. So I'm gonna go down to A tier.
The serial killer wrote a letter to the newspaper, promising that everyone who played jazz at
That was a good transition.
midnight would live. You see, for months, this axe murderer had been killing people in their sleep before disappearing without a trace. 6 people died this way, while others were left with shattered skulls. So when this letter came, people took it seriously. This led to bands playing in bars and jazz echoing through homes. Its rhythms filled the streets, even as fear still lingered in the air. And just for that night, no one was killed. People thought the terror had come to an end, but a few days later, he murdered 3 more before vanishing forever.
It's really crazy how back in the day you could just be a murderer and get away with it so easily. That one's gonna be an A tier. What a weird story.
He added each piece together,
Classic prosthetic arm.
then slid the finished plastic hand onto his arm, and the plastic fingers curled closed. You see, years earlier, when he lost his arm, the prosthetics were just too expensive. So he found designs online and started printing a hand piece by piece. Motors and wires were packed inside the palm and wrist, and sensors pressed against his arm. So when his muscles moved, the hand moved too. Now, the grip was weak, and the motors overheated after just 15 minutes.
Bro, why are you guys spamming so much? You guys are so annoying. Everybody needs to die in this chat. You all need to die that are spamming. Nah, bro. We're just gonna continue.
But it could still hold a cup just fine.
Yeah, I didn't even realize what that one was. I'm just gonna give it a C tier.
The stray bullet struck him in the head, but he shrugged it off and kept on partying. He didn't even realize he had been shot. That night, he went swimming and even traveled over 200 miles, feeling totally fine. But a few days later, his arm started twitching uncontrollably. Confused, he rushed to the hospital, where doctors discovered the bullet. But it just happened to miss the vital areas of his brain, meaning he was okay.
This was the same as another short. Yesterday, there was one about a guy getting shot with a bullet in war. It went right here, and it literally just stayed in his brain forever. I don't know how that happens, but I guess it happens. Anyways, this one's gonna be a B tier.
A knock came at Abe Lincoln's door in the middle of the night, and when he opened it, his friend screamed that the world was ending. Lincoln rushed to the window and saw what looked like thousands of stars falling from the sky. And all over the country, people were panicking. Some ran, terrified that God was coming to judge them. Others thought that angels were coming down to earth, and the whole sky looked like it was moving. But when
These old people thought everything was God. Yo, they just didn't understand the world. They don't understand anything. Wow.
Lincoln looked closer,
Thank you for the $1 donation.
noticed the constellations still looked the same, convincing him that the stars weren't falling at all. Years
Abe's
later,
a smarty
scientists
pants.
realized a comet was actually passing close to Earth, and hundreds of thousands of tiny pieces broke off as it moved. As they fell through the atmosphere, they burned up, causing a massive meteor shower, meaning Lincoln was right all along.
That one's an A tier. That one's fire. Wait, we're on a roll here. Ooh. No, that one was sick.
They crammed 300 million in the trunk to drive it to a factory, but a police officer on a motorcycle blocked the road. He told them that their car had been rigged with a bomb, so the bank employees jumped out, and the officer crawled underneath to investigate. They watched as flames and smoke began to shoot out from underneath. The officer quickly got in the car, driving it away before it exploded. Now, the workers waited for the explosion, but it never came. Then they noticed a used flare in the road, right where the car was stopped, meaning the officer had started the fire and faked the incident. Later, the police confirmed that they never sent anyone, and despite years of searching, the fake officer was never caught.
Fake Chinese cop. Yo, that's sick. I'm gonna have to give that one an A tier.
They put the explosive inside the fake chocolate bar before coating them in real chocolate and wrapping them in gold paper. Next, they would smuggle the bars into Churchill's dining room. When he snapped off a square, a hidden canvas strip would pull a delay trigger, and 7 seconds later, the bar would explode,
Yo, Feastables.
killing the Prime Minister and anyone nearby. But the British learned of the plan, meaning it was never carried out.
Imagine they do that one to Mr. Beast, bro. That's gonna be an A tier.
He started flipping burgers as a single dad, working hard to support his family. And he stayed loyal to Burger King year after year.
Oh no. I can just tell this is gonna have a very sad ending because you should not be loyal to Burger King. They do not care about you. Let's see if this has the ending I think it will have.
Never missing a single day in 27 years.
That is a crazy record.
But on his anniversary, he was only handed a goodie bag. It contained pens, a movie voucher, and a few other cheap items. Now, he still posted a thank you video, but when people saw it, they were outraged, and the story went viral. Soon, they were donating money, collecting almost $500,000, which allowed him to buy a house and start a business of his own.
That is so sick. A+ tier. I'm glad that people gave him redemption. W TikTok. They really give him a goodie bag, bro.
He put 99 phones inside a wagon.
I think I know this. This guy was cheating like Pokemon Go or something. Or no. He was cheating Google Maps to make it look like there was so much traffic. I think I know this story.
Since they were all connected to Google, their location was sent to satellites. Now, Google Maps detects traffic by tracking phones. And if enough phones are moving slowly through a street, it shows up as a traffic jam. So when the man pulled his phone cart down the main road, Google thought it was extremely slow traffic. So the map quickly turned that street red. And since everyone else tried to avoid the fake traffic jam, it practically cleared the road, meaning he could get to his destination faster.
That is such a good method. That's gonna be an A tier. I don't know how I knew that story. I don't think I saw this short before. I might have seen a different short about that. That's so broken. I know, what a method.
Draw a slanted window on both sides of a piece of paper and color in parts of it to give it depth. Then cut out the window and panes before tracing the edges with a marker. And when you spin it from a string, it'll just look like it's flipping back and forth. Now, if you stick a pen in the middle and then spin it, it'll rotate in circles, passing through the paper as the window continues to flip.
Whoa.
You see, your brain expects windows to be rectangular. So when it sees a trapezoid, it assumes you're looking at a window from an angle and forces the image to flip, even when it's actually just spinning over and over.
That is so cool. I'm gonna give that one a B tier. Fascinating.
When Batman jumps off a building and extends his cape, it seems like he's able to glide through the air. But his cape wouldn't work like real wings, meaning he would actually just fall to his death. To fly, his cape would need to stretch as long as a bus, with a metal frame to give it structure, as well as a harness to keep him safely attached. So when he jumps off, the wings would instantly pop open, allowing him to glide like a real bat. But the wind conditions would have to be perfect, and even then, he would need to sprint to build up speed, otherwise he would still just fall.
Cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. I'm gonna give that one an S tier, actually. Kind of might be a crazy S tier, but I just think it's so fascinating. It's nothing crazy, but it's just fascinating.
The live crabs are sealed into tight plastic shells with tiny air holes. Then they're loaded into cold vending machines. You see, the low temperature makes the crabs sluggish, which helps them save energy and stay alive while they wait. Now, if the crab is dead, the machine gives you 3 replacements for free. So weirdly, some people want a dead crab, but the machines also attract tourists.
I was gonna say this has to be Japan. This just seems Japanese. There it is right there. It's in Japanese.
Who stop to take selfies instead of buying, meaning the crabs just sit there and...
That is actually so sad. They need to free these crabs. Like, they're just a tourist attraction. No, this might be F tier.
Start dying inside the machine.
Yep, that's F tier. That is F tier. That is so depressing. Japan needs to lock in, bro. Why are we treating animals like this?
She held the fitness tracker in her mouth before jumping into the pool, but as she was swimming, she suddenly swallowed it. Now, these batteries could leak, releasing toxic chemicals into her body, so doctors performed surgery to pull it out. But when they did, they found it was fully intact. They synced it to the app and found it had tracked every single step since she swallowed it. It counted her calories and even tracked her sleep cycle, all from inside her body.
That one was weird. I'm gonna give that one a B tier.
If you were blind, you could put on these glasses that record everything in front of you through a tiny camera, which sends the signals into the device on your tongue. You see, your tongue has some of the most sensitive nerves on your body, and the tiny zaps would create patterns that you could actually feel. With practice, your brain can learn to interpret them as shapes and objects, letting you walk safely through a doorway using your tongue instead of your eyes.
Tongue, sahur. That one's gonna be a B tier.
Carefully place the tiny shrimp into your mouth as you fill it up with water. And once inside, it would swim around your gums, picking at food scraps with tiny pincers and keeping your mouth clean. But they can grow over 2 inches, so they might scrape up your tongue just by moving around. Now, they usually pluck parasites and dead tissue off fish, and because they're from the ocean, they could carry harmful germs on their bodies, which could make you extremely sick.
See, that one was a cool premise, but the payoff was unsatisfying because I want to have a little shrimp in my mouth to clean my teeth. And you're telling me I can't? Yeah, that's gonna be a C tier.
When the fish is chased, it builds up speed before bursting out of the water. Then it spreads its giant fins as if they were wings, which catch onto the wind. And this keeps it gliding forward for hundreds of feet, leaving the predator behind. Finally, it slips back into the sea, having survived another day.
Imagine if we have fish that can fly, do we have flies that can fish? It makes you think. I'm gonna get that one an A tier.
He stuck his tongue out to copy the snake, but it lunged forward and bit him. You see, he had performed this with snakes for years, and it was usually well behaved. But rattlesnakes can't see that well, so the man's tongue just looked like a threat. This
tongue? Say that one again.
Scared the snake and made it bite him. His tongue ballooned up as the venom spread through his body, and he was rushed to the hospital. He survived, but he never looked at the snake the same way again.
That's so sad. That was his business partner. He switched up on his day one. You can't blame the rattlesnake. It's just his biology, bro. I'm gonna have to get that one. A grown man, by the way. All right. I'm gonna have to get that one an A tier. Next one is gonna be number 800. Let's get a fire one for number 800.
The device is flipped upside down and dipped into the batter. A thin layer sticks to the hot plate, then it's flipped back upright while the batter cooks. Once it's done, the crepe will fall off on its own before the next one is made. But since the liquid batter might spill, you could improve the design by adding edges to keep it contained. And since it's too heavy to hold for a long time, you could add a sturdier handle. You could also make the bottom flat and remove the electrical components so that it could be set down on a
Bro, that's literally just a pan. He's explaining this like it's insane. That's just a pan.
Burner, giving you the optimal crepe making device.
Yo, crepes are nice though. Why did video number 800 have to make me so hungry? I'm gonna have to get that one at S tier. When I was in Japan, I ate a crepe and it was so delicious. I don't know what it is about Japan, but they make delicious crepes, bro.
She soaked the beans overnight, then crushed them into a paste before squeezing the juice out through a cloth. Next, she added water.
Must have been how cornstarch was invented.
And dipped in a paintbrush and wrote her essays about ninjas on this traditional Japanese paper, just like real ninjas used to do. But as it dried, the words disappeared. Her professor received only a blank page. He was confused until he saw the instructions. He held the paper over his gas stove, and the heat slowly turned the soybean juice brown, which
Oh, it was soybean juice. Okay.
revealed the student's essay, giving her top marks for creativity.
That's fire. I'm gonna get that one a B tier. Cool story, but I heard cooler.
Smoke poured through the air conditioner during the exam, and the person inside acted quickly, looking for help. But when the same thing happened in a room with a large group, most people did nothing, even as smoke filled the room. You see, scientists wanted to test people's reaction to emergencies, so they staged an exam. But some people were paid actors and were told not to react to the smoke. As it poured in, the test subjects followed their lead. This is called the bystander effect. If others don't react in an emergency, you think you shouldn't either, and you feel less responsible for.
You have to be the what do they call it? A wolf among sheep, and be the one to stand up for the individuals that need you.
Solving the problem. This even happens when someone is in danger, meaning dozens of people can pass by and do nothing. The only way to break the cycle is to speak up, prompting other people to react and stop the danger.
This is like an exploit of human psychology, like tribalism. Like we want to just blend into the tribe. We don't want to stand out. Interesting. I'm gonna I want to B tier.
He opened the door to his house only to find strangers living inside. He called the police, and the couple claimed they had mortgage papers, but even though the mortgage company didn't exist, there was nothing the police could do.
Fellas, we got a new hustle. We print fake mortgage papers to live in people's homes. Lock in. We're doing this all summer 2026.
Because squatters can't be evicted under state law. So instead, the owner showed up with his wife, friends, and air mattresses. They stayed the night, partying and making noise to disturb the couple. Finally, the squatters demanded thousands of dollars to move out. He did pay her, and then discovered this is just what they did for a living.
At that point, you just gotta kill these people, bro. What are we talking about? How is this legal? No, bro, you just gotta shoot them at that point. There's a reason that we have the Second Amendment. Like, if people are just coming into your house and living there, bro, you gotta have the right to stand your own ground and just shoot them at that point, bro. Like, what? Nah, bro. They need to die. Let's go to the next one. That is an F tier.
If you sucked up all the water on Earth and put it into a giant vacuum container before squishing it into one water droplet, how big would that droplet be?
Definitely bigger than that. I feel like it would have to be like a third of the Earth. Oh no, but the surface isn't that deep. Oh wait, no, the ocean is deep. I'm gonna say 30% the size of the planet.
Well, water covers 70% of Earth's surface, but even though it looks like a lot, it's actually spread pretty thin. So if you stood next to it, it would stretch upwards for hundreds of miles, reaching all the way past the International Space Station. But from space, it'll just look like a small blob on Earth's surface.
Okay, that's much smaller than I thought it would be. I thought it would be like 4x that size, but I'm gonna get that one an S tier.
Strap the device right behind.
Oh no. This is incoming F tier video.
The dog's tail. And once the dog starts walking, a loop keeps it lined up. So when the dog poops, it drops straight down into a bag mounted inside the catcher.
Oh my god, people cannot be this lazy.
Then remove the catcher's
Just pick up the poop, bro.
magnetic base, making it easy to swap the bag without touching anything. So when the dog's done, just pull the bag off and throw it away.
Yeah, it's gonna be a negative F tier.
They dumped the bodies in a valley because there were too many, and a young leopard began eating them. Now eventually the sickness went away, and the bodies stopped coming. But since the leopard had already tasted human flesh,
Oh no.
it wanted more.
Do we really taste that good?
It began to hunt people. Villagers shut themselves inside, but it clawed through the doors, killing people while leaving most other prey alone. Over the next 8 years, it ate over 100 people before it was finally killed.
Yo, how is this leopard squad wiping villages? Dude, if you ate 100 people, they could all work together to kill that leopard so easily. What do we mean it ate 100 people? Oh my god. No, that one's gotta be an A tier though. That is a crazy story.
As she dropped coins into the cup, she didn't notice her engagement ring falling in. And when he saw it, he couldn't believe his eyes. Now, a jeweler offered him $4,000.
No, bro, you need to give it back. Come on.
And for him, this could mean a fresh start. But it also meant betraying the one person who showed him kindness. So he held on to it, waiting at the same spot they had met. And when she did finally come back, he returned it without asking for anything. The woman
W guy
was so moved, she ended up raising almost $200,000 for him, over 50 times what the ring was worth. He was able to buy a house and even reconnect with his long-lost family, all because he chose to do the right thing.
Wow, what a wholesome story. That's got to be an S+ tier. I love a wholesome story that makes you believe in humanity.
The 4-year-old boy was hanging from a 4th-floor balcony, his hands slipping with the ground far below. A man saw him and started climbing the building with his bare hands. No ropes, no harness. He pulled himself up ledge by ledge until he reached the scared child. Then he grabbed the boy and lifted him back onto the balcony, and the video spread all over the world. Now, the man was living in France illegally at the time, but after the president saw what he did, he gave him a job as a firefighter and made him a French citizen.
A tier short, W guy, W employment, W France, which is very rare. A+, not quite S, but definitely better than an A tier. That's an A+ tier. Lock in. That's good.
He found a mysterious safe in the storage unit after paying $500 for everything inside. He called a couple of locksmiths and finally got it open, discovering it held $7.5 million. Now, the original owners had stopped
That's got to be a drug dealer's money. That's got to be drug money, bro. That's Breaking Bad money right there.
paying for the unit, which is why it got auctioned off. But when they heard about the safe, they demanded the money back. Now, they offered the man a reward, and after some negotiating, the man did give most of the money back, but kept
Why? You literally... Oh, because he wants to be nice. Oh.
over $1 million for himself. But this story has been retold so many times, it's hard to tell if it's even true.
Oh, I see. So it could be fake. That one's gonna be a B tier.
He slapped the old woman as they stole the family cows, while her granddaughter watched the whole thing angrily, vowing to fight against
This little girl is so angry.
them. She learned how to use grenades and helped blow up factories and supply stations, killing German troops. And at 16, she went undercover and got a job in a German army kitchen, secretly slipping poison into their food. And when they suspected her, she even ate the same meal to prove that she was innocent. Now,
That
she
is
fooled the
tough.
soldiers long enough to believe her, but the poison was strong and made her violently sick, and she barely survived. But German soldiers eventually caught her, and while they were questioning her, she grabbed an officer's pistol, shooting him and 2 more soldiers before the gun jammed. She was tortured, then executed at just 17, but her bravery made her a national hero.
They've animated that little girl so angry, bro. The way that they made her graphics, I'm dead. That one might be an A+ tier. I think that one's an A+ tier. Let's go to the next one.
They would grab the rat and chop off its tail before exchanging it for cash. You see, the city was overrun with rats carrying the plague, so officials paid 1 cent per rat, requiring only the tail as proof. But even though tails were being turned in, the rats still got worse, and officials found some running around without tails. That's because people were catching the live rats, cutting off the tails, and releasing them to continue breeding. This was so more rats would be
This always happens. How do they never think about the consequences?
running around so they could keep getting paid. And some even smuggled more rats into the city, while others created rat farms, breeding them before turning in the tails. But eventually the government caught on and canceled the program.
That has got to be so brain dead. B tier. This literally happened 2 other times. One was with snakes in India. The other one, I don't actually remember it. I know there was another Zack D film short I watched where like it was the same situation.
As the tentacle reaches through, it starts to pull its entire body through the hole. Inside, its organs shift and slide to fit the opening. That's
What?
because they're made.
I didn't know that's how they fit through holes. They can control and move and squish their organs. Baddie. Really. Bro, that is an octopus. Find God.
Made of soft tissues that can squeeze and stretch without being damaged. And aside from the beak, there are no bones holding it back. So, as long as the beak fits, the rest of it will change shape to fit too. In other words, if a coin can make it, so could an octopus.
They're kind of nerfed by their beak then, no? Like, if they just removed their beak, they could squeeze through anything. That's kind of a nerf, in my opinion. I don't know. Maybe they need the beak so they can eat. That one's going to be an A+ tier. I find that fascinating. Let's go to the next.
They unlocked the ATM, opened it, then closed it again, without taking any money. But hours later, they came back. One man stood in front, holding up his phone, and the ATM suddenly started dumping cash. You see, they had secretly installed software that let them take control. So, when the phone sent the signal, the ATM thought it was being told to pay out. The machine spit out bills until about $175,000 was gone. And even though the whole thing was caught on camera, the thieves were never identified.
W thieves. I support it. Stealing money from banks. Hey, at the end of the day, that's money going to the common man from a bank, from big banks. I support the crime. That's a S tier.
If you drop a spider into a beer glass, the sides could be too smooth for it to climb out, so it could stick a strand of silk to one wall and attach the other end to the opposite side. Then it adds another strand above it, and another, slowly building a web higher and higher up the glass, and using it to climb out. But spiders only have so much silk to use, and each new
Okay. This animation is overstimulating. Why are we like with maximum velocity and accuracy zooming and swishing around this spider at maximum speed to show it squirting webs? Like, we don't need it to be this intense.
line drains energy, meaning if the glass is too tall, the spider could run out of silk before reaching the rim and die before it finishes the web and escapes.
I like it when a spider dies. I don't like spiders. That's gonna be a B tier.
As a kid, your brain is constantly experiencing new things.
Get ready for a wholesome life lesson. I can just feel it in this one.
Your first time eating a lemon, your first time riding a bike, or your first time winning a prize. And some say this is why time feels slower, because there's so much new information to process. But as you get older, things that were
Holy mog. This dude is sexy.
things that were once new now feel old and boring. So your brain just forgets parts of your day, since you don't need to remember every single thing. And this makes time feel faster. But when something happens that breaks the routine, it gives you a new experience.
Aww.
This makes your
He loves his wife.
brain work harder as it absorbs new information, which makes time slow down once again.
Let this be a life lesson. When you get older, do nice things for other people. They will remember it more than a child would. Never be nice to a child. Baddie, brother, she's taken. I don't think you have a chance with her. She's got a man. I'm gonna say that this one is an S tier.
When you press the button, you would assume it sends a signal to the
Aren't these fake?
traffic system, so it can choose a safe moment to stop the cars before finally switching the light so you can cross. But in some cities, this button doesn't do anything. Pressing it just makes people feel like they're in control, which makes them less likely to run into traffic. So the fake button keeps people safer while the traffic lights quietly just run on their own.
Wow. This makes me feel like my life is a simulation. Bro, if they're faking this, what else are they faking? Makes you question everything. I'm gonna get that one at A tier.
Stick the probes into the sausages, then connect them to a circuit board. Now place your hand on a metal plate with a wire connecting it back to the board. When you touch the sausage, electricity travels through the wet, salty meat, through your body, into the plate, and through the ground wire back to the board. This completes the circuit for that one sausage. The board will detect it like a button being pressed, and it instantly sends that signal to a computer, where it's turned into a piano note. Since each sausage is wired to a different key,
Hot dog piano. I think that the unemployed have really outdone themselves this time. What are we doing? If you're making an invention like this, you have too much free time. Get a job.
on the board, you're now ready to play your sausage piano. Stick the probe.
Yeah, we're not doing this, bro. That one's a C tier, maybe a D.
After he drowned, his body was filled with a special liquid that slowly mummified him. You see, the man had no close family, so the funeral director was allowed to test a new formula on him. The liquid dried his skin, but his features were perfectly preserved. And for the next 60 years, he became a local attraction for visitors. His mummified body appeared on TV and in magazines, and when he was finally buried, hundreds of people showed up to his funeral to say goodbye.
That's gross. F tier.
The doctor would slide the tiny robot up a tube and into your bladder, and the magnet outside would guide it around until it reached the kidney stone. Once in place, the robot would release special enzymes, which would make the area around the stone less acidic, breaking it down until it's mostly dissolved and letting it leave your body pain-free. The doctor would slide.
Oh my god. I didn't know that existed. That's a game changer. I'm not as afraid of kidney stones anymore. That's gonna be an S tier, just because I'm so afraid of a kidney stone.
The polar bear approached the tent.
Aww.
Where the man was sleeping and tore through the fabric.
Oh god.
Screams alerted his friends in another tent who tried to escape, but the polar bear turned on them instead. So he grabbed his pocket knife and ran out. At first,
Yo, you cannot beat a polar bear with a pocket knife.
First, he tried shouting and throwing rocks to scare it off, but nothing worked. So he stabbed it under the jaw. This stopped the bear, so he kept going until it finally ran away into the woods. Then he loaded his injured friends into a canoe and paddled almost 5 miles for help. His friends survived, and the man was awarded a medal for his bravery.
W guy. That one's gonna be an A tier.
You would bring it to your mouth like a harmonica and blow into it. Now, you thought you were clearing away dust that was stopping the game from working, because after, when you placed it back into the console, the game would turn on. But the cartridge has these thin metal pins that press against matching ones when inserted. And those pins carry the game's data, sending the signals to the console. But over time, they can bend and lose pressure. So when you pull the cartridge out and push it back in, the metal scrapes together, reconnecting the signal just long enough for the game to start. Meaning the trick that everyone swore by did work, but it was never because of the blowing.
Interesting. I'm gonna get that one a B tier. Mildly interesting.
If we placed a giant match on top of the Empire State Building,
get ready for an S tier short. I can just tell from that intro.
And somehow managed to light it, would it be hot enough to melt the snowflakes, stopping the snowstorm around the building? Well, the storm drops a massive column of cold air, stretching thousands of feet above the tower. To actually stop it, the match would need to be about the size of a football field, and it would need about the same amount of power as a giant wind turbine. But the massive fire would create huge clouds of smoke, meaning you might be able to stop some of the snow over the building, but you would fill the surrounding streets with smoke.
Okay, not an S tier, but I will say an A tier. That's just a fun little hypothetical one. I like that one.
The base is bolted into the ceiling, a long wire is hung down, and a heavy ball is attached to the bottom. When you pull the ball to the side and let go, it swings back and forth in a line. But Earth is always slowly turning, and everything attached to it, the walls, the ceiling, and the mount holding the pendulum, all turn with the planet. But the ball doesn't move with the room. So, as Earth slowly spins underneath, the floor slides under the ball's straight line, making the swing path look like it's twisting around the room. Meaning it's not the ball that's rotating, it's the Earth turning beneath it.
That one went over my head. I think that's a bit above my pay grade, so I'm gonna put that one at a C tier.
Both lumberjacks started chopping at the same time every day, but one disappeared for an hour every afternoon, while the other kept chopping. But even though he worked an extra hour, at the end of the day, he had less wood than the man who left for an hour. He tried to catch up, never taking a break, but his pile of wood was always smaller. Finally, he asked the man where he was going for that hour every day. The other lumberjack replied, "I just go home and sharpen my axe." Because a sharp
He's so smart.
tool cuts more with every strike.
Work harder, not smarter. No, work smarter, not harder. Let that be a life lesson. Chat. Lock in. That's gonna be an A tier.
How big of a telescope would you need if you wanted to spy on your ex from the International Space Station?
What? What?
Well, a normal one can see clear detail from about a mile away, and the ISS is about 250 miles above Earth. So, to see your ex, you would have to bolt a telescope the size of 2 football fields to the side. But the ISS travels over 16 times faster than the Earth spins. This means you would have to slow the station down until the speed matched exactly, letting you finally see them from space. But at that speed, the station would be too slow to escape the Earth's gravity, and it would be pulled down towards it. Even if the thrusters were going at full blast, it would still plummet through the atmosphere, breaking apart and sending debris straight through the clouds and into the ocean.
May I say that's an S tier? I don't know. the premise is so silly and it's so serious. Like, bro, that one's a S tier. That's so funny.
You screw a handle onto each side of a bicycle wheel and wrap a string around your hand before connecting it to the handle. It'll just drop down when you let go of it. But if you spin the wheel really fast, the speed keeps it going in one direction, while the spinning stops gravity from pulling it down immediately. And because the rope and gravity tug at the wheel in different directions, instead of tipping over, the wheel would twist to one side. And for a while, it would balance itself in midair, looking like it's defying gravity.
That's neat. I'll give it a B tier.
When you peel a cinnamon roll can, the seam holding it shut loosens, and tapping it lightly helps the pressured dough burst out. But if it was the size of a Cybertruck, you would need a chain and a giant crank to peel the strip, with 2 heavyweight champions using sledgehammers to pop it. And if it was as tall as the Leaning Tower of Pisa, you would have to use giant cranes and a large wrecking ball to open it. Now, if it's stretched into a skyscraper, special helicopters using thick metal cables would break the seam. Then King Kong would have to smash it against a mountain, but the burst
What is happening? Yo, what is happening in this one?
would launch giant chunks of dough across entire city blocks, crushing cars and killing dozens of people. When you peel a
Wow, I always wanted to know what would happen if I opened a giant cinnamon roll. Well, thank you for answering that question, Zack D Films. I'm gonna get that one at A tier.
As your pee hits the toilet, a test strip is pushed into the stream, checking for any signs of illness. And when you poop, the camera takes a video and checks the shape, color, and texture to make sure it's normal. A scanner on the flush handle reads your fingerprint, and a second system can detect the print on your butt, so the toilet knows exactly who just used it. It stores and tracks this info over months, and your doctor can see this information, so they can spot early warning signs of illness before you ever feel sick.
That is an F tier. Sup, I gotta go to my appointment for cancer, bro. Okay, you're obviously trolling at this point. Like, don't troll that you have cancer, bro. I'm hiding you.
She stepped out of the car to get some fresh air, but they were in a drive-through safari park, and a tiger immediately shot.
Yo, bottom 1 IQs. What are we doing?
Got out from the trees, clamped its jaws around her, and dragged her off the road. Her family in the car screamed as she disappeared behind the bushes, and her mother jumped out to save her, running straight toward the tiger. But another one ran at her from the side, and began to maul her as she lay.
Bro, they're gonna squad wipe the whole family. No. Yo, what? Just stay in the car. Literally, it's not that hard.
On the ground. A ranger raced to the woman in a jeep, honking at the tigers, forcing them back long enough to reach the daughter. She survived with serious injuries, but her mother didn't make it.
That is so sad. No, Zack, we're going back to back with this one. That's another F tier. What? I mean, I guess it's not Zack's fault. He just is telling the story.
He swerved the car through the street while his conjoined twin brothers screamed. And some say he drove them right into a passing cart. Police arrived moments later and arrested them both. In court, the judge was about to send the driver to jail, but his conjoined brother argued that he was innocent, and sending his brother to jail would mean imprisoning him too. The judge realized there was no fair punishment, because no cell could hold one conjoined twin without trapping the other.
What?
So both men were released.
What a method. This is literally like the short, about 100 shorts before, where it was 2 identical twins and they couldn't identify which one did the crime because their DNA was the exact same. If you want to be a criminal, just get a twin. I feel like This seems OP. I'm gonna get that one at B tier.
Over 100 gears are fixed into place, and a small gear in the center of each one connects to the teeth of the one next to it. The first one starts turning, which spins the second wheel. But since the smaller gear has 10 times less teeth than the larger one, it has to rotate 10 times before the second gear rotates once. Now, the second and third gears are connected the same way. The center of the second gear has 10 times less teeth than the third, meaning the third gear rotates once for every 10 turns of the
Oh, they call this leverage. I was very lost, but I think I have it now.
second wheel and every 100 turns of the first wheel. By the time it reaches the 25th gear, the first gear has to rotate 1 septillion times for that wheel to turn, and it would have to make 10 quindecillion full rotations before the 50th gear made one full circle. Since each step is 10 times slower than the previous one, that means the last gear would be 1 Google slower than the first. That's 1 with 100 zeros behind it, meaning it would take longer to turn that gear than the entire age of the universe.
What? That one's gonna get a B tier. I think that was really fascinating, but I didn't quite wrap my head around it. Next one is gonna be the 900th short. This one better be a hit. It better be better than this one. Let's go.
The metal was constructed together, and
oh my god, it's already gonna be so good.
Children would grab hold of the spokes as they ran in a circle. Once the platform was fast enough, they would jump on.
Okay. Zach, I think you gotta hire a new guy to create your character models. These kids are chopped. What am I looking at, bro?
Spinning around the pole at high speeds. But the force was so strong that some kids fell off, breaking bones as they landed. Others got caught between the platform and the pole, getting crushed as it swung back and forth, which is why it was finally banned.
Okay, that was that S tier short. That was funny. Chat, we are at the final 100 before 1,000. The home stretch. Lock in. Hey, welcome to the 900s.
When you look through a peephole on a door, the outside view is squeezed into one small clear image your eye can focus on. Now, from the other side, the same lenses spread the light out, breaking the image apart into a blur, which is why strangers can't see inside. But if someone has this device, it places more lenses over the peephole that catch that scattered light and pull it back together, refocusing it into a clear picture and letting them peek.
I did not know that you could reverse a peephole, bro. I'm never trusting a hotel again.
Inside, which is why you should invest in a peephole cover.
No, but they don't have those at hotels. Like, you know how they have these on all of the hotel doors? Bro, that is creepy. No, that's gonna be an F tier. I did not know people could look in at me. Oh my god. No.
They removed the lump, sliced it open, revealing hundreds of tiny teeth inside. You see, when the boy was 3, a tumor appeared in his jaw, and as he got older, it only got larger. Now, the tumor was made
This is very uncomfortable.
of the same cells that usually grow teeth. But unlike his gums, it didn't know when to stop.
Oh no, F tier. Oh no, F tier.
So it kept making more and more. And when the dentist dug into it, they found over 500 teeth crammed inside. With some as
Bro, that must have been farming all the calcium out of his body. Literally. He must have been so calcium deficient. It's probably going all into those teeth. Bro. Oh my god, that's uncomfortable.
Small as a grain of sand. So they removed every extra tooth, giving him a normal smile.
Yeah, that's gonna be a Z tier.
As the fish swim, cameras watch their every movement. If they start acting weirdly, scientists take the water for testing. And if too many of them die, an alarm would ring immediately. You see, fish are extremely sensitive to pollution, so any strange movements can quickly signal that there's been a change in the water. Labs use this system daily to test water and chemicals, helping to produce clean drinking water. As the
C tier, bit mid.
His fingers would be slipped between the metal rings on the frame, turning the gun into brass knuckles.
Clever.
The cylinder held 6 rounds, each with a metal pin sticking out. When the hammer came back, it smacked the pin to fire a shot. But since there wasn't a barrel, the gun only worked at close range. So if he got too close to the enemy, he could just unfold the knife from the frame and use it for stabbing while punching with the brass knuckles. Then it all folds up neatly until he needs it again.
I gotta get one of those. Apache revolver. I'm gonna get that one a B tier. Just a little bit, interesting.
Into the police, but they agreed to let him build his own prison. And when he was done, his prison included a soccer field.
Are we for real? This is not a prison. How did they agree to
A
this?
sauna, and a waterfall. Inside was a jacuzzi, along with a fully stocked bar and a gym. It even had its own private nightclub. Guests would be smuggled in via supply trucks, allowing the so-called prisoner
This is not a prison. How did he get away with this?
to host massive parties. But just over a year into his sentence, he escaped through a false wall, according to rumors, and he stayed hidden for another 17 months.
Why even escape? That is probably nicer than 99% of people's homes. No, that one might be an A tier. That is a very interesting story. Like, how did we even allow this to happen?
A thin scope slides down the baby's throat.
Yo, can we slow it down for a second? What?
And inflates a balloon in the windpipe, sealing it shut. You see, a defect in the diaphragm lets organs crowd the lungs, stopping them from growing. But the balloon traps fluid inside, stretching the lungs bigger. And before birth, doctors remove the balloon so the baby can breathe, giving the lungs a chance to grow strong enough to survive. But the surgery could break the mother's water, causing labor to start too early. And when removing the balloon, even one tiny slip could collapse the baby's airway, meaning even a small mistake could be deadly.
Wow, that is high stakes. Dang. I'm gonna give that one a B tier because, like, it is insane what medicine can perform.
He pulled the net out of the water only to find it empty, and he had already gone weeks without catching anything, meaning he could barely support himself. But suddenly, a massive school of fish swam under his boat, so he tossed his net overboard and started hauling them in. Finally, it felt like his luck had turned. But as the pile grew heavier, he didn't notice how unstable his boat was getting until it suddenly tipped. The man fell into the water and drowned, ending the best day of his life in tragedy.
Yo, what are these videos we're getting in a row? I mean, I'm gonna give that one a C tier, I guess. Like, bro.
She crashed her truck right into a beehive, making a massive swarm of angry bees
I had a friend that did that once.
burst out and attack her. Now, a neighbor heard her screams and ran to alert her parents who lived nearby. They rushed in to pull her away, but the bees turned on them too, stinging them hundreds of times until they collapsed. They were taken to the hospital, and the mother was left severely injured, while the woman and her father passed away, all because of a single beehive.
Wow, okay, that did not happen to my friend. Huh. All right, so a lady hit a beehive and everybody died. Okay, I'm gonna give that one a B tier for bees. Huh.
He was leaving a job interview when he saw the stroller rolling towards traffic.
Oh my god, yo, okay, what is happening right now? This is the worst loss streak of all time.
Traffic. You see, a strong wind had yanked it away from the woman who fell when she tried to grab it. But the man started sprinting and caught it just seconds before it hit traffic. Now, he had been homeless for years, but after the video went viral, the company called him to tell him he got the job. Soon, other companies began to reach out too, finally giving him the fresh start he deserved.
Okay, that's something. Okay, I thought that was gonna be like depressing. No. It had a happy ending. I'll give that one a B tier. It had a happy ending.
She waits outside the enemy ant nest, then kills the workers and rubs them all over her body. This transfers their scent onto her, and she's able to sneak into the nest. Once she's inside, she finds the queen and sprays her with a liquid that marks her as an intruder. When the workers smell her, they think she's the enemy. So they rip their queen to pieces, thinking they're protecting the nest.
What a method.
But the real intruder then becomes the new queen. She starts having babies, and when the original workers die off, they're replaced with her offspring, allowing her to completely take over the nest.
Okay, that is fascinating. I'm gonna give that one an A+ tier. I'm not gonna say S tier. It's not quite there, but an A+.
Sat with her caretaker, slowly shaping her hands into signs, learning words. Then one day, she signed something new. She wanted a cat. So they brought her a tiny gray kitten. The moment she saw him, she held him gently to her chest, cradling him like a baby. And using sign language, she named him All Ball.
That's so cute. Oh my gosh. Gorillas are so intelligent.
She brushed his fur, carried him around her room, and signed over and over, Coco Love Ball.
See, this is just the most wholesome thing. Like, when it's two separate species, oh my god, bro. Nothing makes me more happy than if like a dog and a cat, or like a cat and a gorilla, a zebra and a giraffe. Like, it gives you hope for humanity.
But one morning, the kitten slipped outside and it was hit by a car.
Oh my god, dude. Oh no. Are we serious?
When they broke the news to the gorilla, she mourned it with loud wails. And when they asked her about the cat later, she only signed one single word: cry.
Oh my god. Bro, I am going to genuinely cry. What are we doing, Zach? Come on. Bro, my heart can't handle this. I don't even know what to rank this one. It might be an F tier, it might be an S tier. Genuinely, I don't even know.
Vinyl pellets are melted down into a puck before being placed between two metal stampers. These have tiny grooves matching the music, and when they press down, the vinyl is permanently printed on both sides. The edges are neatly trimmed, creating a perfectly round record. And when a needle moves along the grooves, it picks up the vibrations, turning them back into music through your speakers.
All right, see, that's a very lighthearted one. This one's like a B tier.
If you crack an egg on the...
Okay. How to crack an egg perfectly. This is gonna be very wholesome. Very easy to digest, nothing sad, nothing traumatizing.
The rim of a pan, the shell can cave inward and splinter deep inside, and once they fall into the egg white, you would have to pick out every tiny piece of shell. But if you crack it on a flat surface, the pressure spreads out evenly. The membrane stays intact underneath the shell, holding the cracks in place, and your thumbs slip into the crack and open it without pushing the shell inside. But if you just drop the egg straight down from a few inches, the force spreads across the whole shell at once, making a perfect split with almost no fragments.
All right, not bad, not bad. See, I can give that one a B tier. That ain't bad.
He woke up inside the morgue.
Okay. I guess it can.
After accidentally being declared dead. You see, he had gotten into a car crash with his fiancée. Now, she survived the crash, but the man's...
No, Zack must... This particular week he uploaded these shorts, Zack's girlfriend must have broken up with him or something. Like, what is going on right now? This is not... I've watched 1,000 of these nearly. This has not happened before. It has never been this bad. What is happening? Was this the week of misery and pain and despair?
Injuries were so severe that paramedics pronounced him dead. He was put into a freezer drawer for 2 days, but he woke up and started screaming. Workers heard him and rushed to pull him out, and he was finally allowed to go home to his fiancée. But when she saw him, she was terrified, convinced he was a zombie, so she refused to take him back.
That must have been a real life story from what happened to Zack. Classic. Yeah, that one's gonna be an F tier. That is depressing.
Robber fired the gun directly towards the man's hip, but he had his phone in his pocket, protected inside a Hulk case. The bullet slammed into the phone, the screen shattered instantly, but the phone and case absorbed the shot, stopping it before going through the back of the phone. So even though the case didn't protect the phone, it kept the bullet from breaking the bone beneath.
W quote, W Hulk, W gun, W survivor, W method, B tier short.
They jump with a pole pointed toward the ground. Now the pole will sink into the dirt while they hold on near the top, turning into a solid post that they can rotate around. And this changes a straight drop into a slower sideways slide that controls their descent. These poles can be up to 15 feet long, and they're made from strong, stiff wood, so they don't bend or snap. But if they jump from too high, the sudden stop puts too much strain on their hands and arms, and the fall becomes impossible to control. They
Okay. That one's a C tier.
He inhaled the toy traffic cone when he was 7 years old, and for 40 years, he forgot about it. But as he grew older, he started to cough. Doctors noticed his right lung was getting stiff, and when they shone a light down his airways, they found a suspicious shadow. They told him he had a serious tumor and operated quickly, but instead, they found the toy traffic cone. And after removing it, the man's cough went away.
That's like the kid that put the Lego up his nose for 14 years. That's pretty cool. I'm gonna get that one a B tier.
If you died and you had no friends, your funeral would be pretty
This one might be relatable to a lot of the viewers in here. Listen up.
much empty, which is kind of embarrassing. But you can pay professional actors to be briefed on the details of your life, and they'll quietly blend into the crowd during the funeral, making it look like you were popular. They can cry on command, and if no one wants to make a speech, they can even do it themselves, making up heartwarming memories based on their notes about you.
Why would you even care about that if you're dead? Like, this seems like the biggest, like, this is the dumbest business model of all time. If you are gonna die, why would you care if you look like a loser and you have no friends? You're gonna be dead. That seems silly. I'm gonna give this one an A tier.
If you drank...
Is that Logan Paul? Bro, that is literally Logan Paul.
If you drank an ungodly amount of milk, would you get super buff because of the protein? Well, milk is actually
Literally no. Like, milk does not have that much protein.
full of sugar, which will make you fat in large quantities.
Oh my god. Yo, fat Logan Paul.
And this is why it's given to calves and babies, to literally fatten them up. But if you pass the milk through a collection of special membranes, the smaller molecules like sugar slip through and collect on one side. And the larger molecules like protein are too big to pass through, so they stay behind in the milk, which makes it super high in protein. And if you add in vitamins, minerals, and your own signature flavorings, you basically end up with a muscle-building super milk. But that would be a lot of work, so you should just get a Prime Shake instead.
That looks like the most cancerous drink of all time. A Prime Oreo shake? No, bro. Listen, I have no ties to Logan Paul. I'm not that league of YouTuber. I can tell you, that looks so nasty, bro. Like, we are not buying Logan Paul's Oreo Prime Shake. You will get cancer if you drink this, bro. Just eat chicken if you want protein. Just eat, like, cottage cheese if you want protein, bro. We ain't buying this, bro. That one's gonna be an F tier.
If you connect the ends of a metal chain into a circle and place it around a spinning cylinder, each link is pulled tight by the spin, forming a stiff, perfect ring. But if you push that spinning chain off the cylinder, it shoots forward across the floor, and because every link is already moving straight ahead, the spin keeps them locked in that circular path. If you connect the ends,
Interesting. I'll get that one a B tier.
As the crank is turned, gears on one side begin to spin, rotating two heavy metal rollers. Then a sheet of hot, soft sugar is dropped between them. Now each roller is covered in tiny carved shapes that repeat all the way around the metal. And as the rollers spin toward each other, they grab the sugar, squeeze it flat like a press, and force it into every groove and pattern. Then a long sheet of connected candy shapes comes out of the bottom. Once it cools and hardens, the thin lines between the shapes turn brittle, so the strips are dropped onto a table, snapping it apart into perfect little candy drops.
Satisfying. I'll get that one an A tier.
The gas rushed out of the swollen body,
The Pope who exploded?
causing the Pope's corpse to deflate right in front of horrified onlookers. An awful smell poured out, and his nose and fingers began to rot. Now, this happened because the embalming process was done incorrectly. Instead of draining and preserving the body correctly, they sprinkled it with oil and sealed it with plastic wrap. Bacteria inside began to produce large amounts of gas. With nowhere for it to escape, it created so much pressure that the corpse ruptured.
Wow, okay. Yeah, that one's gonna be an F tier. That is disgusting.
she thought it was a runny nose, but the clear liquid was not mucus. You see, 2 years earlier, she got into a car crash, hitting her head on the dashboard. This broke the thin bone between her brain and her sinuses, and the fluid filling her skull started to leak out, which she thought was just a runny nose.
That's
Soon,
so
she was
nasty.
losing 2
What?
cups of fluid a day, until doctors finally found the hole. They took fat from her belly and plugged it, finally allowing her to live normally.
Okay, that's nasty. We're giving that one a D tier. That's a D tier, bro. Now, fellas, we are in the final 10 Zack D Films videos before 1,000. Oh my gosh. It's been a long journey. These better be, I want it back-to-back S pluses. All right, come on, lock in.
Inside the bullet, a layer of soft metal is wrapped around a tiny, super hard steel spike. And when it hits the bulletproof vest, the soft metal flattens and peels away, leaving the steel spike intact, meaning all its energy focuses on the very tip of the core. The vest's woven fibers spread the impact across the weave, but the spike slips between them, and the point drives through the fibers and any metal plates behind it. So while a normal bullet would be stopped on impact, the spike punches straight through it and into the flesh on the other side.
All right, that one's a B tier. I have seen everything under the sun being shot with gun bullets.
She fell into a dumpster while taking out the trash, and a garbage truck emptied it and started compacting. It crushed the garbage and her 4 times, until he finally saw something moving on his truck cam.
Oh my
He turned off
God.
the truck and the compactor stopped, which is when the neighbors heard the woman's screams. Rescuers rushed in to help her. They used a crane basket to lift her out, and despite serious injuries, she did survive.
That is morbid and disgusting. I'm gonna give that one a C tier.
The headsets were strapped onto the cow, showing them a green field.
Gaming VR cow. Okay, this might be an S tier.
And when it was milked, it produced more than usual. So some people think the VR image worked by improving the cow's mood. But the headsets are actually designed for humans, showing the same image from slightly different angles, one for each eye. And since the cow's eyes are much further apart, 2 separate headsets would show 4 images in total, creating total confusion for the cow. And the boost in milk? Well, that probably just came from the headset's light, not the virtual view.
Ah, they really tried to do a VR cow strategy. That one's an S tier. That is a funny story.
As John Wayne was filming his movie, the set was right downwind from a nuclear test site, and the wind carried radioactive dust onto the movie's cast and crew. Now, the government insisted there was no danger, and the film crew trusted them. But years later, over 90 of them got cancer, and 46 of them passed away from the disease,
my God,
including
what?
John Wayne, who was killed by stomach cancer 20 years after shooting the
That's
film.
so sad.
Now, the government finally admitted they might be responsible, but it's impossible to know where exactly the cancer came from, so nobody knows for sure.
That is sad. I'm gonna need that one a B tier. Government, lock in.
The bug shoots out a sticky goo, which is scraped off the tree and washed in a giant pot.
Okay, if my knowledge on Zack D films has become solidified, this is gonna be a method to create like some kind of perfume.
Next, it's laid out on the ground to dry before getting stuffed into a long sock over a hot furnace. And as it rotates, the dried goo melts, dripping onto the tray below. It's then sprayed into an even layer and stretched by a worker using their hands and feet until it's nearly transparent. Finally, it's cut into small pieces, shipped to factories around the world, and mixed into candy to make it shiny. So when you bite into a jelly bean, you're basically eating bug goop.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's good to know. I'm never gonna eat anything for the rest of my life. That's a F tiers. Thank you, Zack.
She poured concrete straight into the storm pipe at the edge of her yard, and the wet cement hardened inside, sealing the pipe so water couldn't flow through. You see, that pipe was part of the neighborhood's draining system, carrying rainwater underground to a nearby pond where it could collect. But the woman claimed that the drain was eating away at her yard and causing sinkholes. Once the pipe was sealed, the water had nowhere to go. Eventually, it pooled on the street, flooding her neighbors' yards and sidewalks. And the puddles became a breeding ground for huge swarms of mosquitoes. Officials ruled that she caused the problem, ordering her to fix it or be fined $300 for each day it remained blocked.
Dummy. B tier.
The cable snapped and fell on her face.
Oh my God.
And even though people screamed, the ride operator did nothing. The girl pushed the cable off her, but part of it had become wrapped around her legs. Suddenly, the ride dropped, pulling the cable tight. It sliced right through her, cutting off her feet. And they dropped to the ground below, where a crowd gathered to watch. Now, doctors were able to reattach one of her feet, but the other was too damaged.
That has got to be the most morbid Zack D films short I've ever seen. Oh my God. C tier.
They built up 26 stories, stuffing each floor full of pigs.
What?
Inside, food is funneled through pipes into feeding spots that can be opened with the push of a button. And giant tanks turn their poop into gas, which actually helps power the building. Trucks deliver hundreds of pigs inside, which are then moved up in elevators to different levels. And when they get big enough, the pigs are shuffled to another building to be killed and butchered before they're shipped out to be cooked at restaurants all over the country.
F tier. Excuse me?
Shoved his arm down the bear's throat, and as it slid down, the bear gagged before letting go of the man and running away.
That might be the method to beat bears.
You see, when the man was out hunting, he accidentally woke up this sleeping bear. It pinned him down to the ground, and as he tried to fight back, he remembered his grandma told him that big animals have strong gag reflexes. So when it tried to bite him, he just jammed his fist straight down its throat, which ended up saving his life.
Wow. Was his grandma the torta slayer? How did she know that about big animals' gag reflexes? Either way, I'm gonna get that one an A tier. That's actually very helpful to know.
When the dial is
999, lock in.
Turned, a stone disc starts spinning, which you can use to sharpen your knives. At the same time, it turns a fan inside, and when you attach a bag and a hose, it turns into a vacuum cleaner. On the other end, a notch next to the sharpening disc is designed to hold a belt, which could power a table saw, meaning you could cut wood, vacuum your house, and sharpen your knives all at the same time.
Okay, thank God the final short was not another wood one. I've seen a million wood videos. The final scroll, fellas. We finally made it. Holy ora. Oh my God. Next video is the final one. And then, for those of you who forgot, we have the tier list of every single video I've watched prepared to look at after. Lock in. This one better be a hit.
He wrote, "I am awake" in his journal, and just a few seconds later, he wrote it again. Each time he felt like he was waking up for the very first time. You see, when he was in his 40s, a virus had attacked the part of his brain that saves facts and memories, causing his mind to reset every 5 to 30 seconds. He could still pour a cup of coffee, but he would forget it was sitting right in front of him. When he met a new person, he would greet them again just a few seconds later, as if it was for the first time. Now, he could still sit down at a piano and play beautifully. That's because he still remembered all the skills he learned before he got sick. And the virus didn't damage his emotional memory, so every time his wife walked into the room, he hugged her with tears, because to him, it always felt like they had been apart for years.
Oh my God. What a heartwarming story. Let this be a life lesson. The things that you feel are more important than the things that you know. Holy final pull, bro. That one might just be a S+ tier. Nearly 20 hours later, we have finally watched 1,000 Zack D Films videos. Fellas, let's reveal the tier list. Let's reveal the final tier list of every single Zack D Films video. I'm pulling up the image right here. I've had my editors watching this live, creating the tier list with every single one that I watch. Here it is. Oh my God. Bro, this tier list is insane. Are you guys ready for the full Zack D Films tier list? Here it is. Oh my God, I remember that one. Yeah, wow. Wow. Every single 1,000 Zack D Films video ranked. Right here. All right, 1,000 videos later, with my entire tier list finished, what was the absolute best one? There were so many hits. The penguin with the anime girlfriend, the baboon that fought in World War I, the flies that flew in airplanes. But personally, my favorite was the gorilla that cried over a kitten. What can I say? The story of Coco and her friend Cat nearly made me cry. This is Zack D Films' best short. Okay, I'll see you guys at the next 1,000 Zack D Films video. Bye.